Or touched a woman.
Cat Everfrost used not gonna quite hit. There goes a 5-man shield there. Rack's going to get caught up in the baby cage. That's going to be a 3-man shockwave in the backline with a big
huge
face breaker. That's going to be a showstopper right there. That's
Can't get slowed when he was in Pike's D. That's too soon, that's too soon. Nice. Okay. Okay then. I'm gonna try to get you the penta, honestly. You have one more? You can't die with him, dude. It's gonna get dogged.
You can go. I mean, I have flash in a second.
Oh my god! Have any teleports on the side of CCW. They might try to go for a pick here. Fox Prime has to be careful. Doesn't know they're all there. This could be the pick they want, but you have to be careful as well, though. They're gonna burst him down. Fox Prime dies before anyone else can go in. They don't get the second call of the force guy, and here we go. Here comes the Vlad. Keep an eye on the Vlad. Vlad on the back line. There's a double knockout. Keep an eye on the Vlad. Vlad gets one of them. Vlad's able to get two of them unbound. He's gonna survive on the back end of it, but they're gonna be able to kill the Anivia. And there's two dead on the side of CCW. Can they get more? There's the Vlad. Can they get the knockup on Asthmatic Boy? Can he get the blast kill? No, he can't. He's gonna fall incredibly low. They're gonna keep going in. Team Shooter is gonna be able to get the root. They're gonna try to find more. They're gonna find everyone. But there's the kill. Unbound. He's doing it all. Unbound doing it all. Give it out. Unbound. Unbound's killing them all. Unbound is winning this game.
Okay. You guys good?
They're definitely gonna get it, but I think we win this one, guys.
Nice.
Or maybe they don't.
Get it!
Like, you know where, like, the cleavage is? Where, like, the boobs touch? Or supposed to touch?
No, I've never touched a woman.
Cat Everfrost used not gonna quite hit. There goes a 5-man shield there. Rack's going to get caught up in the baby cage. That's going to be a 3-man shockwave in the backline with a big face breaker. That's going to be a showstopper.
Hey everyone,
What is up?
what is up? How are you today, Swift?
Pretty good. Back at it again for some more Risen gameplay, so
Nice,
obviously
nice,
excited. How I want to spend my weekends, 100%.
nice. So we are here today with Unstoppable Finals. It's gonna be two teams that have been rivals, and now they're finally meeting at the finals to duke it
Yeah.
out. So the teams coming in will be STN versus DSG, and they are both at a 5-2 point lead, like I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Pretty pretty matched teams, at least for like what I heard. Where I think I recognize like 1 or 2 people from each team, so I'm already just kind of excited to see how this game pans out or how the draft plays out later. So,
Yeah. Well, as we are getting ready for the draft, which is pretty soon here,
mhm.
any thoughts on who you want to see be picked for these upcoming best of five?
Hmm. As far as picks I want to see, I'm hoping for some Kaisa. Kaisa would always be nice, just whenever I get to see it.
Yeah.
Um, but other than that, I want to see at least one kind of off meta pick. If anybody was watching yesterday, it was literally off meta picks like every other game. So I'm at least hoping for just like one of those, and I'll be fine. Like we'll have like some of the circus come back, and then yeah,
Awesome. Well, they are getting into drafts, so we're going to send it to the casters for them to talk about what's going on.
true.
Yo, what's up, yo? It's
We got
unstoppable.
finals!
It's unstoppable. Premade finals, baby. We got DC Gaming Blue versus Sun Game Mythos. I'm incredibly excited because these two teams were both 5-2 in their groups. I saw crazy performances coming out of both, and now that they get to face in the finals for the run back, it could have been a better story. As we see, Caitlyn, first pick. No surprises there.
I'm getting a lot of PTSD. I lost against a really good Caitlyn today, but that's not why we're here. We don't need worlds. We have our own Cinderella stories to make, and I'm excited to see who will come out on top because we have casted these teams many times, I believe, this season. I don't know if we've seen them face off against each other. I actually don't know, so that'll be really exciting to see these guys face off in a finals situation. I'm hoping we get 5 absolute bangers here. Slatty, how are you? I never actually asked that.
Doing so incredibly well, man. I had a nice, I think, 4-day weekend. I had family over. My grandfather's 95th birthday celebrated, but that does not matter, okay? Because I'm so excited to see. I've been playing a lot of Varus recently, and
Really?
actually, for me personally, I actually really like Varus into Caitlyn. So as a response, I'm very interested to see how he plays it. But what beats a lot of Caitlyn is stuff like the Jhin and the Varus because, despite the fact that they get outranged auto-wise, they have a lot of abilities to outrange Caitlyn and other factors. But I'm talking about this AD carry matchup, but we already got so many picks around the board. What do you think about stuff like this Sejuani, this Lulu, this Karma, this Jarvan?
All right. So, as a jungler, I do love Jarvan 4. He is a ton. He's kind of like one of the fun engaged tanks to play with because then you get to, do the EQ combo into the ult. And if you catch enough people in that Cataclysm, you feel like an absolute Chad, which is always fun. But I'm really looking at this bot lane right now, and if we look at the Caitlyn Karma right now, that is a very scary bot lane because, when you think of Caitlyn, you think of like more like the Morgana or the Lux, but Karma can execute that just as well if you can land that root, and then you just stay with the target, you see where they're going to go, Caitlyn drops the trap, and it's just as effective, so it's very, very scary bot lane right there. Of course, you talking about that Varus is also very important, but the Sejuani flex pick, I've said it all season long, flex picks are powerful as all heck, and we're just looking to see where it goes. It looks like they're saving that flex pick till the very end.
Dude, this Syndra, this Sejuani, this Varus, they got a lot of, pick potential coming out from Sun Game Mythos, as well as a lot of poke. It's very interesting team comp, but, we talk about poke. I was talking about poke, and Deep Ski Game Blue says, you talking about poke? We're bringing out the Vel'Koz mid lane, something very unconventional we don't see a lot of time, paired with something that we do see a lot in the Ornn.
Vel'Koz, that is very interesting. I do love this champion, actually. I think he's a ton of fun. I don't play a lot of mid lane, obviously, but he has setup with his knockup, has a ton of potential and lots of damage, obviously, so I think this is an off-meta pick I'm actually really looking forward to, but it looks like that Sejuani is not going into the jungle. Viego coming through as the counter pick. I'm excited. This has already been a bit of a banger draft. We get to see some new picks, some familiar faces as well, and I'm excited.
What I want to first, draw attention to, at least for me, is that Jarvan response into an immobile an immobile AD carry. I'm so excited. Immobile AD carry in Varus.
We're excited.
They got a lot of damage on here. and the Varus, you got the Viego, you got the Syndra. And so I like the fact that despite stun gaming Mythos, getting sort of counterpicked with this Jarvan, they decide, hey, we have a lot of faith in this Varus. We picked Lulu, we picked Sejuani. We were sort of trying to play around the style, but I like the fact that they pivoted to a Syndra and a Viego, which provides that damage even if Varus, even if Varus is having a rough time in this game against the Jarvan.
Absolutely, and I think you know, keep it in mind that Viego can also turn the tables as well because he can still use that EQ combo into a relatively immobile carry. She doesn't have the E obviously on the Caitlyn, but Karma doesn't have any dashes. Vel'Koz doesn't have any dashes. So definitely want to look for how STN is able to use this Viego in order to make the most out of this passive.
That's just, I really like both these two comps. And I think their bot lane are both synergetic with each other, so it's going to be a very interesting bot lane matchup. Top lane going to be more so of this laid-back, scale-up, 5v5 kind of style. And so it's really up to this mid and jungle to keep the game interesting. You have two really good control mages on both sides, and the main difference coming in is Viego versus Jarvan. Jarvan's that early game aggressive gank-style jungler that can really make stuff happen, especially since there is so much immobility with that Syndra. He can definitely blow a flash early with a lane gank coming down bot side or coming up to top side. And then Viego is really just great at dueling, great at fighting. So if you're able to find these counter ganks, I just think this game is really going to be determined by these mid junglers.
Absolutely, and you know, we have mentioned in the past, whether it's two tanks up in the top lane, it's usually not exciting. But every time we say that, it's always like, the tanks are like, we have to solo kill, otherwise what's the point of even playing? So I'm hoping, again, even though it is an Ornn versus a Sejuani, I'm hoping for some bagger fights up in the top lane as well.
Absolutely. Just an exciting draft overall. Really focused on 5v5s, which is something that I like.
Absolutely, yeah.
And you like to see it come out. At least, for me, I think it's a great strategy coming to game one of a finals. Because you know how chaotic some of these series can be. You can prepare all the different stuff. Like, oh, if they pick this, then we pick this. You can have all that preparation, but that also can get blown up in your face. And then you can start falling into the trap of, oh, we have all this preparation, but we still want to use it, but we have to throw it out of the window. So sticking with something that's going to be solid, that despite a chaotic environment in the early game, as long as you can get to the late game, play for that 5v5, win that, and then you can secure game one, it can provide you with a great advantage, especially on red side, because from my experience, blue side has been such a, at least this current patch, and you've seen it Worlds, blue side has been so advantageous that, at least in the finals, the team with blue side won, I think, 4 out of the 5 games.
I mean, DRX did win the 5th game on red side, so you always have to keep that in mind as well. But we have seen Father Wagler on Caitlyn a number of times this season. He has popped off consistently. I am looking to see if he can do the same for his team this time around. And like on the other side, I'm just like you said. I think you're really accurate in the sense that you're really looking at these mid jungle synergies to see if they can influence the map in their own way. That is, I think, will really dictate how this game goes for either team. But it will be a banger of a game one. I'm really hoping, and I'm excited for it either way.
Yep. And, you know, I'd love to talk more about this with you, Hypersoft, but I'm going to have to throw it to the analyst desk, the big brains of the squad. We'll see you there.
We'll see you in game.
Hello, hello. So, what are you thinking, Swift? I think you're muted. You're muted. It's good. He was muted yesterday.
That always
too.
happens. I can never remember. But TLDR, at least what I'm thinking is like, okay, the comps look pretty interesting. I'm liking the blue side comp for a few reasons, and I know one of your reasons is definitely the Vel'Koz, which you spoke into existence since yesterday.
I manifested it. They finally picked it. It's not a very usual pick, I find, mid lane especially. Normally it's more support now, but a mid lane Vel'Koz with the range and then with the Caitlyn, that's going to be an annoying. But I mean, Karma as well, obviously, too. But yeah, what are your other reasons for the comps being the way they
Yeah,
they
I
are and working
mean,
out well?
yeah, for me, I'm really liking Blue Side's comp just because I feel like Caitlyn's one of the better ADCs in the meta right now, and I'm a sucker for Ornn. Anytime I see Ornn in a draft, and I'm like, you got something good to play off of. And I just think that red side's comp is a bit harder to execute, where it's just like if you get caught out as like Syndra or Varus, it's a lot harder to play out the rest of a fight when your only other damage is like Viego. And I feel like that could be really something to look out for once the game starts and gets later in, where it's like those small picks could make a huge difference.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. But I have seen a lot of Sejuani and Viego working out really well together as a jungle and top duo. So
Yeah.
there's like the big Sejuani stun, she can just jump on you, and then Viego just like an invisible beauty king comes in and destroys.
No doubt. Like I think if I had to put it into other words, it'd probably be like if Red Side wanted to win, they got to make plays early. Like you said, playing around that Sejuani is probably a solid idea. Working off of that stun, and then Varus at level 6 is probably like his best chance of winning down in that bot lane. So I'm thinking Red Side key to winning is just make plays early, and then Blue Side it's like if you can get the game as long as possible, yours is winning no matter what.
So there's a complete opposite pole. One side's trying to end it early, the other is trying to like prolong the
Yeah.
fight. It was mentioned that Varus is a good counter into Caitlyn.
Mhm.
Confirmed, Swift. Do you believe that as an AD carry main?
I do believe that, like just like you mentioned, where it's like Caitlyn to get that advantage early, you have to use her auto attack range a lot. But Varus has his ultimate. Once level 6 hits, he definitely has the damage just outright kill most ADCs by himself.
Yeah.
So I'm really just gonna be looking out for that. Like how well can Caitlyn play that early game, and can Varus stay like even enough with her to where level 6 he just hopefully for their sakes actually wins out the lane. So
Well,
that's I'm keeping an eye out for.
poke wise, I'd say they're not too off
Hmm.
in kind of like evenness and level. Caitlyn maybe is more of uh long range, but yeah. Um I believe they are getting into games soon. So any last words before we let it let us let everyone go to watch the game?
Shout out to the whoever picked Orn. My prayers are with you. Thanks for sticking it out. But other than that, I think we can send it back over to them on the
Yeah.
caster desk.
Yes, absolutely. I'm excited. All right, sending it over to Slatty and Hyperslot. Or sorry, yes, it's Hyper, right? Yeah.
Yo, what? Yo, we coming into game 1 of the Unstoppable Finals. Oh my gosh, it's gonna be best of 5 series. I think, yeah, I have casted a best of 5 series. I remember that specifically. That was a very fun series to cast. It was unfortunately 3-0. And you know what we're hoping for, Hypersloth? We're hoping for 5 games. Oh, I think, is he muted? Can you hear me? Okay. Anyways, continuing on, I'm very excited to get into this game. We'll see how it goes. I would assume a standard 5-point is happening. One team might try to go for something crazy, but unfortunately, due to factors outside my control, I cannot see what's going on currently in the game. All right, there we go. Beautiful. Now we are in with a standard 5-point invade, and as I'm looking at the side of each team, I'm not too experienced with mid lane, but a First Strike Syndra, sort of an interesting pick. I would expect something more like an Electrocute, maybe a Phase Rush, but looking to maybe farm some gold out of this mid lane because, maybe TRI knows how it's going to be a very trade-heavy matchup. Caitlyn opting to run for the cleanse to maybe cleanse a Polymorph, cleanse the Varus ult. There's a lot of CC on the side of Sun Gaming, in their namesake, a lot of Suns. So Father Wrangler going with the cleanse, I think is a great decision here. Now we see some trading on the bot side. It's going to be up to Aristotle Loomis and Octofu to really take priority in this lane. Caitlyn has great range, Varus has great Q poke, but it's mostly up to the supports to really make something happen here. And Aristotle Loomis doing a good job with those mantra Qs, can be really chunking out.
My apologies. I realized I had muted myself on Discord. I'm back now.
Absolutely
my
no
fault.
problem. This is an exchange for the time you have to hold it down when I had to go grab my food from the Uber. So I appreciate that.
We'll call it even for that. But no, I was trying to make my points, and then you kept talking over me, and I felt a little hurt. Then I realized it was my fault, so we're all good. But no, what I wanted to say was what was said in the analyst desk, the invisible beauty king, we have to mention Viego as that at least once. So I just wanted to point that out. I apologize to everyone, by the way.
No problem, no problem. Getting back to this game, you know, Hypersloth, you are the man, the myth, the legend in the jungle, playing the Belveth, not playing these two champions. I don't know how experienced you are to these two champions, but what I know you're experienced in is jungle pathing. Talk to me about how these junglers pathing, and whether you really agree or disagree with how they're currently playing the game.
So I'm not a big fan of Dinnytown's pathing originally, just because Caitlyn and Karma will push in that wave very, very quick. Of course, you can also be looking for just trying to get that lane advantage in order to get the easy scuttle crab. That definitely makes sense. But if you're looking to get this bot lane ahead, I think pathing towards them is not necessarily the best. Also, perhaps looking for a counter gank into what Senji was planning. There is obviously multiple options, but I think now that he notices that Senji is indeed already cleared out his bot side, he's not going to be able to get a gank here. It's just he has to just walk away, and it's a bit sad for him.
Yeah, and, you know, you could argue maybe Dinnytown wants to go for a dive here because the Caitlyn and the Karma should, in theory, have a lot of pressure. But as I'm saying, that stun Sinji is trying to do a good job and lands the stun, forcing probably the flash out of 7 chakras. Does he opt to pop it? No! 6 with the barrier. A smart choice to conserve the most valuable sum you have.
Yep, of course, barrier will keep him alive just as well as flash will in that scenario. So well done to him to not pop anything, but hey, we are getting a bit of fighting up in top lane.
Yeah, Flight Hitman trying to rain down terror on stun, strangle root, but, you know, it's 2 tanky boys in the top lane. Despite my best hopes that it would be an absolute bloodbath, we're just going to have a lot of trades with not too much substance, but Senji made a play mid lane, looking to make a play bot lane, but Aristotle Loomis saying, get the heck out of here. I got a stun waiting for you if you try anything.
That's the harm of trying to gank a Karma. Yes, she's immobile. No, she has shields, she has roots, she has speed ups. It's gonna be very hard for Senji to be able to really make anything happen in that lane early on. I think waiting for Jhin to get his level 6 spike there in order to land that ultimate and make sure you can actually lock down one of these carries is gonna be crucial.
Yeah, and the wave. Pushing in onto Stranglegrowth. Maybe Ornn can maybe do like a quick dive or something, but Sejuani has access to Ignite. It can be a little bit hairy and risky. Dinnytown showing up in the mid lane. Oh, engage on the tier Aoi, but I don't think he's really going to get too much out of this besides getting a little bit more damage. But the E is thrown completely wide. Can't really help stun Senji. Try to make anything happen.
Yeah, he was looking, I think, to maybe try to push him into the turret with that E, but unfortunately he's not able to find it and has to just walk away.
Yeah. What I want to definitely point out here is Father Wangler and Aristotle Loomis, from my experience from casting, have consistently been the best bot lane in the league. They play the lanes properly. They're clutch in the early, mid, and late game. Aristotle Loomis finds great engage, finds great peeling options. Father Wangler is just a consistent carry that has shut me up on my Tristana knowledge so many times. And what I really like coming out of them is their focus on this bot side vision. It's starting to fade away now, but they have vision in the tri-bush. They have vision in the river bush. They have vision in the pixel bush with the control ward. So they can make sure that they can play towards the win con of a Caitlyn Karma, which is push up, take these plates, which they already have taken to him.
Yes, time and time again, he has demonstrated that he is the best bot laner, and we have seen him absolutely smurf on Caitlyn before, and right now you can see him 20 CS up, as an entire pickaxe over his opponent. Like, he is in a very good spot to do it yet again. But meanwhile, looks like we have some fighting going on.
Yeah, Light Hitman trying to get out of the situation. The Ignite is ticking down. The minion autos are coming through, but they're level 6. The level up is able to allow him to survive. And the flash coming out avoids the stun from Senji. So he's going to lose a ton of Tate's top lane, but at least he gets out with his life.
Yeah, but here's the issue. They're already started up the dragon down in the bot lane because Senji is top. Yeah, even though Ornn will not get a lot of this CS, he's still Ornn. He doesn't need CS in order to survive. So this is absolutely a win for not for STN, the other team, for DSG, as they are going to be able to pick up that first objective.
Yeah, it's interesting, Senji's strategy. He's playing more towards this top side, trying to help out the Sejuani and maybe put Polite Hitman behind. But consistently, I've seen for Polite Hitman is that he's able to go behind, and even in these sort of tank matchups, and or these matchups where he's playing against something bruised or something with a lot of kill pressure. So opting to place your resources to try to put him far behind, I don't think has worked out for teams in the past, and a bit of a misread coming out from Sun Gaming.
Yes, absolutely. And now with that dragon already taken, it was an Infernal. We're getting a Hextech one next. So unfortunately, it does not look like it will be either one of my favorite maps with the Infernal and the Hex Gates. A lot of people don't actually like them, but as a jungler, I think Hex ticks are just so fun. So, we're not getting either one of my favorite maps, unfortunately, but we'll see after that second dragon is taken which one we will be getting.
Now, we have the Rift Herald spawning within 1 second, actually, just put on the map. We see Strangleroot with the Prio top, sort of even Prio in the mid lane. But interesting to see both bot laners sticking around on the bot side, not necessarily dedicating resources to Rift Herald. What do you think about this decision to keep both your support and your AD carry in the bottom lane?
Well, I think right now, you can already see the differences between these AD carries really coming to fruition. Father Wagler is almost 1,000 gold on Jhin, and it's 8 minutes into the game. Has already taken, now it'll be even bigger than that. It just does not manage to get it, but they are going to be able to pick up this 4th plate as well, and we're only 8 minutes in. This is, once again, Father Wagler just demonstrating why he and Aristotle Loomis are just among the best bot laners in the league right now. But it looks like finally this Rift Herald will be started up by Zenji.
Yeah, Senji doing a good job. Play him and staying around the area, but he's not going to really make anything happen. And by the 9-minute mark, it looks like Caitlyn and Karma will take out this bot lane tower, putting them so incredibly far ahead this early on. I think just keep them in the bot. The thing is, though, I feel like with the bot lane tower ending so soon, that breaks open the lane phase. There's no real tower for Caitlyn and Karma to play for.
Yeah, so obviously the gold is nice. Like, you can't not take the tower in that scenario, just because you'd want to put as much gold as possible onto Caitlyn. But I think that because they broke it this early, Jhin now has a way safer lane in order to farm up. If you could just keep this wave frozen right here, they don't have any objectives to play for another 2.5 minutes or so. This is just going to be free farming for the Varus. He's finally going to be able to scale up a little bit and try to even up the gold as much as possible.
Caitlyn, we already see her mythic completed. The Gale Force coming out. And, you know, I like the decision making. There's only really one tank on the enemy team, and Gale Force is Caitlyn's best mythic. It opens up a lot of combo options and routes. As we see Strangleroot actually committing the ulti and the ignite, and I think it will be enough to take out Polite Hitman. The last tick is able to secure actually the first blood. Despite how much action's kind of been going on, there's only really been one kill.
Yeah, and like we said, we always do expect a bit of fighting in the top lane, but we never expect it to be this much. There's always a lot of it in this league, and Father Wagler almost picks up yet another kill, but here we go.
Now he's in a bad spot for Scale Force out, and the cleanse, the Vel'Koz ult, the Beam of Destruction, doing so much damage, and they find two for the Jarvan 4, and they find one for Octofu, but Father Wrangler also slains him back, and now the barrier, no more. The tower shot was not enough. They couldn't find it. Now Father Wrangler in a weird spot, but dodges out of the QE from TROA, and they're looking to maybe pick up the kill here, but they don't have the resources to do so.
So a bit of greed here for DSG as they had picked up both of those kills, but Father Wagler flashing. 7 Chakras having to expand the barrier as well, just trying to pick up this extra kill onto tier AO. A bit of greed there, and it may cost them in this upcoming dragon fight.
Yeah, with Summoner's Wasted, Cleanse, Flash off of Father Wrangler, and because so much of that early game lead comes from him, you actually see in the mid lane that TROA has around a 25 CS lead over his lane opponent, and Strangleroot has a kill and a 10 CS lead over his own lane opponent. So when it comes to the 5v5 scenario, if both AD carries are taken out of the equation, it's actually pretty ahead for Stun Gaming. So now with Caitlyn without this flash, without this cleanse, it's going to be rough to keep her alive.
Absolutely, and if Syndra or Viego or even Sejuani can land one of these crucial abilities onto that Caitlyn, she does not have the resistances at this stage to stay alive, and you can see her dropping dangerously low. Here we go with the fight.
Yeah, the Flag and Drag, the layer to CC is too much for Senji to handle. Gets taken out of the fight. The jungler won't be there to smite the objective. But do they play this fight slow, or do they play the fight fast? Gets caught out by one of the Yordle snap traps, the EQ back in. Strangleroot trying to find his way out of there, but Jhin is lingering. He's doing a good job of doing the poke, but unfortunately gets caught out by Polite Hitman. And one more auto is not going to be enough. Aristotle Loomis forced to flash in with the W, and they find 2, and they're looking for the dragon. Oh, but Strangleroot, as I'm saying that, doesn't able to get anything.
Yeah, the fadeaway ult does not net them actually anything in there. And another couple kills going over to DSG. Father Wegler using this lead that he has to full efficiency, getting those leads, doing the damage. And now they are 2 Drakes ahead. DSG is firmly in the driver's seat at this stage of the game.
And you know, I heard the commentators. Unfortunately, stuff is going on. But I heard the analysts talking about one team outscaling and the other. And I would say that Stun Gaming is kind of that team. I think the Varus, the Lulu, and the Syndra, and the Sejuani, and even the Viego provide a lot of late game scaling. But the problem that happens is that if they can't stop this soul stacking, it's going to be really rough for them to stall the game. So they got to get one of these dragons, and that just forces them to fight at situations early where they really shouldn't have to.
Oh, Syndra with the ultimate, not able to pick up 7 chakras, so just doesn't seem like anything is really going Stun Gaming's way at this point. They might be able to pick up a tower here, but Father Wangler shows up, so never mind.
Yeah, Father Wangler doing a good job of clearing the wave. You know, he's taking all the plates bot lane, looking to maybe claim some top lane, but for me personally, what do you think of the decision to rotate the Caitlyn up top side? You know, do you think she should go mid lane?
I'm not a big fan of Caitlyn going top. I mean, she is really ranged, but she is your main carry, right? So you want her at every single objective. So I think throwing her mid lane, where she can rotate to all those objectives, is a lot more effective of a maneuver. And it looks like that is indeed what they're doing as Father Wangler makes his way back towards the mid lane.
But what I would like to point out is we talk about DSG doing such a great job being ahead. But actually, despite there being so much gold on the side of Father Wangler in comparison to lane opponent, it is actually the Jarvan with 3 out of the 5 kills that DSG has. And that is definitely not a character you want that gold onto. He is very much so a utility-based character that once he gets around 2 items, past that point, he really doesn't need anything more. So despite him getting a lot of gold, I think the actual power level of both these teams can be seen as very even.
Absolutely. This game is not won by any means. Stun Gaming can definitely turn things around if they play to their win condition and, you know, the correct way. So I think definitely these next few fights are going to be very, very important. And if Stun Gaming can pick up a kill or 2 or grab one of these picks around these objectives, I think it'll be very important. As the Rift Herald is started up, we'll see if there's a fight around this objective here.
And it looks like there will be Ornn rotating up, Jarvan rotating up, Caitlyn Karma rotating up, and now Vel'Koz rotating up. They are the ones having to go onto the objective. And we've talked about this, the poke is so crucial. But as I'm saying that, the poke from Dennytown and DSG is just too much to handle. The EQ over the wall, the Cataclysm onto the 2 low health members getting taken out of this fight. And despite them getting the Herald, they lose themselves the team fight.
Second Herald is almost never worth it. Other junglers in solo queue, if it is not free, do not go for the second Herald. This will not net you as much gold as picking up these 2 kills will for the side of DSG. Now Senji.
Oh, might be in a little bit of a rough spot. And yes, the answer to my question is obviously, you know, this Viego in a 1v3 scenario gets taken out of their squad, and it's just snowballing for Deep Sea Gaming Blue.
It's beginning to spiral out of control for sure. If Stun Gaming want to have a chance in this game, they are going to have to turn something around here pretty soon.
Dennytown, but I say Dennytown has been doing a great job this game. 4-1-4, not the resources you want in him, but he's definitely making those engages happen when they need to happen. When these flashes and when these movement cooldowns are expended, he is most of the time there in the fight, cataclysming the right targets. But now, Jhin with the flash up, and this dragon spawning in within 1 minute, it's so hard to try to contest this if you're Stun Gaming, because you know you are behind, and they are so incredibly ahead. But I still think they should contest it. What do you think about that?
It's very, very tough. It is a Cloud Soul, which a lot of people argue is likely the least impactful soul on the map. I mean, I am an advocate that it is still a permanent buff that you get that your opponents do not, right? So it is just a matter of what you believe. Is it too powerful for the enemy team to take this soul or not? If it is, then you should fight. But they're just so far behind right now that it doesn't look like it'll be an effective way to do that.
but I have seen teams win from larger gold deficits. But as I'm saying, that Dina Town is here to shut me up. The W knock up to layer it, but Dina Town is caught in such a horrible spot. The shutdown goes over to Viego. Now Astral Elements is soon to follow with the unleashed power from Syndra. They find the miracle, 2 picks from 3k gold behind, and they're looking to find more. But if they stay for too long, there could potentially be turned for Father Wrangler and play Hitman. And Tautiari just doing such a great job zoning out this Caitlyn. And they're looking on this dragon.
Yes, Jin is down as well, so that is another big damage dealer that is out for the side of Stun Gaming. You really need to see full health bars. Oh, but he steps a bit too close.
Yeah, Tirai takes out the God 80 carry in this series, and he shuts him, puts him in the fountain with the gray screen for 25 more seconds. And this dragon, this soul stack that we thought was a guaranteed to happen, gets eliminated from the equation.
The cardinal sin of greed. You step a bit too far forward and just get deleted off the map. The father going down here in the dragon fight.
The Godfather, unfortunately, was not able to make the correct call there. Maybe a little bit of overconfidence. Not entirely sure. He had access. I'm not sure if he had access to the flash at that time, but he did try to cleanse. But he is just, they're not tracking Syndra properly. Tirai, honestly, for me, has been doing the most work out of anyone on Stun Gaming. He's finding these great opportunities to find these QEs, find these perfect picks on these carries that should not be dying in those situations. So for Deep Sea Gaming to really step up and make sure they close out this game properly like they should have in the first place, they need to make sure the Syndra can't be finding these flank angles anymore.
Absolutely.
Ooh, okay, there Octofu's.
Yeah, he's able to walk away. We're all good. No panic.
Now,
but yeah, so no, you're 100% correct. Being able to track the Syndra will be very critical for the side of DSG, because guess what? She has a point and click win game button, and that is in her ultimate. If she can stack enough of those orbs and get enough damage onto Caitlyn, it is an undodgeable ult that just will absolutely annihilate the squishy Caitlyn. So keeping track of the Syndra will be very crucial for the side, and Tier will be what we are looking for to be the saving grace for Stun Gaming at this point in the game.
What I would like to mention is that I've said it in Champ Select that Tiroi and Stun Gaming's comp is based around this sort of pick style. And if they're able to find those angles, even if Tiroi is not the one member doing it, but as I'm saying, that Senji might be caught in a bad spot. Father Wrangler looking to make the hit onto this jungler. The ace in the hole will not be enough. Is able to walk out, a slight miscalculation coming out from Deep Sea Gaming, but Gaming Senji, he has the
sound the trumpets. I don't think Senji's making it out of this one.
Oh, Denny Town looking to go to town on him, and he does with the Flash Cataclysm. That is a cooldown that can be crucial sometimes to getting on top of these carries. So he does stall out for a significant period of time, but there is no neutral objective to really warrant Stun Senji getting caught out.
Yeah, absolutely. Senji making the best out of a bad situation. But as I say that, might not be done.
Yeah, no, it's Aerosol Loomis and the rest of the DSG squad are just trying to siege this, using that Ornn ulti. But now that they don't have that crucial engage, there could potentially be a response play. You do have some low health members that Jin can potentially snipe, even though he is far behind. He is still a Varus. They opt to go for the safe play and walk out. I like this decision personally.
Absolutely. Safe when you're this far ahead is always, the safe call, I suppose you could say. It is the smart thing to do. You want to keep this gold advantage, but what I was going to say is Senji, with how much time he wasted, prevented DSG from actually killing him in the river and then immediately rotated to Baron. They had to chase him all the way to the tier 2 towers on bot side, so easily able to just... Because of that, I really think that if they had killed him in the river, they would have easily been able to transition that over to an early Baron take. But because that didn't happen, hats off to Senji for staying alive as long as he possibly could in order to prevent that Baron rotation.
We see Stun Stranglebrooth has the TP and is split pushing bot lane here. If he can mount this pressure and send 1 or 2 members, it could potentially be the Baron take. Because Varus, from my experience, if he's able to get this Rage Blade, he can really do a ton of damage to a Baron before you even think about it. He has that layered, he has the Ginsus, which, from my experience, does a lot. While Seven Chakras is sending one down to respond, but they're actually going to send not just 1, but maybe even 4 here, as Strangleroot might have bitten off more than he can chew. Gets spotted out by the far side altercation, but it doesn't look like they're going to commit anymore.
But look at the top side. You see 4 in the bot lane. You know what that means? Baron might be free as they start this up here in top side.
Yeah, it's getting taken down to 10k HP, but I don't think they're doing it in time. Polite Hitman doing a good job of stalling with the Orin Horn, but is it going to be enough? Karma, Caitlyn, and Vel'Koz, as well as the junglers on the way. Polite Hitman with a 3-man knockup to stall out the hopes of Stun Gaming. And now they're going to continue to go more. Town, but the stun, the stall, they're able to re-engage to find one. Can they find Airstall Loomis? No. They have a good shutdown after using the Heartbreaker. Now Polite Hitman and 7 Chakras and Father Wrangler are looking to finish off the last 2 members. Father Wrangler flashes forward like the god he is. And when you come at the god, you best not miss. Tiraoi taken down and shut down by the Orin. It's a triple for the Caitlyn.
The father indeed 6-2 and 7 on this Caitlyn. 185 CS, really making a difference on here as they were able to turn that fight and get the ace for DSG.
Oh my lord. Despite them wiping them though, I will say they weren't able to get the bear, unfortunately. And DSG is up about 3k gold now. The dragon is spawning. It's not going to be soul for Deep Sea Gaming Blue, but it could potentially be a stall boy for Sun Gaming. I think they actually had a chance to maybe win that fight. You saw that damage coming out from Strangleroot's ult, doing a great job, stunning them up, taking them low, and it was actually the flash from Airstall Loomis that kept him alive, and Viego wasn't able to get the reset in time for it to actually matter. But that fight was way too close for comfort, at least in my book.
Yeah, my issue right now with the team fight is I will hold off on that for now as we have even more fighting happening around this dragon. I'm throw it back to you, Slatty, for this fight.
Yeah, Polite Hitman doing a good job of zoning. You know, they're not able to get too much damage on him, but Varus now has access to the Ginsu range blade, so he can start shredding those tanks a little bit more effectively. And the second he engages with the Father Wrangler, forces out the cleanse, but he's not going to get anything more. They are just going back and forth, but the Ornhorn gets actually stunned, so they don't have that crucial engage. Now Strangleroot taken so low despite him being so taken to the class system. On to 2, 1, 2. Can they find more? And Senji is another one taken now. The triple kill for the Vel'Koz, but unfortunately, the Father Wrangler does go and meet his untimely demise, but it's not gonna matter because they take the Cloud Dragon.
If you put all your attention onto the Caitlyn, well, guess what? 7 chakras is there as well, and it looks like Stun Gaming gets stabbed from a direction they were not expecting, and guess what? You can now march over to Baron and take that for free.
You know, I don't want to flaunt my own big brain, but I will say that Cataclysm did come in clutch on 2 immobile carries. But at the same time,
we know about your big brain, Slidey. Let's move on.
No. Literally, Cataclysm is an ability that I've noticed from competitive play is completely designed around the fact that it just shuts down immobile carries. That's literally its only design and function. And so Town, understanding that in that team fight, that is the only use that will ever be, it's just really good stuff going on. But Airstall Loomis doing a good job of zoning the Varus. Is trying to make the miracle still happen, but doesn't find it in time. He ain't no Guma Yusi. And now, but Airstall Loomis might be a carrier getting caught out in this little portion of the game. But it's not going to really happen.
Gonna make the Guma Yushi joke. What the heck?
My bad. I watched the World Finals like the rest of us. You know, very exciting, but you know, it's not going to be as exciting as Risen Premade Unstoppable Finals.
Of course, it's not as exciting, but unfortunately, Jin not able to pick up that steal. 0-6 on the Varus right now. That is a very, very tough position here for the Stun Gaming AD carry. Hopefully, he'll be able to pick up a bit more CS and maybe a kill or 2 here or there in order to really start to pump out that damage that we can see coming out from an upgraded Caitlyn as that Gale Force is now turned into a Typhoon. This is going to be very, very difficult to come back from as these ornaments come through for the side of DSG.
Stun Gaming definitely have signs of life, definitely have angles to come back into this game, but I don't know if this is one of them. You're committing a lot onto a guy who's just going to EQ out of that scenario, and now that you got multiple members in the mid lane, you're not able to make too much happen. That Sejuani is your only pretty much from primary engage, except for something like a Varus ult. But Varus committing that ult leaves him room to potentially get killed here. But now Polite Hitman trying to make a hit onto Senji, but he's re-engaging and it's just a back and forth, but Stun Gaming Squad arrives first, Polite Hitman backs out, and despite them being down so much gold, are definitely not afraid to fight.
No, absolutely not. I think you have to be, even though Viego is significantly down in this game. He does have that fork, so he will melt through the polite hitman actually a lot quicker than one might expect. So once everyone started rotating towards that fight, obviously he had to get the heck out of dodge, but definitely do not count these guys out just yet. It'll be a very tough comeback if it is possible, but it is always possible. You always have to keep that in mind.
And as we're looking sort of the items here, Syndra, I would like to point out, has 2 needlessly large rods, and you know what that is, a Rabadon's Death Cap, which does just enhance your damage by so much. It's an expensive item, but it's definitely well worth the wait if you can get off by the time this game goes on. And if Syndra can get that before the next fight, there's definitely signs of life to play. But at the same time, the IE completed from Father Wangler just provides so much incredible DPS, especially since 4 out of the 5 members on the side of Stunt Gaming are this squishy force. But now we see Strangleroot trying to engage onto one member, and now the fight is ensuing. The Lulu Wild Growth popped onto Viego, but popping onto Viego unfortunately means you have no room left for the carry, and it gets killed in this fight. And now all of Stunt Gaming is forced to lick their wounds and walk back to their fountain to eventually heal up, and Father Wangler is looking to siege this tower.
Jin falls yet again, just the damage coming through. Oh, we're not quite done yet.
Diddy Town with the EQ flash engaged. The Jarvan mechanics are perfect. And now the reset coming out from Senji. Can he find more than one? The answer will be no. But shut down is Father Wangler by Strangleroot. And they've bought a little bit of time here. But will it be enough? Octofu trying to go in the 1v3 scenario, popping the exhaust onto Diddy Town. But it's not going to matter. They can't end the game, but they can certainly look to take this next dragon.
Almost 8k gold up here for DSG. This is going to be a very, very tough soul fight for Stunt Gaming to win. I'm just trying to think, what can they do in order to stem the tide here and maybe delay the soul for a little bit longer. The Vel'Koz 7-0-11 has already completed his own death cap. I'm not sure what they could do to change the outcome of this game here, Slatty.
Yeah, the problem is that despite them having really great burst, we got Syndra, we got Varus, in some respects Viego. The problem is that without that consistent damage, past a certain point in the fight, when you use stuff like the Syndra ulti and stuff like the Varus W, which empowers his Q, it gets really rough to really try to win these fights past those abilities used. So we're seeing oftentimes the Sun Gaming is actually able to find decent amount of damage at the start of the fights. But as soon as those cooldowns are expended, it's very hard for them to win. But as I say that, Syndra gets the shutdown, the 1k gold going over to Tirawi. The one-man carry, 7-3-3. If there's any hope for Stun Gaming, it's definitely in that Syndra.
So that is definitely huge here for tier. But another thing I want to mention, you mentioned that there is a lot of burst. Absolutely. But most of this burst is just onto one target. Syndra ultimate, one target. Strangleroot ultimate, one target. Viego, technically multiple targets, but it executes on one. Jin, or I guess Varus ultimate, one target as well. So like, there's a lot that can go wrong here. But here we go, another fight bot lane.
The Wild Growth onto the frontline member, but they're able to actually pick up the Caitlyn from Senji. They're able to take him out. The father, the Wangler, and he gets shut down. And now Stun Gaming can potentially turn this game. They find onto multiple members, and the possession from Viego grabs the Orange Soul, and they certainly grab the way baby back into this game.
It's not over until the Nexus explodes. Stun Gaming finally showing some signs of life here as they're able to pick up multiple kills on this skirmish. Without 7 chakras in that fight, you can just see how it goes so wrong for DSG. So definitely a bit of a greedy fight there that may have just allowed Stun Gaming to find a slight way back into this game. They are still 3,000 gold down, but that is much better than the 8k they were down a few moments ago.
And if we want to talk about scaling, I think you have to give it to Sun Gaming. It's hard for me to see DSG. They have Sunlight Jarvan. He provides value, but he's not going to provide too much damage. Father Wangler, Caitlyn, from my experience, pales in comparison to a Varus late game. Karma definitely gets outscaled by Lulu. It's a little bit more even in terms of the mid lane matchup, but I feel like Syndra is a lot more of a flexible champion rather than just purely damage. And that Viego is definitely that scaling force that we saw come into play in the last team fight. So if DSG aren't able to close the door on this Baron fight, I don't see how I don't see how DSG can try to win this game from that point forward.
You also have to keep in mind that that scaling is a bit blocked by those ornaments that provide so much more stats for his own team. So definitely, I think as far as scaling goes, there is still the option that DSG might be a bit stronger in the late game, just because of how many stats those ornaments give. But it looks like we're posturing around Baron here. I think the winner of this fight will just go on to win the game.
It's going to be really rough. Father Wrangler showing a little bit early, and Polite Hitman has found the angle, but they don't find the E and knock him, so they don't find the necessary damage. The wild growth popping up, but they get a crucial clue down off Lulu and a lot of damage onto her. She's going to be forced to recall, walk back to the fight, or just going to take that chunk damage. And now we see DSG looking on to the Baron. It's getting taken very low, very fast. Polite Hitman, with the help of the Yordle Snap Traps, are doing a good job of zoning out. But Aerosol Loomis might be in a little bit of a rough spot here, but he is zoning out to perfection. Now Tier in a bad spot, and they take out Tufu at the start of the fight, and it is such a chaotic fight. But at the end of the day, it's going to be very hard to take out DSG's beautiful comp. But now we see Jin doing a good job with those snipes and with those things, but he's on top of so many tanks and so many members. City Town finding the outcome of the Immortal Shield procs, but it is not enough. It is shut down by Aerosol Loomis and that beautiful Mantra 2, and that will be it, and they're looking to end the game.
They might not be able to. They don't really have any waves right now, but actually, as they say that they are clearing the wave, so maybe they will be able to march in before these members spawn. I can't actually see. I can't see them actually ending the game before at least a few of these guys are up. So I don't think the game ends right here, but they are going to be able to at least take an inhibitor.
Yeah, because they lost some of these important siege members. They got Father Wrangler down. They have 7 chakras down. They couldn't really make the play to end the game here. And all they get is inhibitor, and they don't even get the Baron out of it.
Oh, I think that Baron will be another point of contention here very, very soon. But Stun Gaming, again, once they show signs of life, they were able to take out both of the carries on the enemy team. But unfortunately, once you've invested all your resources into that, you got nothing to kill these big, burly boys. And the Jarvan and the Ornn and Aristotle Loomis doing work as well, buffing those tanks up and doing damage himself. So, again, it's just a matter of you need to be able to kill these carries even faster than that so that you do still have some resources left over to take out the remainder of the enemy team.
But something I would importantly want to point out are these summoner spell cooldowns that we see still up from Stun Gaming and DSG. Father Wrangler with the flash, a humongous cooldown here on the side of the sort of a mobile carry like Caitlyn. She has Gale Force, but having that flash can be the difference between a won fight and a lost fight. But all 3 carries coming out. But as I'm saying that, the engage coming out from Dinny Town, he's forced Cosmic and then the flash out, and now he's trying to peel off of the backline from Strangleworth. The Strangleworth is so incredibly tanky, the wild growth to further make him even tankier. But now the poke damage coming out from 7 chakras is able to find Jin in the team fight and the knockup on Dinny Town from Tiroi. But now all perfectly layered on top of the stopwatch, and 7 chakras and the rest of his team find the necessary kills, and Father Wrangler flashing in to finish off the kill, picks up double for himself. But Senji looking to shut me up on the caster's desk, but now he is possessed. Not really a member that can do too much. He gets the karma, but he's not able to get more. But he knows the life of this game rests solely in his. He's forced to recall back. Can he make the 1v3 happen?
See this happening. I think this is game 1 going over to DSG. Will Senji be able to actually do anything about it?
We'll have to see the W in, but the Nexus is
Nexus
just
will fall.
Taken too low. And that is an exciting game 1. If that doesn't tell you that you got to keep watching this series, I don't know what will.
So, what looked like a doom game from the beginning actually turned out to be a lot more even than we were anticipating. I think that is very good sign for what is to come. Stun Gaming coming out of the gates a bit slow. You know, it is finals. I'm hoping that that's just nerves. They weren't quite ready for, you know, what the finals would make for them, but definitely showing signs of life, like, from 20 minutes onwards. So I think, if they are able to play with that sort of mentality and that same ability that they did at the beginning, I think they will have a great time in game 2 and may be able to make this a very competitive series.
Renegade Mythos take game 1. But as I would love to talk about it more, we got to send it to the analyst desk, the people who are qualified and are hired to do this job. I'll see you there.
Ouch.
Hello,
Okay.
everybody. Wow. Okay, you're
Yeah.
unmuted.
Yeah, I'm unmuted. I'm unmuted. I make sure this time. I made sure this time.
Good, good. Wow, that was a really exciting game.
Yeah, no, it was pretty intense. Like, I was thinking the game was over a bit earlier than it was, but I think that was just a testament to how much I think it was stunned, how much they were able to just fight back and play to their comp strengths. Like they were making quite a number of picks and they kept themselves in the game like a lot longer than I felt like they should have been.
Yeah, definitely. It to me, I really appreciate watching two teams that have the ability to they go in, they fight, and then they back out, and then they kind of go in, they weave in and out until they know, okay, maybe we save it for another time. Instead of sometimes they just go all out, and then it's like a bloodbath, and nobody knows who's gonna win or lose.
Yeah.
But I will say the Valcause. I know we're saying Caitlyn did a really good job, and I love Caitlyn because she's such a good meta pick. I play her quite a bit, but
Mhm.
Valcause has my heart, and he did so much for that game. I think he acted like he was a support. Oh, we
100%.
we have a replay apparently. All
Oh
right.
yeah, some replay of the game. Let's see. Probably showing how much impact the Caitlyn and the Vel'Koz had in that game. So we'll take a look at it.
I'm excited. All right, so this is at the Baron fight,
Mhm.
and we are about to see. So this is at half speed. So we got
Yeah.
Orin coming in with ult. I remember this. This was a great engage on his part. And I
Yeah.
remember I believe Vel'Koz was kind of behind him. I can't really tell. So
Yeah.
they're all
Everybody
going off
else.
the Baron. This is
Yeah.
a
Everybody else
panic
is
mode
tracking.
when they
That
decide,
2-man
oh,
ult
do
was
we go
nice.
off the Baron? Nope. Yep. So we have the rest of PSG coming in.
Mhm.
Nice, nice.
It's a pretty solid. Yeah, it was a pretty solid snipe, and then the turnaround I think was like they were
This
trying to
is
see.
when
Oh, somebody's
Vel'Koz and
low. We
Caitlyn
could
come
focus on the
in
lane.
and finish the rest off. Yes. Oh, this is a perfect engage ult by Vel'Koz there.
Yeah, the lineup was
Perfect. Oh,
insane.
this is amazing. Oh,
Oh, that was such a nice flash
the
from
Orin
Caitlyn.
has to step out, so then Vel'Koz and Caitlyn are like, nope, it's our time to shine. Oh yeah, there's that triple by Caitlyn.
Oof. So
Oh man. Oh, the comment. I think
yeah.
Orin finished this off. Yeah, Orin finished this off. So it was a whole team effort. Everybody got what they wanted in, and bam, they made do. They were very consistent all game, but you know what? Any last words here before we take it to the next game?
I mean, I think
Oh,
like just looking back at that replay, like I think it kind of showed the differences in just comp where Vel'Koz, even though that they were late, right? Like Ornn was there by himself for so long, and they were able to stall it out. And when the fight broke out, Vel'Koz and Caitlyn were pretty much untouched, and Vel'Koz was able to just line up his ulti and hit a bunch of people and not get touched. And I think because of that, it just showed that it was a little bit of a comp diff. Once they got ahead, it's like, can Syndra and Varus really hit anybody on their side? Like Vel'Koz kind of just outranges most people, and then same with Caitlyn. And I felt like that was just pretty shown in that one fight, and then in a lot of the fights throughout the game.
yeah, yeah. And even though it was Jarvan on the other end, right? Yeah, it was
Hmm.
Jarvan. And even though he did, oh, sorry, that's my alarm. Please ignore that.
You're good.
Even though Jarvan did do very well at the beginning of the game, it just wasn't enough damage, I believe, to really help out that
Yeah.
team. So we but they did held out. I did have moments in my heart where I believed that they could bring it back. I there was no doubt in myself that I believe that they were weaker. They were so even in my head.
Yeah, like they were pretty close. Like I've since Syndra got reworked, I'm always kind of like iffy, where it's just like she might be behind, but I swear she does way more damage than she should. Like there's just some games where she just catches me by surprise, and I was like, okay, they probably lose this game, but I'll just I'll keep it an open mind and see how this Syndra does. And like they came pretty close. There was some fights where I
Yeah.
was like, did they really win this right here? Like, are they this close to winning right now? But
So you had mentioned that you loved the Orin pick, and I had
mhm.
mentioned I love the Vel'Koz pick, and they were both
Yeah.
actually on the same team.
Yeah.
They did
It
super well.
yeah, it really is just how well they synergize in the sense of like it's just range diff, really. Where it's like if you look at the enemy team, right? It's like you got Syndra and Varus. Those are their main damage threats, right? And one common thing about them is that they're just so immobile. Like they're so slow. They don't have like any dashes. They don't have anything. And then with Vel'Koz and Ornn, it's like you have ways to touch them to threaten them from so far away that it's like now they can't play the way that they want to. It's like Syndra wants to be able to flash in and just like press R delete somebody, but it's just like if you do that, you're already in a bad spot. You're just already being hit before you even flash. So it was just those are like the two biggest things where it's like, yeah, Ornn Vel'Koz this comes in really well.
Yeah. Well, normally if there wasn't a Vel'Koz and Orin, Syndra and Sejuani together, I believe Sejuani has that ability to engage really well, and Syndra she can just use her E, her alt, kind of just stay back, and then Sejuani can tank and engage very well. So, and then you got the Viego. So if it had been maybe a different pick, I believe that that other side for SGM would have done super well.
Yeah, I definitely want to yeah, definitely
But
want to
we
see some slight changes in the draft, but speaking of draft, I think now would be a decent time to probably send it over to the desk since it seems like they're going to be starting up soon.
Yeah, so well, we're gonna get the excitement of Slatty and Hypersloth in draft pick here. Thanks, guys. Thanks, Swift.
No problem.
I heard we're excited, so that's what I'm taking from that. And let's hop into draft here, Slatty. As it looks like we actually will have same sides, as Stun Gaming will take red side, DSG will be staying on blue side, and you can already see a bit of adjustment to the draft. Caitlyn taking out, we're not seeing her again. The father will not be able to smurf like he did on this game.
Okay. The first thing I would like to immediately point out is that we have Stun Gaming on red side, which is interesting because they get to choose which side they're on after the game. And I'm not entirely sure if that should be your decision making. I think for me personally, I would go on blue side. I would pick up the Caitlyn first and sort of make them want to ban one of their own champions. And we see Deep Sea Gaming Blue, saying, hey, Caitlyn was nice, but we definitely still want to pick up Karma.
Karma is probably one of the safest supports, I would say. It's like arguably one of the ones that can always be blind picked into almost anything. It could be paired up with almost anything, always just buffs and keeps ADCs safe. So I think that is definitely a very good first pick. And as my team would have you know, it is also a flex pick. Our mid laner does play Karma as well. Even our top laner has played it once. So it is definitely can be used as a flex pick as well. So always keep that in mind. It doesn't necessarily mean it's always going support. But on the other side, it looks like they're going to be picking up the Sejuani yet again, wanting to keep their top laner on, or perhaps even their jungler this time, on that Sejuani with the powerful engages, and picking up Sivir, which will then be responded to by the Varus by DSG. And Ivern, which would be interesting.
As I am an 80 carry connoisseur, I don't know if I said that right, but I think the Varus and the Sivir matchup is a very interesting one because despite people, thinking Sivir got like a poke, the thing is she's stuck with a 500 auto attack range, which can oftentimes really make her struggle. And, we talk about Caitlyn Karma being a threat. Varus Karma is also up there as a humongous threat. And so it can cause a lot of problems in the lane unless they pair the Sivir with something a lot more aggressive, something a lot more divey that can really play to kill pressure in the lane. But that's not really what Sivir's known for.
Yeah, and, if we close out the last two picks with the Jarvan and the Syndra, yet again, Jarvan into two pretty immobile carries, so definitely going to find a lot of use out of those cataclysms if he can find the targets. Meanwhile, we do have some last 4 bands to talk about. We have Swain and Vel'Koz, so we're not going to see the Vel'Koz, I'm sorry, Haru, this time around, as it is taken off the board. And on the other side, looking to ban out some more junglers, it looks like that they opt in to take out the Volibear, which I love. I love Volibear, is one of my favorites, and they're bad. I feel like they're banning me because Trundle is my most played this season. I just hit 100 games on him this season, or earlier today. I've hit 100 games on Trundle, so taking out of that as well, they opt to actually pick up the Yubi here. I'm just gonna get up and leave. I don't want to see Yumi.
Chat. Come on. Don't boo. It's okay. The game will still be fun. Don't worry about it. I actually like the decision to go Sivir Yumi because, it's gonna be hard for you to win this early game, right? And I think last time one of them, they went for the Varus Lulu, which kind of has poke, is sort of late game centered. But with a Sivir Yumi, that is all your equity going towards this late game. So saying, hey, you might have Varus Karma, you might dominate this in the early game, but definitely in these later half, you're going to have a hard time really making anything happen. So I actually like the decision to use the Yumi here. I think it's going to be interesting to how it plays. And now a Nasus and a Vex. They're definitely opting for scaling with that top laner, and they got a lot of dive with that Vex.
Yes! I was about to say, I really hope Sejuani does not go top again. That would be such a free lane for Nasus. And I was actually going to say, as a former Urgot one trick, is the easiest matchup into Nasus. You scale almost as hard as he does, and you're able to poke him out. And if you play the lane correctly, Nasus will not pick up any farm. He will not be able to scale. So I love the Urgot pick coming through for Stud Gaming. That just made me very excited.
Trust me, if Hypersauce says it's good, he knows what he's talking about at Urgot. So this must be a dang good Urgot spot. But what I would like to point out is, I hate to be, the bearer of bad news. But DC Gaming blew one draft again. And here's why.
Really?
Because Jarvan 4, Cataclysm, Sivir, Syndra, 0 mobility. Both your carries are once again no mobility carries that get easily shut down by a Jarvan engage. And when you layer that with something like Varus poke, you have Vex engage, they have such an incredibly good dive comp that it doesn't feel like it would give Stump Getting Mythos any time to breathe.
My mic was muted there for a second. Sorry about that. But, okay. And another thing you also have to keep in mind, Jarvan can also cage in the Urgot. He does have mobility, he does have a dash, but it doesn't go over walls. Like, his Urgot's E does not go through walls at all, so definitely, if he could catch all 3 of those carries, they'll have a Yubi attached to them as well. So 4 people into 1 Cataclysm would just be so detrimental because none of them can leave. The only person that could leave would be a Sejuani who can queue through walls. But because we do want to talk a bit more with the analyst desk about this, we're going to be throwing it back over to Haru and Swift Duelist. We'll see you guys in game.
Okay, long time no see.
Long time no see. It's been a minute. So mentioning before we go into this draft, mentioning that Hypersloth loves Trundle. We were actually talking about a new Trundle skin that we were thinking of selling to Riot as an idea.
There was an idea.
So take it away.
Yeah,
What's your idea?
The idea was Ice Cream Salesman Trundle, where he would have like a giant ice cream cone, and his pillar would be a giant ice cream cone.
And then he has chromas of different flavors.
And then the chromas would be different flavors of ice cream for like the club and the pillar. So it just seemed like a decent idea. I didn't want to come with too many, but
And there's a theme song I'll send Hypersloth that should go with Trundle's skin.
True.
But anyways, going into this draft, what are your thoughts on both choices teams?
I'd probably have to agree with Slade where he's mentioned that DSG probably have the advantage coming out just draft wise. I really like the J4 and the Varus coming in, where it's another instance of like you're dealing with Syndra and Sivir this time around, and both of them kind of have the same thing where they're like a bit shorter on the range end of things and are really susceptible to getting picked off. depending
Yeah.
on what you pick. And I feel like Varus and J4 do that pretty well. Same with Vex. And Vex, it's like you don't even have to be on the same screen to be able to pick somebody off. So they're already
Yeah, Vex
starting off pretty good.
Vex can also like deflect a lot of tanks out of your face with
Hmm.
I think it's her passive, right? So
Yeah.
that is a good one. But on the side of SGM, I was actually really excited for the Urgot pick as well.
Yeah.
Just because you have the Sejuani, she can be a very stable top lane, but I do find that in other cases she's a very stable jungler as well. And then you got the Urgot that does want to outscale the Nasus like Hyper Sloth that did mention. So
Hmm.
it's I feel like this time it's a pretty even game. We
Yeah.
we're gonna have a fun match again.
True. Like, SGM definitely have angles to play through. I'd say this time around you want to play through that Urgot and probably through the Syndra because she's not like super outrange as she was last game. So it'll
Yeah.
probably be easier for her this time around.
Yeah.
And just how draft panned out is another testament of how, like you mentioned, Sejuani, it can be good top and it could be good jungle. So I think what was it? They picked Sejuani early, and then the Nasus came in, and they're like, okay, let's just throw Sejuani into the jungle now, and then pull out that Urgot. And it just seems like it'll work out a lot better than if you just left her top lane.
Yeah. Or I guess you could also maybe like pick another scale like Mundo.
Hmm.
Might have been another good pick, but I think our God will stick. But when are they going to draft? I just want to make sure that I am not taking up all of this time.
We'll be
We're good.
fine.
Okay.
I'm sure
Thank
we'll get some
you,
sort
Maggie.
of yeah, we'll get some sort of okay, I guess. But going into the game, like just the last couple of thoughts that I have about the draft, like I'm not the biggest fan of Yumi, but hey, it is what it
Are
is.
you?
So
Oh my
I'm
goodness. So you are not an 80 carry
yo
connoisseur.
yo
That's the
like
word, right? Yeah, because
connoisseur.
I have played versus a Sivir and a Yumi, and my goodness, they get to late game, and yeah, you got a Nasus that is so strong and so beefy and so like, I'll take all your towers any day, children. And then you have Sivir who can take your mana with her E. You have the Yumi that sticks on her and speeds her up. And she has her ult that basically is either okay team we can run out together like we're superheroes or no I'm leaving you and saying bye bye I'm staying alive with my cute cat on my shoulder. So I and on top of that her damage eventually with her W and her Q
Mhm.
is just unstoppable.
Yeah,
So
like Yumi's good, but it's just like it doesn't mean I like her. Like I don't know. I I know
you
she's
don't
like
like cats?
she's
Are you
she.
not a cat lover?
I like
Is this
cats,
the
but
problem?
it's
Don't
not her
lie to
fault.
me.
I'm not lying to you. If I were to get a pet, it'd probably be a cat or a dog. But either way, like I was just ever since she got released, I was never the biggest fan of her. I was like, eh. I don't like laning with it, and it's like super strong sometimes, and I'm like, you know what? I'd rather not deal with it. That's just me, though.
I just think that you have a bias to not liking cats.
A bias. We'll look into it afterwards, but I'll I'll think about it in between games.
Okay, well, they are getting here into games, so we're gonna take it back to the casters. Thank you, Swift, and we'll be back.
Yeah, no problem.
Well, the argument seemed to really go in favor of are you a dogs or cats person, so I feel like I gotta ask this question. We have a dog on one team, Nasus, and a cat on the other with with the Yubi. Who wins this fight? Dog v cat, Slotty.
Okay, obviously I could be like nerd emoji, be like, oh my god, but actually the draft is in favor of the dog. No, dogs are better than cats, and that is final. But I love cats anyways. I actually want a pet snake, but that's besides the point. There's no Cassiopeia in this game, so unfortunately that's not gonna happen.
Okay, looks like, and we already got our production team freaking out over that answer. So you're not going to be very popular at the end of this stream, Slotty. That's all I'm saying. And I am not going to give my opinion. So I will not be slaughtered vocally later on. So we don't see too many level 1 shenanigans coming from either team. Looks like just a standard 5-point. What are you looking for Stun Gaming to do differently this time around in order to negate what happened in game 1?
I just think that you have to make a decision. Okay, you either play towards your top lane and your mid lane, and TRR, who you know played well from the first game. I feel like playing around him would be a very good idea because 7 chakras without that flash can be very immobile, and you have something like Sejuani who can make those early ganks happen. I say you play around who's playing well in your team and not the people that are playing bad. Cut your loss in the bot lane; they will eventually scale up, and just let the rest of your team pop off.
Yeah, and we can see that right now Father has been playing better than Jin. Obviously, I think just going off one game, we can't say that exclusively Father Wrangler is a better AD carry than Jin. We still haven't seen, I think, his full potential. Maybe just the nerves coming through. But here we go, already in top lane. Diddy Town already going in, but the flash coming through from Strangleroot keeps himself alive a bit longer. Urgot is the strongest level 1 top laner in the game, in my opinion, so I think definitely with Denny Town going up, making sure that his top laner doesn't absolutely suffer is a very smart move.
Denny Town, the first time you've ever agreed with something he's done in a game, that's kind of crazy. No, but
I wanted to say that if Strangleroot plays this matchup correctly, oh, by the way, we have actually a bit more fighting up in top lane, but I was going to say if Strangleroot plays this matchup correctly, Nasus should not have a single stack within like the first 2 to 3 waves or something like that. But because of that gank, he is now down a flash. It definitely will help. But meanwhile, Father Wrangler down very, very low. And guess who's here? It's Seji. Jin has to pop the heal a bit. It also pops the cleanse to negate that ignite. And look at the disaster. What how greed rot. Double kill for Jin in the bot lane.
An absolute masterclass of stalling coming out from Stun Gaming's own Jin. Discounted him in the first game, but he did a good job of playing at that range despite having such low attack range. He played at that range where he can auto, he can Q, he can find the Boomerang Blade when it's necessary, but as I'm saying that, a flash forced out once again by Denny Town.
Alright, so a couple flashes gained by Denny Town, but 2 kills from Senji. This is huge right now for Stun Gaming. They have now a 1.3k gold lead. I'm very excited to see how they play this towards their advantage because I'm pretty sure the tower was down at this point in game 1. Okay, no, that's a bit of an exaggeration, but you can see the differences of skill in the last game, and I'm excited to see Jin come out on top this time around.
Yeah, it's interesting because Jin definitely was struggling in the early game, but now with his Sejuani coming down and rotating to help him out, they were pushed up. Father Wrangler, Airstyle Loomis exposed the back end and allowed him to go through the tri-bush, find the angle, and Stun Jin played the fight perfectly. He spaced out, used a cleanse, didn't even have to use the flash there in that situation. And so now he's sitting very pretty. He has the late game in his hands. Can he get there is the question.
And now we can see that this wave will push back to him if he just leaves the wave alone. Because we could see Denny Town on this bot side, so definitely Jin will have to play safe. He is spotted on the ward now. Will he be able to make his escape? Yes, he will. The cat is rooted, but I think it happened when he already jumped back, so I'm a bit confused on how that interaction works, but meanwhile, on top lane, Strangleroot just absolutely bullied Polite Hitman, as this matchup should entail. We can see the root coming through from Airstyle Loomis as well. Father Wrangler is trying his best to trade some of that damage back onto Jin. But guess what? Yuumi is, of course, a sustained champion and will be able to keep him safe. Meanwhile, on the top side, Polite Hitman, sound the trumpets. He will go down. Senji is tanking for as long as possible. And he might be able to get a kill back. They do not kill him fast enough. And Polite Hitman will take out Strangleroot with the help of the tower.
Talking about that, Jin, when we can get out the flash forward for Father Wrangler, is able to shut down this Sivir. And now Yuumi is going to be next to fall. All Ashot has to Loomis has to do is to tank it for his Varus, and tank he does, but it's unfortunately going to be a 1-for-1 at the end of it. Living on a prayer and living on 1 HP.
Oh man, how much HP did he had like 9 HP left. Really cutting it close there. But then again, you could see the skill coming through from Father Wrangler on this Varus. Trades back 2 kills, does lose his life in the process, but now has evened up the gold down there in bot lane.
It's so interesting to me how Father Wrangler, despite giving a double kill over to Stun Gaming Jin, is able to play so aggressively and with so much confidence. And that's something you definitely need to have if you're AD carry player. You understand your matchup, and you don't let that change You don't let that change when it think it would change. Normally people say, oh, 2-0. Oh, it's over. It's doomed. We just got to play defensively and pay back. But even when they didn't get an initial kill, they were still trading aggressively onto Jin. So Father Wrangler definitely not one to sit down and die.
Yeah, and I'm not a big fan of how Strangleroot is playing this. Again, might just be because I am an Urgot, or was an Urgot player. I haven't played him since I swapped to the jungle, but already Nass is sitting at around 80 stacks. That's not where you want to be at this point of the game if you're the Urgot. At any point, he steps up and tries to Q one of those minions, you should be EAing in and taking these free trades at this stage of the game before Nasus is able to scale up. So I'm not a big fan of how Strangleroot has been playing this matchup. Hopefully he will make the adjustments necessary to prevent any stacking from the Nasus. Like now, see, as soon as he steps up, you just E forward. You can pop his ult, that's fine. Meanwhile, we also have Senji coming as he pops the ult from Strangleroot, and he will get hooked in. I am sorry for the caster curse Polite Hitman, but finally Strangleroot gets the kill on to Polite Hitman.
Dude, I'm gonna tell you this right now. Side note, Urgot ult is one of the sickest ult in the game, by the way. I just want to establish that right now. It shoots him out, pulls him back in, and does a great job because he can stick it early and just wait until he eventually gets to execute. But they're trying to trade onto a Yumi Sivir, and it's not really working too well for them on the side of DSG. But now they're just looking on this dragon here. I like the call. You see this Sejuani top. This should be pretty much a free dragon. But is dragon really going to be the important thing this game, or is it going to actually be that Rift Herald? I would argue that it's the Rift Herald.
As a jungler, I always do say dragons are the better late game objective, while Rift helps out early. Obviously, Rift will get you the gold necessary to perhaps reach that late game, but the stats given from dragons are just so gosh darn powerful. Already, restoring 3% missing health every 5 seconds just for picking up this one objective will be beneficial. So it's never, I think, a bad call to go for dragons. Is it risky very early in the game, especially in solo queue when your teammates completely ignore you? Absolutely. So don't, especially in solo queue, ladies and gentlemen, don't go for those early dragons. I think they are complete bait. But here, when the jungler's topside, I think it is a very, very good call here from DSG.
Very interesting indeed. You know, but I will say, Tiroyoi, having the consistent farm leave over his lane opponent, this is definitely one of the gaps that I saw in game 1, and it is holding true in game 2. Same thing with Strangleroot in the top lane. But now, for how much I'm saying the consistency with this top side is, now the one major factor is not constant, is actually this bot lane, Stun Jin. You know, holding it down in this bot lane for his squad, and that is definitely going to play a factor and make this game look a lot different than it did the first time.
Yep, Jin, definitely a much better outing so far. We'll see if he can keep it up. He is only about 7 CS down, and with even kills, I'd say the lane is relatively even at this stage of the game. With the wave pushing away from him, though, it looks like they're trying their best to perhaps set up a freeze here in the bot lane with Dinny Town on this side. That would be a very effective way to absolutely bleed Jin dry. They're going to have to break this freeze soon if they want a shot to stay in this game.
Jin just trading back and forth. And honestly, the wave control from Father Wrangler is really nice here. You got the wave in a nice, comfortable position where Jin has to overcommit to walk up, and this could potentially be one of those overcommitments. The Varus ult is layered on top of it.
The heal also popped heal from Awkward Tofu, and unfortunately, Jin will just be able to walk away. So that Rift Herald is picked up from Senji, and there's not really much taken on the other side. Yes, that freeze is still active, but Seven Chakras might find himself in a bit of danger here. Here comes the ult. It doesn't hit here for Senji, but the Q does. The ultimate from Urgot will miss, but it doesn't even matter. Tyr is able to pick up the kill in mid lane.
The unleashed power coming out. The balls all flying at this Vex. And now, with a 1 kill lead, as well as a 25 CS lead, sounding very familiar to the last game we saw.
But meanwhile, D-Town feels like he wants some action here, but Senji actually never went away. Meanwhile, top lane, we also have Strangleroot fighting out with Polite Hitman, but he'll just be able to get this wave pushed in, and he's gonna be able to pick up this wave under turret. It doesn't look like any action anywhere else on the map will occur.
And so, you know, I'm gonna throw a question. Urgot, you're the Urgot main. What do you think of this
Urgot
decision?
main.
Ex-Urgot main, whatever. You still know what you were doing on this champion. What do you think of the Black Cleaver first? I think we talked about it earlier, but is this the right, correct decision?
It is, especially into a champion who has the potential to build a lot of resistances like this Nasus. Getting the Black Cleaver early is important, but why are we talking about Urgot when Jin is picking up the 2v2 kill on Father Wangler in bot lane?
You know, overconfidence is a flimsy shield and a double-edged sword. And they definitely didn't get on the right side of the sword there. Father Wrangler bit off way more than he can chew, walked up completely disrespectful, and Jin throwing the boomerang back and forth. But as I say, that Strangle Root by him, and now duking it out on the top lane.
Oh, Strangle Root not played this correctly and forced to flash away, but that's not going to save his life. Polite Hitman able to pick up the kill there. So, Urgot maybe diving in a bit more overconfident, not underestimating the damage that Nasus can in fact do.
And you know, it strikes fear in the heart of the top laners, and he lives in their nightmares. The Nasus sound effect whenever he lands one of those Qs, and he just kept pelting him with them and finish it off with the flash Q. The bonk coming from the dog here in the top lane. Now he's looking to take some more place. Blight Hitman has allowed himself to scale, and he's 2-2. He's feasting pretty well.
Yeah, almost at 200. He's at 171 stacks right now. So definitely in a place that he could do some damage. But meanwhile, Father Wangler forced to flash away. But will that save his life? Seji dives under tower a little. And he is going to be able to get out with that Yuumi on top of him. But now it's Father Wangler on the opposite end of what he faced last game, as he is now being zoned off of these waves as well. But with Karma coming back, not willing to bite off more than they can chew, Stun Gaming will make their escape.
The gold lead has now ballooned to a nice, clean 5k gold lead for the side of Stun Gaming. If you thought game 1 was close, they're certainly trying to make this the opposite of that game 1, as they're engaging onto Loomis and a 2. Oh!
Denny Town diving in. Jin will go down first. He will try to make his escape, but meanwhile Tyr is here as well. The flash forward from Zenji. Will that be able to pick up Loomis? Will not. Father Wangler also flashless now, dangerously low under his turret. Zenji will pick up the kill, so it's 80 carry for 80 carry. But here comes Strangle Root. Nasus is left all alone into top lane. He does not have any teleport, so it looks like this will be a free dragon, but stacks for the Nasus on the other side of the map. Strangle Root now getting hit by the ult from 7 Chakras. Will he be able to make his escape? The smite coming through from Diddy Town will be able to pick him up, but Strangle Root goes in, and will he get the kill? He is pulled in, and Diddy Town is executed. The dragon picked up here for Stun Gaming.
1 for 1 for Diddy Town, and despite that initially looking sort of hairy for the side of Stun Gaming, you know, Stun Jin and Octofu in a Cataclysm, unable to get out. It ends up being a 1 for 1. But because a lot of these resources on the AD carry, it's arguable that, you know, maybe Polite Hitman and DSG could potentially make the run for the dragon. But it is Strangleruth who does a great job of zoning them out in a 1v3 scenario and gets a trade kill.
So, as you were mentioning earlier, if this Black Cleaver is the right option, I believe yes it is. Not a lot of mythics actually do that great on Urgot. I'm hoping one of these tank mythics next time will do some work for him. I haven't really done a lot of looking into it because I'm not an Urgot player anymore. But right now there aren't a lot of mythics that really help him out, especially in the early game. So picking up the Black Cleaver to sort of negate some of this armor coming out from the Nasus, I think is a very good call. Hopefully he will be building towards a Tiamat and into a Titanic second. That is the best first 2 items and a huge power spike for the Urgot, and that's what I'm looking for Strangleroot to come through here.
It's just Tyr and Sejuani and Jin doing a great job. They have the commanding lead that they need. You know, 4k up, went from 5k to 4k. Dragons, each dragon's a peach. The Rift Herald spawning up pretty soon. I am dumb and don't know how to use the operator, so I don't exactly know when that time is. I know it's in the next minute, but
here we go. Polite Hitman going with the bonk strategy, but meanwhile in the mid lane, Father Wangler's able to pick up a kill onto Jin, but the 1v1 in bot lane actually goes in favor of Tyr, who is able to take out the bonking king.
But now Senji on a potential flank angle. The Yumi could attach. I definitely see a 2v3 angle coming out from here. They're just not letting him take the turret.
Yeah, look, opting more to just defend the turret rather than going for any kills here. Senji able to clear the wave, make sure that they're not able to hit the tower more than they already have, and DSG forced to walk away from that fight.
And that entire time that fight was going, despite the AD carry being taken.
Oh, the blast code! The blast code comes in, the ultimate for Senji as well. The ult comes through onto the Ergon. He will be able to pull in Diddy Town, but I don't think they'll be able to get much more than that. The TP does come in from Tier to try and push the wave here a bit faster, but ultimately not just the kill picked up for Diddy Town, but they will be able to cultivate that with a Rift Herald as well.
Well, this Rift Herald being taken, want to put more pressure on these turrets, but pressure was already being applied to the turrets then when that fight happened. You know, it was I think it was Father Wrangler, no, it was 7 Chakras, Aristotle, some group of 3 was trying to pressure that mid lane tower and take it out. It is still a little bit of HP, but the entire time you saw Strangleruth on the top side clearing out those top lane towers. So Stun Gaming, despite these fights sometimes going awry, usually have someone in the side lane or someone else making sure they still getting value.
So a 6.5k gold lead right now. This is just like it's like comparing apples and oranges to what last game was. Even though there's a similar comp coming through for the side of DSG, they are just getting run circles around right now by Stun Gaming. And hopefully they're going to be able to pick this back up and swing the opposite way, because I want a competitive series for sure. And as of right now, that's what we're getting.
We're definitely getting that. Hopefully it's going to go back to a 1-for-1, or even if it goes 2-0, and Polite Hitman and DSG can make the greatest comeback I've probably seen ever in my time in casting. The objective bounties spawning. And you know, objective bounties, from my experience, usually are like, yeah, nice try coming back in the game. We have this mechanic for you, but oftentimes it gets really rough to try to make anything happen. The Rift Herald spawn bot for the Sejuani, they definitely want to allow Strangleruth to be the main carry, but as I'm saying, that's engaging.
Yeah, Senji dives in onto Father Wrangler, will be able to pick up that first kill onto Jin. The TP coming in from 7 Chakras as well. Looks like they want to pursue this even more as the TP comes in from Strangleroot, but it looks like just another AD carry trade here will go on in the mid lane.
Of course. This is an action-packed game. First game was a lot more slow, a lot more conservative. Both teams sort of wanting to scale up, but now the game has become a lot more of an aggressive style. It has definitely favored the side of Sun Gaming. The dragon spawning within the next minute, actually within the next 15 seconds. And now that the Father Wrangler is down and he's got to walk all the way from the base, the Hex Gates will help him out, but the man advantage will be with Stun, and the gold advantage will also be theirs.
All right, with the dragon spawning, this is not where you want your Polite Hitman to be. We'll be able to heal up a bit, but will he get dragged in? Yes, he will. Strangleroot able to execute the Nasus and flash away.
Unfortunate. The combo was shown there. Cataclysm in. Vex ulti down. You have huge AoE damage, huge resetting potential, but because of the tankiness of those members inside that Cataclysm, they weren't actually able to get any value out of that, and now Stun Gaming just wants to recall and chill out, but it is definitely DSG is not going to allow them to go quietly, and they want to take this dragon now.
Meanwhile, Father Wrangler almost deleted by Tyr, and it's actually Senji who picks up the kill here. Diddy Town and Senji duking it out in the Dragon Pit, but Diddy Town's team gets slaughtered in front of him, and it's Stun Gaming with the win.
And now they're looking on the Baron. The pings come out. It's simple as that. The Baron spawned 10 seconds ago, and it's already looked like it's about to be taken. Definitely going to be looking like that's the avenue they want to take to bust open these towers. Looking in the mid, looking in the bot lane. But going back to that fight, you know, I know you got to make something happen, but is it really that last stand on the dragon? You are 1-for-1 in dragons. You've already ensured that you can at least get to probably around 35 minutes into the game, where potentially you have some scaling threat, some way to pick it off. Is it really that dragon to fight? That's going to be a hard one to sell, at least to me.
Well, now at a 10, almost 11.5k gold down. Now it's just a matter of how is Deep Sea Gaming going to make their own comeback. We saw Stun Gaming make a few really good fights last time around. and almost made the game turn completely around. And now even deeper in the hole, DSG is going to have to come up with some sort of a miracle run to make this game happen for them.
You know, the amount of gold that they are down is, you know, kind of looking like the the FTX situation that's currently going around right now. But now their stun is kind of pushing into the bot lane. It's just such a massive gold advantage, and it's really what you got to say to yourself. Like, hey guys, we may lose this game. The mentality is there's schools of thought. Don't give up. This game's still winnable. Let's keep going back into this. But then again, there's also the part of you that wants to say, hey guys, we messed up this game. Let's think about next game and because the enemy team needs to still focus. They need to close this out. We can use that time to try to think of a potential counter strategy right now while we still have the opportunity to. It's just hard to determine what is the correct avenue here.
Yeah, and I was about to mention Strangleroot is using that Urgot mechanic correctly now, and Seven Chakras dives in, but gets pushed away. Tears dropping dangerously low. Seven Chakras is able to pick up that first kill, but here comes the re-engage from Stun Gaming, and they will rip them apart. Seven Chakras drops low as well. Diddy Town goes down as well. Father Wrangler is the last man standing, but will he be the last man standing for long? No, he will not. Jin with the ace, and they will march into the base.
Yeah, I don't know if they potentially have the... No, I don't think they can end here. 20 seconds left on Blayeman, 20 seconds left on Denny Town, and they don't have enough siege. They have a Sivir with a lot of wave clear, but they don't have a lot of tower take. The least they can do is probably take this inhibitor and then take the Hex Gates out, and that is exactly what they are going to do. Could not end it here, but they are trying to look to end it as soon as possible.
Did I mention that Hextech Soul is one of my favorite maps? And for that particular reason, just the ability to dash around the map wherever you'd like is always a ton of fun, in my opinion. Especially since I really like playing a lot of mobile champions like the Belveth. Just having that extra mobility is always a good time, so I'm a big fan of the Hextech map.
And the Hextech Soul is something that I'm also a pretty big fan of. You know, not only the map, the TPs are definitely an interesting mechanic to play with, but you know, the fun mechanic really comes into play when you get that soul. That ability to chain lightning allows you to chase down, deal AoE damage. It's such a flexible soul that's always useful in a game, unlike some of the other souls. You know, Ocean Soul, you know, talk about it being good, but sometimes it can be a situational soul, but Hextech can definitely provide that immediate value, and as I'm saying, the Polite Hitman might be getting a hit on himself.
Yes, Polite Hitman forced to flash away from Senji's engage. Not too much of a loss there for DSG, as they do just lose the flash onto that Nasus. But meanwhile, not any objectives up right now, so not a real loss. Also, that they didn't get that pick, as Dragon is spawning in 50 seconds now. It looks like that is what they want to set up for next.
Yep. And now they will put themselves onto Soul Point if they're able to take this. But Vision is the name of the game here. I talk about it a lot. But you want to get this Vision in the enemy's jungle so you can make for picks. You can know when they're coming. You can know when the steal angle is. It gives you so much more information. It allows objective taking to be so much easier rather than just relying on a 50-50 smite. Because Denny Down, despite not being...
Oh! That gotta hurt! Tyr just deletes the enemy mid laner, but does lose his life in the process, so it is a mid lane trade here. What you have to argue is actually in favor of DSG.
It definitely could be. Polite Hitman looking to engage on the Strangleroot here, but the Goon Squad is trying to push out this mid lane. Dragon spawning in 10 seconds. Personally, I would argue it's better for Stun Gaming, because the only really way they win in this game is a engage, or a Cataclysm from Jarvan into some Vex ult, into some crazy AoE from Varus. And when they don't have all those pieces, I just don't think they simply have enough damage. They're probably in the same school. It's not to me opt to back out and give up and let them get put onto Soul Point.
You just have to think, how in the heck are they going to be able to kill Senji this game? Like, 5-0-12 on this Sejuani has already picked up Force of Nature, tons of health with the Warbogs, and the Sunfire Cape as well. And Ayumi on top, just to add a little bit of insult to injury, has the cat as well. If in any case the Sejuani falls into a bit of danger. So there aren't that many tank killers on the side of DSG. Like, Father Wrangler would be the only one, but because he's opted in for that Immortal Shield bow, will not do as much damage as, say, a Kraken Slayer, which Sivir has built on the other side. So I'm just at a loss for words to see how DSG will actually be able to take out the main form of Engage here.
Yeah, I think as we just talk further and further about the gold lead, about potential avenues to come back, and how it's so incredibly rough, Stun Gaming is just simply waiting for this Baron to spawn. That Baron is definitely their win con. And, you know, despite them having a marksman and a long range sort of mage, Sivir has 500 range and doesn't have mobility options, so it can be hard for her to siege this solo, especially they have good wave clear with Varus, they have some good wave clear with Nasus on some big targets. They have the potential to run, and now as I'm talking about it, they're looking to take the Baron, and DSG even contest this.
No, they cannot, especially with Varus down in bot lane. This is just a free Baron here, picked up for Stun Gaming. Oh my goodness, now 13k ahead. This is it seems like it's not a matter of if they'll win this game, it's just a matter of when.
They opt to go for the recall. Spend that cheddar, spend that moolah, spend that cash. You're 13k ahead. It doesn't really matter too much, but they want to play it safe. Get these important buys coming through. Sivir on those 3 items. That is a deadly combination. The Kraken, the PD, the IE is just pure DPS. No utility. Just only focused on dealing as much damage as possible. But
Strangle Root, unfortunately, didn't out. I think he missed his first EQ combo of the night. And Strangle Root is just able to make his escape.
Yeah, so easy. Now he's rotating back mid lane, and the Baron has spawned. But what avenue do they opt to go for? It looks like they're going to be trying to siege this mid lane. They have all 5 members here, while Polite Hitman is on this top side clearing out the waves. But that one minion, the problem is with Baron is a lot of the time what you can use is you can get that cannon minion out of the range of the tower, not taking damage, and just protect that. But because of the poke from Varus, they're able to actually take that out pretty easily, but it's not really going to matter.
And very good macro play from Strangle Root. Draw at least a few of the enemy down towards that bot lane. Now they're able to take the mid-hib in the inhib in the mid lane and pick up this bot lane one as well as the rest of the team rotates. However, there's the stun coming in from Tyr, and now he's able to delete Father Wagler. And on the other side, Seven Chakras dives in, but it has to pop the stopwatch almost immediately. The ult from Urgot misses, but does it even matter? Aristotle Loomis will drop, as will the rest of the squad, and this is going to be game 2 going over to Stud Gaming, who have tied this series.
They tied it, but they tied it in convincing fashion, saying, no. Game 1 was just a fluke. See us in game 2. Shut up, Slatty. Your predictions about team comp are a complete lie. And, you know, they
believe in Urgot.
Urgot did a great job, but I feel like it was mostly the difference factor came out from Stun Gaming's Jhin. He played that 3v2 fight really well, baiting out this Varus and baiting out the overconfidence. And what I now notice from Father Wrangler's gameplay is, despite me having so much confidence in him, and him having a lot of confidence himself, the problem that I'm starting to see is that he's playing with too much fire. And that could potentially be an avenue for Stun Gaming to ensure that they burn him with molten lava.
Absolutely, and to talk even more about how Stun Gaming was able to actually come up with this victory, we're going to throw it back to the analyst desks to Haru and Swift Duelist.
Hey, what is up? We're back.
Hi. That was amazing. That was like a complete slam on SGM side.
Yeah, I mean, from what I can tell, they got Urgot decently ahead. They didn't make him fall behind, and then that Syndra got really fed.
Yeah.
And the ADC held their own. Like, in a lane where it's just like you can get punished pretty easily, they really turn the tables on them. Like, I was expecting, okay, maybe they go even, but I was not expecting the Sivir to go up on kills and ahead of that Varus. So.
I was expecting it because I told you so. And so it's been depicted that cats won the war this time.
Okay, this time around, the Yumi.
A little
Amazing.
the Yumi. I would like to surf with the Yumi on my shoulder. Like go surfing in waves.
Just surfing with a Yumi.
Yeah,
Sounds
have
like
you
the
never
time of
seen
your
like
life.
an actual have you not seen cat surf in real life? Anyway.
I haven't seen cats. I've seen like dogs, but like I straight up haven't seen cats. Like people surf with cats.
Oh, well,
This
they
is
do.
like new to me.
It's happened.
Okay.
Anyways,
Now let it be
that
known it's
game
happened.
that so I agreed with Hyper Sloth, I believe.
Mhm.
He loved the Urgot choice, and I thought that that Urgot was a very good standing for that team.
Yeah.
Just consistency. But we do have a replay coming in, so we're about to we're, we're about to watch. Let's see
Bet,
here.
bet.
Oh yeah,
Alright.
this was the last team fight, believe, before the end of the game, right?
It was
Yes.
like one of the I felt like it was one of their bigger team fights that happened. They came
Oh,
out
I
ahead of
remember.
us.
Oh, I was
Yeah.
like, "Oh, I can't believe the Vex landed that alt, and then she lands it again." Destroys the Syndra here.
Yeah.
Nope, but then TSG SGF's like, no, no, we
Yeah, it
got
just
this.
wasn't
You destroy
happening.
our team, we're coming for you. No, you're not getting away, Vex. The
Yeah,
Starvin's
so
like, what do I do? And Varys is like, run for my life! I gotta go! And Sejuani's like, nope, I'm actually faster than you! Tap, love tap, bye-bye. See?
Yeah.
And Sivir still survived through all of it. The one thing I love about watching Sivers is they always will. They'll just run around like they're a chicken that just got their head chopped off, and they still survive. Like,
Yeah, like especially it's like how that fight turned out where Sivir was just in a corner for most of the fight. I
yeah,
feel like she still dealt like a bunch of damage, and I'm surprised at how much Sejuani did that game and in that fight too. Where it's just like by the end of it, you're like, okay, Sejuani and Yumi got 2 double kills. Like, how does this happen? And
Sejuani and Yumi together are actually very, very good.
yeah,
So just like it's kind of similar to, I mean, it's like Zack and Yumi, where Zack can
hmm
just fly across the map. Yumi just stays on Zack. It's the same thing. Sejuani has the ability to be very mobile and catch her targets if she really wanted to in a timely manner. You have to time it
yeah,
very well. I find that it's quite difficult to land the timing, but when you do, and you have that ability and you dash, and then you have the Yumi to just ult if she wanted to,
yeah.
what are you gonna do? The range on that alone is just huge. So congratulations to SGM. It's a 1-1 game tie series now. I'm excited for next game.
hmm
I don't actually know anymore. Both teams are just they're really good.
Yeah, I mean, I was coming into it, especially after the first game. I was like, okay, DSG seemed to be making a pretty decent case for winning this game out, but they were still making plays towards the end of that game. And I think this game definitely showed that they have the potential to just be able to close out a game, just get a lead and run with it.
Yeah.
So I feel like a lot of it's going to come down to which team ends up just making more mistakes. Because it seems like both of these teams play pretty comfortably once they get a lead.
They're very like very poke. They stay together, they work as a
Mhm.
team, and it's not like they're either team isn't doing it, they're both doing it. And they
Mhm.
know that they have to respect each other, so they're willing to back off. And I find that when you're working that well as a team, you're going around handling vision together as a team. You're even split pushing together as a team. I
Yeah.
believe that, they're both teams are definitely not lacking in either department. So.
Not lacking at all. When I'm trying to think of what I want to see next game, I mean, you already got your Vel'Koz. I still have yet to see my Kaisa, so I'm hoping for that.
Yeah, I was gonna
But
say Kaisa.
another thing I'm thinking about is that if you're DSG, I'm thinking maybe get rid of that Syndra. Because, like, this is 2 games where
Yeah,
it's played pretty well, even when they
yeah,
lost. So, might want to
yeah.
look around banning that, maybe?
Just get rid of Syndra. What about the cast? We're talking about a snake getting pulled out this time. What about like Cassiopeia versus like Timo,
The
a
Cassia.
snake and a
Nah.
rodent?
The
No,
snake and the rodent, okay. We're
even
just gonna
though
speak it into existence. We're hoping
they're
for a Casio next game, and if there is,
yes.
I'm just gonna leave all the predictions to you after this, cause like
I'm gonna do all the predictions.
just all the predictions. Just like, oh, what are your thoughts? It's just like, no, none. It's like Yeah.
Just hand it to Haru.
It's just like hand it to Haru. It's just like at that point, if it's Casio into the third game, I don't know why, but if there is, I'ma just hands off. I'm done.
I would say also ban the Sejuani. It's been picked
Mm.
twice, and I mean, I don't think it's done not that bad in both games
Mhm.
either. So, Sejuani got the Syndra ban. You're gonna do like
Yeah.
5 bans. We're gonna pick 5 bans because this is gonna be a real life draft right now.
Okay.
Just kidding.
This it's like right now, give me your top 5. No time to
Now,
think.
yeah.
But I definitely agree. Sedge was putting in a lot of work in that game, and their J4 answer was not the best. It was still doing a bit of work, but I felt one was definitely a lot more impactful than the other.
Yeah.
So,
Awesome. So I believe that they are ready to be in draft. So we're gonna send it over to the casters. And thank you so much, Swift. So we will be back.
no
Take it.
problemo.
They go with party people. We got back into some more exciting action. And you know
I wanted to make one point in
Okay.
this draft, and
Okay.
it was going to be get rid of Syndra, but they drafted before I was able to say it. Damn it.
They opted to not ban it. They banned the Tristana, they banned the Caitlyn, which I like both of these bans. I think Caitlyn has been putting in a lot of work for Deep Sea Gaming Blue, as well as the Tristana. I've seen him play it. He is sort of a master of this Tristana. I can respect it definitely a lot. You know, maybe not as good as, you know, mine, but
No one's as good as yours. Let's just put that out there.
But yeah, no, we got some more interesting picks here. We of course we got the Syndra coming out, we got the Sejuani coming out, but the Sylas and early pick Sylas is very unique.
So here's what happens. Obviously, Tyr has been popping off on the Syndra for 2 games now, and now I can also drop some Trundle knowledge, but that's for later. Syndra obviously been popped off by Tyr, so instead DSG opt to just first pick it, get Tyr off of that champion, and then Sylas is the response into that Syndra.
Oh my lord, we got the Trundle. We talked about the ice cream skin earlier. He's coming to play.
Trundle. Can we just make the skin for this game and then get ice cream Trundle? Okay.
And Deep Sea Gaming Blue opting to go for the Xayah. They take away the Syndra from Stun Gaming, which I think is an interesting decision. If you're confident playing it, definitely play it. But actually, from what I've seen, it's actually Deep Sea Gaming Blue's mid laner that's been struggling against Tier Owie. Where really, if you can't really win that matchup, the Syndra provides a lot less value. It can be really rough. But, you know, now we got Misfortune coming out. You know, that champ's, I don't like that champ.
So, I do love Trundle into this game already because they have a Sejuani on the other team. Tons and tons of resistances to steal there. Trundle is going to be able to pop off this game if he could get a kill or 2 under his belt early. Meanwhile, we already see 2 completely new AD carries this time around. Xayah is one of the safest ADCs in the game. Father Wangler is going to be able to actually not be bullied this time around with that ultimate. Oh no, I do not like this pick from Stud Gaming. I do not like this pick. I'm not a big fan of it. Again, Trundle is my most played champion this season. Ornn, because he has so many bonus stats in one of his passives, I think it's the passive in his W or his E or something like that, that just grants him bonus MR and armor. This is going to make the Trundle just astronomically tanky in this game.
Interesting, like, they opt to go the Trundle pick, but let me ask you something. I feel like Sylas are really good, like, that can steal the Trundle and can become like a really tanky, high damage threat. Which
absolutely. I mean, if Trundle takes Ornn and then Sylas takes Trundle's ult, I think it's kind of like a weird transition there. Absolutely, but then again, also you got to keep in mind, does Sylas actually have that Trundle ultimate available in order to retake the stats, if that makes sense? So
we got the lovers duo in the bot lane. We got Xayah and Rakan. You know, you love to see it. We got. Well, I'll turn the voices on in the game to hear their witty banter back and forth. But you know, if excitement is the name of the game in the draft, Deep Sea Gaming Blue definitely delivered. Xayah, very fun, very interesting to play. Rakan, great engage, exciting stuff going on. But Gnar is definitely my favorite top lane to watch competitive play. Is really fun to watch in lane because he can definitely look to play for pressure, but at the same time provides so much value in these late game team fights.
Don't turn the voice for Xayah Rakan. We gotta keep this. We gotta keep this stream PG.
Oh, okay.
But anyway, so saving your counter pick for an Ashe support is definitely, I would say, a gamble here from Stun Gaming. This is going to be a very annoying. Don't get me wrong. This is a very annoying bot lane to play against in the Misfortune Ashe. Just constant poke coming out from Misfortune E, from Ashe W will be very annoying for the Xayah, but I'm not sure. There's a lot. Again, there's a lot of engage. First of all, from Stun Gaming, you have, and I was gonna say single target, but Ornn can obviously hit multiple people. But with the Sejuani ult, can only hit one. The Ashe ultimate can hit one. I feel like in this game, if like an Ashe arrow lands onto one of these important targets, like the Syndra, like the Xayah, just the follow-up CC from that will just completely delete that character from the game. So I think layering this CC on top of each other will be the name, and finding these picks will be the name of the game here for Stun Gaming.
I'm pondering. You know,
what are you pondering, Slatty?
I'm pondering because for the first time in this series, I think Stun Gaming Mythos got a really nice draft going on. You know,
really,
I really think that because they have such incredible poke. But at the same time, they're definitely not lacking in damage. For me personally, I would throw this Ashe up as the AD carry and Misfortune actually as the support. Play a poke Misfortune with a Kraken Slayer Ashe, and then you have the Sylas. So you have this really consistent DPS from the Ashe. You also got that burst from the Sylas, and you have a really, really nice front-to-back comp that not only has poke, great engage, but also great counter engage. It's such a flexible, great 5-man comp, and I hope to see it come out, but unfortunately, probably it is going to be a Misfortune AD carry. Yes, I am proven wrong. This is a very sad day. But
this is the saddest day for Slatty, as it is a Misfortune AD carry. But also another curious thing, opting to stay on blue side is DSG. So yet again, we will see both these teams on the same side yet again. Yeah, I mean, they did absolutely completely change their draft, which is an important thing to note, of course. But you know, if you had to ask me right now, I was so impressed by Stun Gaming last time. I'm gonna put in my vote for them this time around, and as we know, that means Deep Sea Gaming will actually be the ones winning because my predictions are always wrong. So I'm gonna see if the Stun Gaming can help me out here, and hopefully they can come out with the win, and my predictions will be correct.
All right, Harwood Swift Duelist, I choose you to be the analyst for the next couple minutes as we're getting into the game. See you there.
Back at it once again.
I throw my Pokeball back at Slatty.
Not today.
Not today. But thanks for choosing me anyways. You can it.
What is up? We got some spiciness in the draft, I guess. We got we mentioned, hey, maybe ban out the Sejuani, maybe ban out the Syndra. They're like, nah, we'll just keep both of them. And then they picked the Sylas, and then
then it all went down there.
It all went downhill after that. I just got PTSD just from yesterday, and I'm like, dang, it's Sylas again.
Sylas is so big though. Like he has the ability to take your ult and be a better you.
Mm-hmm.
And so he can just like Syndra is just gonna go in and ult, and then he's gonna sneak up from the bush right next to her and say, "Oh, hello. Do you like my little hip shake?" And then ult her face.
Oh man,
For
I
a
can only
PG
imagine.
game, that is not very PG.
Not very PG, especially for talking about Plumber Sylas. And if you guys were here yesterday, you would know. But but
Sylas.
other than the Sylas, shout out to the Trundle. Our man Hypersloth got his Trundle into the game literally right after we talked about Ice Cream Trundle. So we spoke that one into existence yet again.
Trundle and Gnar though, like that's intense. I'm just imagining just Trundle coming in as this great camera angle. He's running from the river, and then
Mhm.
Gnar jumps in, turns into Mega Gnar. Trundle puts his pillar up against the wall, and Gnar just like throws the top laner, which would
Just
be is it
yeah.
Sejuani or Orin? Oh, it'd be Orin
Orin.
into like both pillar and the wall, and Orin's just done.
It's just
Done for.
nowhere. Like
Nowhere to
I
be
can
seen.
only imagine how annoying it would be having to deal with that. Just because I've seen how many times an like trundle pillar just screws somebody over. It's like
Oh,
if you get
so
it
much.
just right.
And then you get
But
pounded
yeah,
on by his hammer. So,
true.
anyways,
Ideally his
I
ice cream cone, but hey.
his ice cream cone. His ice cream actually is gonna be so soft. Won't even make like any damage at all. You see the stats is like no damage, zero
Just
damage on Trundle
negative.
by the end of it. Just his pillars.
True.
But
But
you know I can't believe they picked Syndra for the third time.
yeah,
Third
I
time.
mean, I'm just surprised it got through. Like, it's a pretty strong pick as we've seen, so I'm definitely not against like having it. But I'm definitely just surprised it got picked. It went through again. As far as looking at like the rest of the comp, I think it was DSG took blue side, and they had the Syndra, and then they also had Xayah and Rakan bot. And I definitely want to be paying attention to that Xayah Rakan bot because I feel like if they can get ahead, they probably can win this game out just through that alone. I feel like Xayah's super sleeper sometimes.
No, it's like Zaya with her ult and her ability to just like stun and CC a bunch of people within that range. And then Rakan's just running around like a charming idiot. Oh
Yeah.
hey, look at me. Like run towards me. Yeah, that's a strong duo. I have yet to play as like with a Rakan because nobody finds me as Zaya attractive enough. But you know. They're like,
Yeah.
"Haru's playing Zaya, get away from her." Like, we'll go Rakan mid instead over Rakan support.
True.
But
But
I do believe that
mhm.
they are going to be getting into the game soon. So any
Yeah.
last words before we take it there?
I'm hoping for Zion Rakan to pop off. That's how they win. If they don't, DSG probably loses. But that's my final thoughts going into it.
Okay, so you're DSG? Okay, well,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna pick. I'm just excited to see the game. But I wrote all
Okay.
your
Well,
predictions, including Slotty and
bet.
Hyper
Bet.
Sloth. So first, yeah. Now I got yours.
Okay.
DSG. It's a curse. It's gonna be a curse. So we'll see. All right,
bet.
we're gonna
Bet.
send to the game. Thanks everyone. Thanks, Whit.
And we are back. Hello, everyone.
Yo, what's up? Yo, we got game 3. It's going to at the very least 4 games. You know, I expect it to go to 5 because these
Oh
are
my God, Slatty can do
amazing.
math.
Yes, it is incredible. An 80 carry main doesn't know just how to auto. It's insane. This is revolutionary.
This is where all of those like games on Jin really come to like
Oh yeah,
really come to fruition because you have to be able to count to 4 when you
yeah.
play Jin. So this is very important. But
Yeah,
I will now be hopefully dropping some knowledge onto Trundle. He is starting on red side, which actually, again, I don't agree with. I'm not a big fan of where Diddy Town is starting because you know that this Misfortune Ash will be pushing into the Xayah Rakan because Rakan is a melee support, will not be able to push the wave as well as an Ash will. So I think starting on blue side and doing a 3 camp down to bot lane would have been perhaps the stronger option. But he opts instead to go for a double buff into Grump and see if he can influence this top side.
gonna be a very interesting game. You know, I think the draft is a lot more even than it was previously. I think it was definitely going on the side of DSG Blue on the first 2 games. But now, you know, there's definitely road play. I think giving the Lovers Due is definitely essential. We talked about it on the analyst desk. If you don't win on as Zion or Rakan, it can be really rough towards the later portions of the game. But I genuinely think it's one of the best scaling bot lanes. They have so much built-in synergy that, you know, like something like a Zen Illusion, you know, doesn't like. Here's the thing, right? Zion or Rakan have built-in synergy. the increased range, the attack speed buff applying to both. But generally, their champions just synergize well in general. And as I say that, Tirawi gives him 7 circles in the mid lane. Finds the kill is Senji, but will they trade one back? Yes. But the first blood is claimed by this jungler.
All right, so maybe diving in a bit too hard there. I will be able to get the return kill. So ultimately, not a lot gained as the gold will remain relatively even.
We're looking into this. Getting some ward just to ward off these potential things, but Aerosol Loomis engaging onto with the W. They buff up the auto attacks, but the trade back from Jin, he's not afraid. He has his jungler there to help him out with the Sejuani coming into the bot side.
Yeah, so Dennytown obviously couldn't find anything on the top side because, as I said, Polite Hitman will also push into the melee Ornn. So not able to find anything there, does rotate back down towards this bot side, and now he's just kind of hanging out, hoping that Jin and Awkward Tofu will just maybe take a step a bit too far down there in the bot lane.
Now, they trade him back and forth, but it is consistent with what we normally know. Tirawi and Stranger were doing a good job of playing this early game, but the pillar is stopping Jin's escape route. The engage of Aerosol Loomis catches the flashback, reads it perfectly, and they're able to get that kill onto the Xayah. Now, the fight is still ensuing. The club trade back and forth. Senji just here to back up Oktofu and ensure this wave doesn't go quietly into the night. Those little swings of that mace just trying to ward off these potential invaders here.
It's not really a mace, actually. As a Trud, I feel like
no, I'm talking about the Sejuani.
Ah, okay, never mind. We're all good. I was gonna act all high and mighty about actually it's
I'm actually
stick. but no, I think I don't quite know what it is when it's I think that's the World Ender skin, so it might be a mace, I'm not sure, but here we go now in mid lane.
Yeah, Tirawi in a really bad spot, forcing the flash out, engaged onto Syndra, which would have been good in another scenario, but Trundle was waiting in the winds, was prepared for that. Dennytown making sure to back up his mid lane. But that is all he can do.
Once a character has used their dashes, it is the perfect time to use your Trundle Pillar, because now they have it almost works even better than a stun, because not only they have to walk all the way around the pillars, and they're slowed the entire time, which can take on generally a lot more time than a normal stun would. So once that Sylas had used the dash in, it was perfect time for Dennytown to step out, use that pillar, forces yet another flash out of stun gaming.
No, that the dragon spawned, but it is Deep Sea Gaming Blue. They having a lot of this bot side control, could potentially live for this dragon, but it seems that neither team is really interested. You know, the Herald spawning within about 2 minutes and 10 seconds. Yes, I can in fact do math, as we established at the start of the game. But I think Father Wrangler, you know,
is that really math though, or is that just looking at the screen?
I mean, I guess sort of doing math, but as I'm talking about math, the equation is -1 from the side of Stun Gaming. They lose that member, and it is plus 300 gold going over to Father Wrangler. Actually, no. Going over Aerosol Loomis. A little bit unfortunate. I mean, it happens sometimes. The support gets kills, but all that really matters is that you're putting the pressure on the lane opponent, and they are definitely doing that in this third game.
Do all of our casting need to be math related now? Like plus 300 gold, all that jazz.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that'll be fun.
But you know, one of the things that I want to point out is that in this, you know, in the second game, we saw that Stun Gaming won on top, one on mid, one in jungle, but they unfortunately didn't win bot lane, and that's what eventually spelled their demise. It was Father Wrangler doing a great job. Oh no, I was actually in the second game. Whatever. I'm mixing things up, but this is definitely something I won't mix up. Is Tirawi with a beautiful escape, taking the Rakan ult, which prevents him from engaging. Rakan going in with the grand entrance causes him to unfortunately not immediately knock up. So when he runs into Tirawi with that ultimate, it actually charms him before the knockup can even land.
Yep. So one of the cheekiest things you can do with Sylas is take someone's ult before they even have the ult themselves. Aristotle Loomis sitting on only level 5 does not have access to that grand entrance, and instead Sylas is going to be able to use that ult to make his own escape. But now
Re-engage. Senji doesn't find the stun, but does find the slow. 7 chakras. Now the lowest member of the squad. But Tiara is not unfortunately able to finish him off. Now Father Wrangler is on the thing, but he's getting taken down by some of these autos. But Senji's trying to hang in there. He hangs on for dear life, but it will not be enough. And Strangerroot has come to party. But Playman is responding in full. Now Dinny Town, the flash in auto from Strangerroot finishes the job. But Jin might be in a little bit of an awkward spot. Only level 5, half HP. But Polite Hitman, unfortunately, cancels the hit, backs out, and Stun Gaming come out of that with the numbers advantage.
So Strangleroot probably could have picked up 2 there, but accidentally preemptively hits the Ornhorn, so unfortunately the dash does not hit the ram. He does not get the second charge out of that Orn ultimate, so that is very, very rough there. Perhaps could have pulled an extra kill there for his squad, but will be able to get the flash kill onto, I believe it was the Trundle. So this dragon fight does not result in a dragon for any team, but kills going even overall.
Just very just interesting fight. I mean, we saw Father Wrangler coming up through that river, getting some pressure from Jin and Octofu, but he was there in the fight before the enemy bot lane, and that actually made enough of a difference for them to take out Senji, take out Tyr, and take out some of these members that are really putting in the work for side Stun Gaming and making what looked like potentially a bad fight for DSG Blue actually turn out well for them.
Absolutely, and you, especially this early in the game, you have to really look at CS numbers as well. Yes, there is a 2 kill advantage going over to DSG, but if you look at the CS differences, especially in that mid lane, that just evens out the gold completely. And I mean, Tier AO has probably been, I want to say, the best player for this squad so far, but here we go.
Yeah, Senji taking a lot of damage, taking a boulder, taking a slam, taking everything coming out of this Nars toolkit. But he does smite the Gromp, getting a little bit HP back and allows him to stall. Enough time for Strangleroot to get up, forcing the flash out of Polite Hitman. But now Tiro is here to back up the squad. But now they took the dragon during that time. They send 3 red members top, but the blue members are actually the ones that take the dragon.
Who knew Gromp could be a doctor as well, as some of that health goes back on to Senji, keeping him alive, and now Dinny Town's in trouble.
Dinny Town far away from his own land, the own mayor of his Dinny Town, but now Father Wrangler coming in with the ulti and is gonna clean up for the squad. Finds 1, finds 2, can he find any more in this team fight? Tiari G'ing out, but does he want to go for the read? Gets the flash E from him. Oh, he's forced to flash out of that scenario, but it's 2 kills picked up for Father Wrangler at the end of it.
So Dinny Town going in a bit deep, but has the squad to back him up, and they will be able to trade 2 kills in exchange for their jungler. Well done, and good map awareness there from DSG to make sure that invade didn't go to waste.
Now we got 4-0-2. If we look at sort of the gold that is being concentrated, we find it in the Xayah. We find it in this mid laner. But the problem is that he's down 30 gold in comparison to Tiro, this lane opponent. You're talking about this guy, Tiro, putting so much work in the mid lane, carrying Stun Gaming on his back. But you know who is also carrying his team on his back? It is Father Wrangler. Got the Gale Force, got the Berserker's Greaves, got the fancy feet, and picking up the double kill in that last team fight.
We did see the Father carry this game in game 1, and he is at a terrific position to carry here in game 3 and hopefully lead his team to a second victory. But on the other side, we can see now a 30 CS advantage going over to Tier AO, who, again, like I want to mention, in a melee matchup is just outperforming the Syndra right now. But now Senji dives in,
and the shutdown is given over to the Sejuani. But as we're talking about it, more action is ensuing. Dinny Town with the chomp onto this Ash.
That's so cool.
Yeah, we got the sound effects going on. Yeah, with the chomp, able to pick up this kill on the Ash. And despite the fights being somewhat in favor of Stun Gaming, it is always Aristotle, Loomis, and Father Wrangler ensuring that the fights are always won at the end of it. And now Dinny Town looking to engage on Tier Aoi, but no, he just pops the Syndra ult to get them to back off.
Yeah, so unfortunately the Syndra ult not as effective on the Sylas, I believe, because he's not able to stack those orbs. I'm not entirely sure how that interaction works because I'm not a mid laner. I don't think if he has the ultimate, he suddenly starts gaining orbs. I don't think that's the case. But as we saw, only 3 orbs dashed out there, so not able to pick off the support there in the mid lane.
Very interesting indeed. I mean, Strangle been putting in work, putting the hours, and taking what is ours. But Aristotle Loomis looking to respond with a grand entrance and a beautiful ulti, trying to find Jhin. He has no mana, has no access to the flash, but definitely has the complete access to this tower, which allows him to escape.
It's a bit of a bot diff right now, or bot lane diff. As we can see now, they have dropped 6 times in the bot lane out of their team's kills, but they're still fighting.
Yeah, on the top side, it's going pretty crazy, but now TROE in a bad spot, forced to use Zaya's own ult, but she responds with her own, but the Ignite is actually what claims the kill. You don't get it on the member you want, but you definitely get on the member that you want to be dead. TROE taken out with that 20 seconds.
The member you want to be dead, I love that.
Yeah, but unfortunately, because of this game is so... I love this game, right? This is a specific game, but as I'm talking about that, the pillar coming out, Aristotle Loomis, he does not miss with these W's. It's insane. I don't understand how he does it. If there was some aimbot, if there was some aimbot in League, you know, I know they're scripting, but if there was some like recon scripting thing, you know, I would definitely be calling that Aristotle Loomis might be taking advantage of that.
So Jhin had the audacity to walk back to his own lane and die in between his 2 towers. You should know at this stage of the game, that is just not possible. But as I joked, that is definitely going to be very rough here for the bot lane of Stud Gaming. Now down 0-7 at this stage of the game, and you could start to see Father Wangler start taking off with this lead.
And what's interesting about Stun Gaming's comp is that they have Ornn, Sejuani, Silas, champions that need to dive in to really make the most out of their effectiveness. But as I'm talking about, TROE might be caught in this bad spot. Aristotle Loomis engaging with the W, but he's bitten off more than he can chew. There's too many members playing him and TPing in, but the Ash Arrow stuns him up and doesn't allow him to assist the rest of the team, so they can't get the necessary kills. They're trying to defend this mid lane, but all 5 members on the side of Deep Sea Gaming Blue are looking to siege this tower, but all 5 members of the red squad respond in full as the dragon spawns within the next 10 seconds.
Alright, so with this dragon spawning, we can see both these teams try to establish the vision, but Aristotle Loomis diving in yet again, lands that W. And
now he's forced to back up. The Ornn Horn, the start of the fight, knocks up 2. But because they're so close to the tower, that engage is very hard to really try to capture. But now...
Yeah, we got a bit too excited there, not gonna lie.
Yeah, I got a little bit hyped for the Ornn Horn, but now TROE could potentially have an angle. He does have access to the Recon ult, so when he engages, he can potentially follow up with it, but Sun Shenji taking a little bit of damage from over the wall. These teams are just staring down each other in the face, but they're not really making any forward advancements, but it is the side of Stun Gaming with control of the pip. The Ash Arrow goes completely wide, a field goal, but that misfortune ult will definitely be the opposite. Town in a weird spot, 1v4, but it is Stun Gaming. Jhin wanting to engage in polite hitman. Oh, I take it so low. Now Sangharoo, the other top laner, is soon to follow, and Octofu forced to just try to run out, and Town hitting him, bouncing, killing him with this club, and Zaya pulls back the feathers and finishes the job.
Alright, we can see that domination from game 1 coming to fruition yet again here. Father Wangler now 6-0-7 on the Zaya. When there's a bot diff, they make it a bot canyon here. And they're doing it again in game 3.
That's ridiculous stuff. Well played team fighting. And I hark on this in other games that I think Stun Game Mythos have played. They have an incredible job at team fighting. That's what they're good at. That's what, and so when you fight them on these team fights, you gotta make sure you're on point, or else they just win it. That fight was very chaotic, but what I mostly saw about was Town was in the spot, was in a great spot, zoning out 4 members while he let the rest of his squad really deal the damage in that fight. Such a chaotic fight, but the fact that 7 chakras, Father Wangler, Aristotle Loomis, Town, and Polite Hitman were able to pull that heist, really great stuff.
Absolutely, we can see now they're starting to really take off with this lead. It's about 3,000 gold now, and you can see Aristotle Loomis moving into the enemy territory, just taking out this vision. This is going to be a very interesting game from here on out. We'll see if Tyr is going to be able to make up for the sins of his team, but on the Silas, it is not as much of a damage-oriented carry as Syndra has been the past couple of games, so definitely will be a much tougher option here for the side of for the side of Stun Gaming, as their main damage dealers were Jin and arguably Awkward Tofu as well, and they have just been put so far behind that they're not going to be dealing this damage they need in order to win.
Really weird that Ash opts for like an lethality build, sort of like a Senna. I mean, you're trying to go for this big damage, but they have stuff like Gnar, stuff like this Trundle, so it's going to be very awkward for you to try to get that. But as I'm talking about that, Octofu might want to look to find the arrow onto Polite Hitman. He has access to the jump, but doesn't need it to happen. And the direct camera pans us down, showcasing that the Ash arrow unfortunately missed.
Yeah, so again, they do have a lot of engage, but all of this engage are skill shots. The Ornhorn will be a skill shot, Sejuani ultimate will be a skill shot, Cheryl a skill shot as well, and if they do not land these forms of engage, they will not be able to pick off the targets that they need to, so definitely are going to be looking to land at least one of these forms of engage if they want a chance at turning around these team fights.
And they're trying to zone them out of this pit. They want this Rift Herald, but they have put themselves in a very awkward position. The Ornhorn coming out not to engage, but to disengage. But that is a lonely ram as it walks, and no one bashes it back into the squad. And they're looking to clear out this Herald and look to deal more damage to these towers.
You can see the Trundle ultimate coming through, or just sliced and diced like paper, as just all of the resistances, which is what Ord is supposed to bring to the table, are just completely taken away. So, as I've mentioned, Trundle is one of my favorite junglers. You can see the power that he provides. It's not as flashy as something like, I would say, a Lee Sin kick would be, but just taking away those resistances, is able to grab that pick, and you can see the power that the Trundle brings to the table, displayed through that ultimate.
The gold lead now sitting at a comfortable 5K. They're doing a good job at taking advantage of this Herald as well, but I will say one thing, 5K gold leads have not stopped Stun Gaming from making these games competitive. We saw it in Game 1. Can they maybe pull out making it close in Game 3? That'll be up to how they play these next team fights, as the Spartan has just spawned at the 20-minute mark. Now, any fight, if it goes sour enough, could be potentially the difference between winning the game and could be potentially the difference between keeping your gold lead or allowing Stun Gaming to make the comeback.
So, again, I just don't think that Stun Gaming is really playing towards their win condition. Like I mentioned at the beginning, I think that this Misfortune is their main source of damage. Silas, yes, he does a lot of damage, especially when ahead, but he also is more of a disruptor. He is able to steal ultimates. He has forms of CC. He's really good at surviving fights. He's not exactly a consistent damage-dealing champion, if that makes sense. The Misfortune, on the other hand, is, of course, if she's able to maintain those auto attacks, she would have been able to really pop off this game, I think. So, because they did not really play to their win condition, and you know, they were able to consistently dive the Misfortune under her own tower,
but
their damage is not there. But here we go.
The Ornhorn landing onto 3. The Misfortune ult is actually dealing a lot of damage. Aerosol Loomis does stop it for a second and manages to flash over the wall of the last one. He interrupts the crucial potential way they could turn the game around, and now Jennytown beaten down. Jin with the club. One more auto finds its mark. The double kill to the Trundle. A single kill to Polite Hitman. And despite all their efforts, Stun Gaming fall to DSG Blue.
Again, they just don't have the damage to take off this front line that that DSG has, right? 0-5 before that fight on the Misfortune is not where you need to be to take out a Trundle, a Gnar, and ultimately, as you can see, a Rakan. The Rakan was still able to make that escape, and this is just, it seems almost so doomed for Stun Gaming. And you know, there is still the opportunity for the comeback. We can never count them out completely. There is, as we saw that fight, if that fight goes a bit in either direction, I still think that they may have had an opportunity to win that fight there. But just as soon as it starts, it's really hard to stop that slipping, that feeling of slipping away.
Yeah. I mean, Ash, I think one of the benefits of Ash here, as we're kind of zooming into onto her here, is that hawk shot. that definitely benefits a team that is behind. It allows you to get easy, safe vision that can't really be denied, especially around towards this neutral objective that is the Baron. So if they want to make this competitive, you definitely have to take advantage of the fact that you can get that free vision. But as I'm talking about that, there might be a little bit of a scuffle in the top lane. Tiroi does unfortunately miss the E, so we can't really get anything more out of it, and backs up.
So, Denny Town opted in for a pretty standard Trundle build with multiple tanks on the opposite team. I think it's definitely the better option. But because I am a cheeky player, I always do like playing what is pretty standard in Season 12, and that is going a Bork Rush into a tank item, which is always fun. So going in for like a Frostfire or something like that can really make the Trundle very hard to kill, which I think is more of a solo queue build. But, of course, being in competitive against multiple tanks, nothing wrong with this build right now, but we have a scuffle here in top lane.
Yeah, Tiroi trying to take out 7 Shock as the lane opponent that he's been consistently gapping, but what are you going to do against a laner when the jungler's right behind them? Senji trying to finish him off with these last bit of autos, but now Stun Gaming, you know, they found one. Can they find any more? Dinny Town is in a rough spot, gets shut down, but Aristotle Looms engaging in, and now Jin and Octofu looking to try to help out in the fight, but Father Wrangler is the only member that matters. These autos are dealing so much damage, but it's now a 3v3. The Feathers called, and the Feathers pulled back the triple kill over to Father Wrangler.
And it is an ADC diff in this one. You can see when Father Wrangler pops off, he does not stop. 10, 0, and 12 on the Xayah. He will absolutely rip through his opponents. And oh goodness, I just don't see a way out. 24-9 now in favor of PSG, and Stud Gaming are just suffering under the weight that is Father Wrangler.
Really rough on the combine. And it shows the weaknesses that, like, I feel like Stun Gaming at this point live and dies by the performance of their bot lane. In this game, they got completely Astro capped. I'm not going to sugarcoat it, dog. And so you have to wonder, do they have to play for this bot lane in the future games just to make it so they don't lose? Or do they say, hey, we got to cut our losses and create a bigger lead elsewhere? You know, the problem is Strangle Root has been consistently... I don't know. What do you think, Anderson?
Okay, here's my 2 cents on this. One, it is not fully the fault of Jin. I think we're bashing him a bit too hard, but meanwhile, they might find a pick here in mid lane.
Yeah, I was going to let you keep doing that because nothing I thought was interesting going to happen, but I'm quickly shut up. Shangarooth trying to engage, but they've used a lot of cooldowns on the side of DSG, so they could potentially look to re-engage Shirari, but now is being beat down with this club. Slowed up, but not taken out just yet. Aristotle Wings finally missing a grand entrance. The ulti coming out from Tiroi, taking the stats away from Polite Hitman, but he's not really going to get much out of it.
So what I was saying is, it is not entirely in the fault of Jin. Yes, he didn't perform probably as well as he needed to in order to prevent the Xayah from getting too far ahead, but the guy was getting dove multiple times between his own 2 turrets. Like, how can you be expected to compete to the same level as Father Wrangler when you yourself are not getting the same resources that he is, right? So I definitely don't want to throw Jin and Awkward Tofu under the bus and say it's your fault that you're losing, because that is absolutely not the case. It is definitely a team effort here, but meanwhile we have another scrap.
The Jazz actually flash forcing to use it over the wall, but it is a wasted flash in vain as Polite Hitman able to pick up the kills with the Gnar Boomerang, and they have control over the pit in this dragon, and now this is Soul. But it looks like they're not content with just the dragon wave. They may want the kills mid lane. They say, we can't get them, let's back out and claim the Soul. That is so easily opposite.
Mountain Soul, this Trundle is going to become even tougher to kill. I am not a big fan of picking 2 big burly tanks into a Trundle comp. It just doesn't make sense to me. As someone who plays a lot of Trundle, whenever I see an Ord locked in on the enemy team, I always think this is a free win, because the passive stats that Ornn gets from his own passive is just free stats that you're able to pick, and now Jin will likely fall yet again. Dinny Town. Oh my goodness, this Trundle is just on an absolute tear.
Same old story, same old song and dance. Jin getting taken out in this side lane. Just so unfortunate. It's a rough game for him, but he's building the Kraken. He's building the LER. He wants to do these damage to the tanks, but unfortunately, each one and every one of these fights, he's getting, dove and focused. It's getting really rough for him to play the game as the Baron is getting taken up by Denny Town and the rest of the GSD squad. But can Senji make the miracle steal of God? No, he gets taken out before he even gets a shot.
So that would have been pretty sexy to see, not gonna lie, if Senji had pulled that off, but unfortunately is just absolutely deleted. Again, it's not flashy. It is not a Lee Sin ward hop Q kick into the enemy team. But Denny Town, with that Trundle ultimate, absolutely saps the stats of Senji, and he's not able to even contest for that steal. So that is one of the main reasons why I love Trundle. He is not going to, like, net you highlight of the game or anything like that, but he is just consistently powerful in almost any team comp, and Denny Town is definitely doing work, really supporting the colossal damage that Father Wrangler is dishing out here.
Seven Chakra's trying to match Tirario in the side lane, but the ulti coming out from Ashe goes wide because she does use the Blade Collar and Airstyle Loomis, finding the grand entrance onto the Misfortune ult to zone out, but they are happy to disengage. They find one, and Zaya finds two, and Rakan finds the fourth in this fight. They take out 4 members. Tirario, the last man standing, the carry of the team, but can he put the weight of the entire world on his back and save the game? It's not looking like that is possible. He gets stunned up, forced to go golden, and that will be the end of him. The TSM chants rave supreme with that emo, and Nexus gets taken. TSM.
Heck yeah, NA fans galore. We got TSM chants, but definitely 16-0 and 15. Father Wrangler was the crux of this team, and I think you mentioned it earlier on. This team lives and dies by how well their bot lane does. So I think the goal for... Also, I don't know what you're... Oh, we're doing prayers right now.
He's the carry,
You're praying to the Father. Oh my goodness.
Praying to the Father, the Godfather of the game, to carry them through it.
I'm not comfortable with this, but what I was saying was, I think the game plan should be very clear for Stun Gaming from here on out. If they could shut down Father Wrangler, what will Deep Sea Gaming be able to do, right? So I think that is a very clear avenue here for Stun Gaming going into Game 4. They are their opponents are on match point. Their backs are against the wall. We will see what they will change in this game around in order to force a Game 5.
And I think we're gonna probably throw it to the analyst desk in a second. But before we eventually do that, I just want to say something to Deep Sea Gaming Blue and Sun Game, more specifically Sun Gaming Mythos, and that is pick blue side. And that's it.
You're a blue side advocate. You always have been.
Yes. Of course I will, because he does give you the prio in terms of those first picks. You can get a lot done. And I think Deep Sea Gaming Blue took advantage of that. They took away Tirario's primary champion. It definitely crippled him in this game. He wasn't able to find the advantages like he did in Game 1 and Game 2.
Absolutely. And, I really do think that this Ashe pick was not the play. Like, I don't think there's nothing wrong if that's like what they're comfortable on. But they had enough engage. They had enough like range with the Misfortune. I think just something maybe like a Karma even, or something like that just helps their main source of damage in the Misfortune come to fruition. I think that would have been a way better pickup than the Ashe. So I'm not a big fan of it. I think that Stun Gaming didn't really play to what they needed, what their win condition, which was the Misfortune. Like, that was their main source of damage. They needed Misfortune to get ahead if they wanted to have a shot in this game. They didn't do that, and I think that's why Deep Sea Gaming was able to pick it up here.
But more importantly than that, we predicted Stun Gaming to win, and that's why Deep Sea Gaming Blue won. I think that's the primary thing we should focus on, because we are apparently extremely good at caster cursing everything. But as I'm talking about that, we're gonna go and throw it over to the analyst desk We'll see you in game 4. 4? Yes, 4.
Hello, hello.
What is
Welcome
up?
back. Long time no see.
True.
Wow, that was like these games are going from either one team is just completely dominating the whole game and the other team has to respect and try to fight back, but to no
Yeah.
prevail. So, and also for some reason, anybody who ever predicts a game is cursed.
Mm-hmm.
The other team always ends up winning.
Pretty much. I mean, I guess I technically called it. It's like before we went to break, I was like, hey, might want to look at that bot lane because if Zion Rakan get
Yeah.
ahead, it could turn into something bad. And I was pretty much right because,
Yeah,
yeah.
Slatty had said that, I think, and then you you talked about that after, and then
Mm-hmm.
third time a charm, third time's charm. It was
Pretty
proven that it
much.
is very good bot lane. Love is the way to go. If you want to play League and win, you love one
For,
another.
for sure, for
Um,
sure. I mean, they definitely put in a lot of work, and I also kind of have to agree with Hypersloth there that I wasn't the biggest fan of the Ash, and I think we could probably see it in the replay once we decide to play it. Uh,
yeah,
it didn't really do too much this game.
yeah. All right.
Yeah, let's see what we got cooking up on this one. I remember this was like a
Oh,
this is like a
oh,
drag fight.
this is when everybody gathers. This is literally around the dragon pit.
Yeah, this is
It's
like the
ARAM
best
time,
engage.
yo. Oh, oh, look that R and alt, and we got the MF. So it's kind of looking good.
Yeah,
But then, nope, we got the Rakan running in. Oh, he flashes out.
yep.
Trundle stole the. Oh no, the dragon's there. Dragon's like, get out of my lane. Get out of here. Oh man, they brought it back. Yeah, that was looking like I thought SGM might have taken that at the beginning, but you know, my patience was just too not there. I was too
Yeah,
impulsive in that thought. Yep.
yeah. When I'm like
But it
looking
was
at that fight, I'm just thinking that that's probably as good of an engage that Stun could ever look for. Like you said, at the start it looked really good, but even then, I've just felt like DSG, I guess the Rakan and the Zaya just did way too much for their comp to
I
handle.
think
And
I was looking at the time, it was like around 16 minutes, and I think it was Zaya had 12 kills, no deaths by the
y-
16-minute mark. So just that alone is you send a Zaya off with that amount of damage,
yeah,
she's gonna fly, and then her team surrounds her. Rakan is always gonna jump to her because he loves her. You know, that's just a natural given.
true. And then
He'll do
yeah,
anything for love for Zaya.
she was doing
But
so much freaking damage. It just like I swear
that's
she
gonna
could
have to
probably
be
win
a
fights by
ban
herself.
next game. I swear.
It might have
That
to be. Or maybe they
um
just say, "Hey, let's let it through and let's play it," because apparently that's what they wanted to do with Silas and Syndra and Sejuani. They're like, "Yeah, just let everything through. Why
you
not?"
know what? Let's see those bans. Those are my predictions. I'm not gonna predict on who's gonna win because that's gonna be cursed, and I don't want to ruin that curse for you guys. I don't want to jinx that curse, but I predict that Sejuani, Syndra be
Hmm.
banned next game, and Zaya.
Okay. I'm
Yeah,
like, I'm a guess. I'm a hope. I guess I'll hope that they pick up Kaisa sometime,
yeah. You know
whenever.
what? I'll say they're gonna pick
Fingers
up Kaisa
crossed.
just to manifest it for you. You've been
I
saying
need,
that
I
all
need
game. This is
something.
my 4th game now.
It's about to be game 4, so like only got 2 games left, so that's the hope. I mean, Kaisa doesn't do too bad into Zaya, so it's just like maybe there's a chance, there's a hope somewhere. But
Well, I mean, Zaya's gonna get banned because I predicted it.
all right,
I'm just
beggars can't be
kidding.
choosers, I guess. But
Well, I also predicted they'll pick Kaisa, maybe by 5th game.
maybe by 5th game, hopefully. But that's definitely gonna have to take Stunned winning this next game out. So hopefully, for their sake, they make enough changes in the draft to win the next game. And with that, I think it'd be a decent time to send it back over to the guys.
Yes, yes, we'll send him back.
We're the guys. That's Lottie, buddy. You're muted, by the way. Let's just get
All
that.
right.
Let's just get that out of the way before
Well,
the draft actually
it was
starts.
bound to happen, man. Okay, I'm glad it happened in Game 4 draft and not.
We all been muted at least like once.
Yeah, at least once.
Yeah, but yep, we're finally hopping in to draft this time around. It looks like we're keeping all bands consistent, taking out the Shyvana, Victor, and Hecarim, and Seraphine, Caitlyn, and Tristana on the other side. And just like Game 3, Syndra will be the first pickup here for the side of DSG.
I love the pick. You know, I love it from game 3, and I love it in Game 4 here. You want to take that crucial pick. That Tyrael was popping off on Game 1, 2. Take that out of the equation. That definitely puts the game more in your favor. But two unique champions coming from Sun Game Mythos. It is the Diana and the Nami. What I want to point out about the Nami is Hybrid Sloth. Say it with me. What gets best paired with the Nami? It's
Lucian!
So, how do they deal with the fact that Lucian is not banned? They actually opt to let him have it, I think.
I mean, you're not gonna take Lucian and take a different support too, right? That's not something that you're gonna want to do, because that'll put, especially with a team like DSG who relies on their bot lane to really come through for them. I think just letting the Lucian go is totally fine. Just, you know what is going to be picked on 3, so what do you want into that? And again, they come out with the Trundle. My boys really repping today, so that's nice. And as we predicted, Lucian coming through. I'm assuming a Rakan ban is coming through here, but we'll see.
Okay. Stun Gaming Mythos opt to go for the Lucian, not me. And this obviously communicates one big thing. That they think that they can win lane, or like make it so they're not losing lane as much, by picking Lucian Nami. Because that is a very powerful in-lane bot lane. If they can stop the bleeding that the bot lane is having, pick something a lot more aggressive, something a lot more powerful, they can potentially make bot lane even, and then allow their top side to really carry.
Yasuo is open if we want spiciness.
Oh my god, Hyper!
Yasuo is open. Diana, Nami with these knockups. Multi-ban knockups even. We have the Yasuo. We have a bit of spice here. This is what Stud Gaming is putting their faith in. We have seen Tyr pop off in this series, and I'm excited what he's going to do this time around. But no Rakan ban, which kind of confuses me. He will be picked up here, obviously, as pick number 4 for DSG.
Okay. Very interesting. Diana Yasuo and Lucian Nami, a very interesting comp.
This is the exact same comp that they had that they won with in Game 3, so it's not a salty run back because Stud Gaming's is different, but they're like, hey, if you're just gonna give us the same champions, we'll pick them.
And the Malphite? Yo! Wait, no way. Oh
wow.
My god! Okay.
I love it. I love it. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, here's the thing about this situation. If I am Stud Game Mythos, I'm like, guys, we gotta get a foothold back in this game. Let's chill. Let's go for a safe comp. Let's go with solve our problems and go with. They were like, Stud Game Mythos is like, if we're going down in style, baby. We're picking Malphite. We're picking Diana, pairing with the Yasuo, which gives them so many knockups in these team fights. I think it's really great against the Syndra. But the one problem I could see them running into is the Xayah, who has access to the Blade Caller. She can ulti out of this potential Diana, this Malphite or the Yasuo engage, but because they have so many different avenues of it, it might even be rough for her to defend against the dive.
That's exactly right. She can use her ultimate to dodge one of these. She dodges Diana, Malphite goes on top. She dodges Malphite, Diana, or Nami can hop on top and still get that multi-ban knockup up. So really, again, this is what is going to be important for Stun Gaming Mythos. They have a very clear win condition. Yasuo. If Yasuo gets ahead, they can pick off whoever they want. So if they want to have success in this game, they have to play towards this Yasuo. Ignore top. Malphite, he will be fine. He's up against a Gnar. He'll be fine. Don't worry about him. Worry about this Lucian, who will be doing a lot of damage, and this Yasuo. That is what I want to see Senji play towards.
Tyrael, the main man behind Sun Gaming Mythos' success, and so they opted to put all the resources into him. I actually like the strategy. But the one thing I could see them running into an issue with is the fact that Diana and Malphite and kind of Yasuo are not really champs till level 6. So if Steep Sea Gaming catch on to this and try to play for an invade style on the top side, or just look to pick these early fights away from something like Alicia Nami, it could definitely spell trouble for Stun Gaming Mythos, because if they get put behind, it's going to be hard for them to get back into it.
All right, so we do obviously. I am very excited for this game. I'm going to put my prediction on Deep Sea Gaming Blue because I'm always wrong, and I want a game 5. So I'm predicting DSG, so that Sun Gaming can get the win. I'm sorry, DSG. I just want a game 5. That's all I'm saying. But I think we're going to be throwing this back over towards the analyst desk here, and we'll get a full breakdown on what we are expecting here in game 4.
All right, we're back.
Yo.
Hi, Swift. How are you
What
again?
what is
For
up?
the 10th
I'm
time.
chilling. Got a sip of water in between, so I'm feeling fine.
Nice, nice. So, what are we feeling about the team? So, obviously, I
Mhm.
am cursed because my predictions didn't ban any of the the champs that I said
None.
to ban. Syndra, Zaya, and was it what was that third one? I don't
I think it
remember.
was like
Rakan?
Sejuani or something.
Oh, they didn't even pick Sejuani this time.
They didn't even
That's
pick it. It was
okay.
just kind of wild.
Yeah. Well,
But I mean, shout out to what Hypersloth brought up. DSG just ran back the exact same comp from the last game, and I'm just like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I'm down for it. It won pretty well, pretty convincingly. So like, why not?
well, I mean, we'll see. Sometimes I have noticed that teams will do that where they repick a comp that did work for them and then it doesn't work out for them based on situational picks. And we
Hmm.
do have SGM on the side where they're picking a bunch of wombo combos too.
Yeah.
It looks like an ARAM match to me at this point.
True. Like it's
They're
looking
bloodbath
pretty.
ready.
It's pretty much just like we're going in and we're just doing this and hoping that Diana Yasuo is enough to carry us here. Like
Yeah, yeah.
it's I'm excited for it at least. Like I'm not sure how well it's gonna go, but like, hey, I'm here for it.
You know, Yasuo Malphite, when they get on on top of someone like Syndra even if she can deflect back with her ult, she's still really immobile in her own sense. So you have a
Yeah.
Yasuo that just dashes, ults onto her, and then Malphite just runs in and waddles in like a cutie pants, and it's ults on her too. She's done. Like she has no maybe a flash, maybe, but at that
Hmm.
point she's probably quarter health. Done.
Yeah. There's like
And
a
then
bunch of tools for that Yas and Diana. It's pretty scary.
And if we're referring back to the replay from last game, if a situation happened where Rakan decides to ult, get everybody snared in his ult, but he can flash out, you have the
Hmm.
Yasuo that could or the Diana and the Malphite that can run and flash onto the Rakan and finish him off, or even handle him right there and then as he is about to ult. So that's a high possibility there. But DSG, they played so well last game, and I can't even predict how it's gonna be. They had a very strong unit from the from their picks last game, and it doesn't
Yeah.
seem like they're holding back, so
Yeah, it's definitely gonna be interesting. I know Hypersloth and the boys on the cancer desk predicted DSG just to get us to a game 5.
so
I'm
you
gonna
too?
I'm gonna say DSG just because I
Okay.
genuinely think that like if you've played a comp once and you won with it, I don't have any reason to believe that you're not gonna do well on it again. Like I'm just like, okay, just run it back, do your thing, and I'll just hope that they play it well enough, at least for their sake.
Alright, so we got 3 DSGs. Should I also vote DSG to bring this curse so that we get to game 5 at least?
Maybe that's
If
what
they win,
maybe that's
we're
what Sun needs.
uncursed.
Bet. Just go for it. It's just a test. We're gonna be a little experimental today. We're gonna test out the curse.
I've actually tested it. I've hosted quite a bit of games, and each time, like, somebody predicts a team to win, the other team wins. Every time.
That is tough.
It's very tough.
Whether that's a curse or they just suck is up for discussion. But other than
That's so
but
sad.
other than that, I mean, I did hear. I think it's like they're going into game relatively soon. So before we go into that, I'm gonna just say, like I said, DSG, I'm banking on them. They played the comp before. Hopefully they execute it the same, and hopefully it's a bloodbath. So we'll see how it turns out.
Awesome. We'll bring it back to draft. Thanks, Swift.
No problemo.
We're getting into the game. That's all I have to say. And it's game 4, could potentially be the last game of the series. And now, despite the fact that, I want the best team to win, I also want it to be a 5-game series. And I keep talking about that because we're in here for the long haul. We got to stand.
Oh my goodness, I mute cursed myself again. I'm very sorry, everyone.
So nice we had to do it twice. Unfortunate.
I so nice I had to do it twice, exactly. Well, welcome everyone to Game 4. I'm Hypersloth, joined here by the very good-looking Slatty, as we get into what is hopefully not the last game of this series, because myself, I am also looking for a Game 4 as well. I think I'm about to get flamed by my production team because I muted myself twice, but we will see what will happen in the near future. However, with regards to the game, not much else is happening. We can see both of these teams just again opting in for just a traditional 5-point. And yes, my production has let us know that we're now down 3-1 analysts versus casters as far as mute goes, and that's a bit embarrassing for us.
I feel like it's really weird because we haven't done this all season, but now we're doing it in the finals. It's just such an intense environment. These players are cursing us to make these bad decisions.
Well, yeah, in their defense, we're also cursing them. We literally said I'm going for DSG so that we get a Game 5. So we're seeing if you can believe in the caster curse, and unfortunately, not too much action has come out of the level 1. And we'll see what waits in store for us later on down the road.
Both junglers here. We got them both starting top side and then immediately clearing the high value camps in that top quadrant. And probably both looking to go for a full clear into the bot side. This bot lane matchup will be very volatile, and taking advantage of it and making it so that your bot lane is the one ahead is very crucial to winning the game. Especially since bot lane, at least for me, has been the decider in every single game.
Yeah, like I mentioned at the beginning, the top lane, not really that important. Gnar is not going to be your win condition. Strangleroot, yes, you will suffer in this matchup. It's just saying that now. It will be pretty rough for you. We can already see the CS difference start to come through. But, again, you don't really need to be fed on Malphite if you want to make a difference in this game. You need to land those ults. That's what you need to be focusing on. Survive the laning phase, and you will be useful for your team later on. And that is where the attention should be. So I like that both these junglers are focusing on the bot side, and we will see how they influence this game early on.
Interesting. We expect the Lucian Nami to have this lane prowl and this advantage. And so because both junglers are sort of going for this bot side scuttle, trying to take a more aggressive approach, looking for something in the mid lane, but Yasuo's actually engaging into maybe his doom.
He does still have the flash ops, not to pop it, and actually he didn't even need to, as he's able just to walk away kind of scot-free. With the jungler showing up in the mid lane, that means Jhin can perhaps be a bit more aggressive on this Lucian, but does not do anything too crazy. And like I said, Strangleroot is just absolutely getting bullied, but that's kind of what you expect in this matchup. It is arranged into a very melee champion. Father Wangler now dropping dangerously low, but here comes Senji as well to flash in. Father Wangler now has to flash out in order to stay safe. And it looks like 2 flashes extended from the side of Stunned Gaming, and just 1 Father Wangler's flash on the side of DSG.
Yes, Senji doing a good job hovering his bot lane so they know they have confidence to make that aggressive play. And it was actually him backing up the play, throwing out that Q that forces out Father Wangler's flash, doesn't want any part of that. And I think it was one of the crucial things about that was Dinnytown, the difference of style. Senji wanted that scuttle. He was playing for the farm. But Dinnytown wanted to burn the flash on Tirawi because he knows that he is the crucial member that can win these fights. And when he went up there and did that, that gave Senji the opportunity to take that scuttle, put the pry over bot lane, and allow them to blow the flash. So it had sort of this beautiful domino effect that worked out in the favor of Stun Gaming.
Absolutely. It is also important to note that it is a more important flash, even though there were 2 expended on the other side. It is more important flash to get that off of Father Wangler. Now, especially since he's not level 6 yet. That is going to be a very dangerous scenario there for him. We can see another gank here as Dinnytown tries to use his best to get it here, but unfortunately will not be able to find anything there in the mid lane.
Yeah. This guy has just been dodging the ganks left and right, playing it very safe. I think that's just smart awareness of the game state. The best players that I've seen at this kind of elo bracket in his range is understanding not only your win con, but the enemy's win con. You know, their goal in this game is to shut down this Yasuo. They need him to be behind. And so by playing safe, farming, scaling up for the late game, you take that win con out from your opponent's feet, and that gives the agency all to your team.
Absolutely, and we can see now Jin definitely being a lot more aggressive, but it actually seems to be working for him. You can see he has a bit of a CS lead, obviously pretty negligible at this point in the game, but we can see now trading a bit aggressively, dashes in, manages to dodge the W from Loomis, and now Awkward Tofu finds himself dangerously low, but able to walk away.
The problem is with Lucian Nami versus something like a Zyracon, it's actually one of the counters, a few counters that I like to talk about. Whenever you're fighting into Xayah where she's able to get those feathers out constantly, it's so hard to even win if you are the most strong of bot lanes. If they can just survive that initial gauge, the moment you start backing up, she pulls back the feathers and she actually ends up winning that trade. And now, despite them picking Lucian Nami, it's looking like they're not able to find the advantages they would have otherwise hoped for.
However, one big advantage is the fact that the solo laners for the side of Stun Gaming are getting dangerously close to that very powerful level 6 power spike. Senji now at level 5. We can see Tyr has hit level 6. Malphite has hit level 6. The Wombo combos coming out from Stun Gaming are going to be coming through here very soon, and they haven't really lost anything in order to get there, if that makes sense. So, this will definitely be scary for DSG in the next few minutes.
Here's what I would do, personally. If I was Malphite and if I was Diana, what I would honestly do is, because you know that Father Wrangler doesn't have the flash and he doesn't have level 6 yet, I would push out the wave, grab the 6, recall, and then run bot lane, go for the 4v2 play and get that quick double kill onto someone like your Lucian, then TP back top lane. That can definitely flip the game on the favor, and also you don't lose too much top lane, but now he's actually gonna
Strangle Root! The flash coming through, but will that save your life? No, it will not. Strangle Root uses the ultimate and takes out the Yordle.
Slaps that Yordle in the face with his rock hand. It's beautiful. I don't know why Malphite has like one hand, like one regular hand, and then he has like this like weird sharp rock hand.
I think that's the skin. I think that's just the skin that he uses.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure base skin Malphite has 2 hands.
But now Dinnytown putting
Here
TR
we go, Tier AO manages to dodge the stun from 7 chakras, and now here comes Senji, and you know what that means? The ults on top of each other being disaster here for DSG, and that is a double kill in the mid lane for Stun Gaming.
They survived the early game, and now they get to reap the rewards. They take out this mid lane at 7 chakras, and he says, you know what, 7 chakras? Good try, but, you know, another mid gap coming out from me, but the level 6 is hit by Airstar Loomis. That doesn't find anything.
Yep, using that ultimate to their advantage to get a free flash out of Awkward Tofu, but well, he had to flash in that scenario, otherwise he was very, very dead. So, well done by Aristotle Loomis, just using the ultimates to his advantage.
Okay, gold lead coming out from the side of Stun Gaming. And the items, you know, interesting. Going to go for the Nashor's Tooth with this Diana. This Malphite opting to play for this, you know, probably the Warden's Mail. He's got the Balmy Cinder. I think he's going to opt to go for a lot of these, you know, armor kind of stats. Because that helps you. I mean, Trono can always take the stats. It's a hard debate. Do you go for the armor stats because you know that Father Wrangler is going to be the primary carry on the side of DSG? Or do you opt to go for something else because other things can happen? But as I say that...
the ultimate comes through from Awkward Tofu, and Aristotle Loomis dropped dangerously low. Father Wrangler's trying to make a difference of his own. Manages to pop his own ultimate, but will he get Awkward Tofu in time? No, he will not! Meanwhile, in the top lane, Senji now going after the polite Hitman, but manners will not save you this time around.
That was Godlike call, by the way. Anyways...
Oh, thank you.
You know, Dinnytown taking the rip. Dude, these fights have been going all for the side of Stun Gaming, you know. And congratulations, Hypersloth. That was a really good call to predict DSG would win, so that Stun Gaming would win. I'm not sure if they're gonna win just yet. You know, the gold lead.
Game is not over. Game is not over. You are right.
The gold lead was 2K, and now it is at that 3K. And the item advantage is clearly on the side of Stun Gaming. The gold advantage is clear on their side, and now the Rift Herald getting taken up by the Diana. It's really rough for them to make a comeback in this game. The only avenue I could really see them going for is I once again playing towards Father Wrangler, getting him scaled up into the late game. But the late game team fighting is such in the favor on the side of Sun Gaming. The ease of execution, which I talked about pretty much, I think every single cast on every single game of the season, is that ease of execution plays such a big factor, especially in leagues like this.
Absolutely, and we can see that there are still some victories going over to the side of DSG as they're able to pick up that dragon on the bot side. So, not completely out of reach for them. This is still very manageable, but if they continue to play how they are, they will start to see this game slip away. So definitely looking to make some of those differences.
So, it's such a back and forth series. Game 1 was so close. Game 2 was in such favor of Stun Gaming. Game 3 was in favor of DSG. And now it's looking like Stun Gaming looking to make something in return happen. But TRI got in a little bit of a bad spot, taking, unfortunately, a lot of damage. Senji only finds one with the ultimate, so TRI doesn't pop off the ultimate zone. Why am I casting this fight? My bad.
Yeah, don't worry about it, TRI. We will now go down as well. It's actually, I was actually hiccuping during all that, so I actually didn't mind that you were casting that fight, but there we go. It's a trade mid laner for jungle. All in all, I'd say that's a win going over to DSG.
This series is so exciting. I'm forgetting my Rollich game, man. I just want to
yell and scream and talk about it.
Oh,
and we can see that Rift Herald is being dropped. They will be able to pick up the first tower here. And hey, what the heck are you doing there, Chakras? You thought you could farm? No, you cannot. That is an extra kill now. Going over to Stun Gaming, and will they be able to pick up this turret as well? It will go down. Now Aristotle Loomis finds himself in a bad scenario, but is able to dash right back out. Father Wrangler chasing Senji. Will he be able to get anything out of it? There's the pillar, but Senji dives back in. Father Wrangler now diving out with his ultimate, but that is just greed in its purest form. That is a cross map ace for Stun Gaming.
All right, can we check the PayPals of Denny Town, Father Winglu, and Aristotle Loomis? Because it looks like they're getting a payday right now with the way they're playing. Potential win trading going on in this game. They look like they're ready to. They just FF mid, run it down in the area. It's an AK gold lead coming out from Stun Gaming, and at this point you just say, we grief this game. Let's ban Dionyso next game.
This has definitely been a bit rough here for the side of DSG. It's just like game 2. As soon as it started to slip away from them, they just did not know how to play from behind in order to recover. So definitely is slipping further and further away. We know what these players can do on these champions, however, so I am still not counting them out just yet. We will see if they're able to make up the difference here later on into the game, but it is definitely... It would be crazy not to say that this is Stun Gaming favorite about now.
What's interesting I would like to point out is that normally when you go into a game and you identify what the problem was, you usually say, hey, oh, it was this champion. Let's ban that out next game. But the problem is the Lucian Nami provide a lot of value, made sure Jin was able to have advantage in that lane, but you gotta ban some part of Stun Gaming's Diana Yasuo comp as well. So that starts to eat up your bans come game 5, and as I talk about that, they look more
this is the double knock-up from Tyr, and he will rip apart the competition. Double kill going over to Jin, 4-0-4 on this Lucian. Is this the same Jin that we saw last game? Because he is smurfing now on Father Wrangler.
What's interesting is that, you know, Jin hasn't played Jin this entire series. But that's besides the point.
It's spelled differently, so it might be a... I don't know if this is a reference to the Jin from Tekken, which I think is what it is, but...
it probably is, yeah.
Because, yeah, that Jin is spelled with just... without the H, so... Definitely could be that, but obviously not for certain. I don't know what this what the origins behind this name is, but yes, we have not seen him on Jin so far this game.
You know, maybe he plays AD carry because he's because when he plays Tekken, he's really good at footsies and spacing. Hey, a reference for all you fighting game fans. But anyways,
I am not a Tekken player. I used to play it when I was a kid. I spent a lot of time on ferries because I grew up on an island. So whenever I had to go to the mainland, I had to go on a ferry, and there was this arcade on the ferry that had the Tekken game. So when I was like a little kid, I would always play Tekken on the ferry. But meanwhile, Tyr has found himself in a situation he does not want to be in, and he will go down. So small victories coming through here for DSG as this game is not quite over yet.
Yeah, down 9K, but I like to say this when I play my games in scenarios, but wait.
We see a TP, but there's no Yasuo right now. Do they even want to take this fight? Jin now charmed up. Aristotle Loomis will pick up that Lucian, and Jin will go down, but 7 Chakras now finds himself in a bad scenario. Awkward Tofu picks up the kill to 7 Chakras, and now that Yasuo is back alive, he does have that TP, and he will use it to dash into the pit. Oh no, it was slightly out of the pit, and now Tyr finds himself in a bad scenario, but Strangle Root will get the ultimate onto Aristotle Loomis, and now it is Awkward Tofu alone in the dragon pit, just keeping the attention of the dragon. And now finally it will go down. So the drags are evened up, and now the kills are 15-3 in favor of Stunned Gaming, and almost a 10K gold lead at this stage of the game.
I've seen bigger comebacks. in my day, in my solo queue experience, I've seen bigger comebacks than this one. It's definitely possible.
Earlier this week, I threw away a 14K gold lead, so
Wait, you did that again? I thought that was like a couple weeks ago that you did that.
Oh, maybe it was a couple weeks ago.
I think it was.
Do it again.
Yeah, no, it's so traumatic that you think that game happens every week. And
it haunts me to this day, as you can see. But yes, definitely, especially with how objective bounties work, it is still possible to make this comeback. But boy, it will be an absolute mountain for DSG to climb if they want even a shot at this game.
I will say though, I think that the fact that Father Wrangler and Squad were able to find and engage when it looked so dire and kind of even that up. They lost the fight at the end of the day, but if they can potentially look for these picks, I think they got a pretty good pick comp with this Rakan, among other things. They got Rakan, they got Syndra, they can catch maybe someone out with a callback of the feathers from Zaya. Definitely got room to play, and I think a pick comp is definitely one of those types of comps that can make these crazy comebacks possible.
Tyr lands the knockup onto Father Wrangler, but this opts not to go in. He is not a solo queue Yasuo who just goes in on every R. Father Wrangler has to use that ult or make his escape. Diddy Town flashes away, but now the knockup there will be taken. And Aristotle Loomis will be the first to fall. No flash on Diddy Town. He will go down. Father Wrangler also will go down as well. And that is 3 more big kills going over to Stunned Gaming.
No more Gale Force, no more ult. Father Wrangler is all out of options, and it's got to look like his team is out of them as well. They're pushing in, getting an inhibitor before even potentially the Baron spawns.
This is an 18-minute inhibitor. Oh my goodness. Stunned Gaming are just running over this game. They are smurfing on the remnants of DSG, and we can see whoever gets a lead series just absolutely runs away with it. It's like almost like neither team knows how to play from behind.
Yeah, crazy game, but Senji kind of just wasted the ulti here.
Yeah, so Senji a bit of a whoopsie daisy there, but we'll just completely ignore that as Shelly is able to get another charge onto the top lane turrets, and looks like they're just gonna opt to walk away after that one.
Now they set their sights on the Baron that's spawning within 1 minute. This is definitely the objective you want to take if you want to finish this game off efficiently and easily. Ride that momentum into Game 5 is the name of the game here. But every single minute that Father Wrangler and DSG are solid out, the more that Stunned Gaming might get tilted, might get a little upset and say, guys, we should have ended this a long time ago. What are we doing? Or it might motivate them, say, hey, ha ha ha, we messed this up. We won't make these mistakes again.
Yeah, I might make a bold prediction and say that DSG will not win this game. I said I might. I'm not actually making that prediction because my predictions are always wrong.
Wait.
But
Wait. But this will be the greatest comeback in Risen history if this actually happens.
It would be, but unfortunately, I just
at least from this
see
season.
that happening. If they come back from down 11k gold at 20 minutes into the game, and win the championship off of that, I will probably like tattoo DSG onto my forehead. But unfortunately, I just don't see that happening. We can see the Baron being taken from Stun Gaming right now, and it will be picked up here pretty easily. And is this going to be the Hail Mary fight as Dinningtown takes the stats from Strangleroot, but there is a triple knockup Strangleroot into the backline, but here comes Tier AoE. They will be able to get the kill onto Strangleroot, but the rest of the team is just absolutely demolished. Tier AoE is now on an absolute rampage. Senji is godlike, and what the Wombo Combo presents here is a 21-minute win. That is the quickest win out of any team here in the finals, and that will be Game 5, taking us to Silver Scrapes.
They're doing a so good job at getting our wishes to come true. They put it to Silver Scrapes. I can't believe this. We're going to a Game 5, baby.
Caster Curse is real!
It is real.
In my defense, I gave a Caster Curse to both teams.
Yeah.
I predicted Stun Gaming to win Game 3. They did not. I predicted DSD, or DC, whatever. DSG, thank you. DSG to win Game 4. They did not. But we're coming through. I am not making any predictions in Game 5. I will not do that to either one of these teams. I want a curse-free Game 5. And oh my goodness, that was a 21-minute win for Stun Gaming. They just steamrolled past the opponents in this one.
Oh shoot, give me a second. Okay, the sneeze went away. Dang it. But anyways, I was trying to play Silver Scrapes on my phone, but my mic was unfortunately too good to pick it up. But we're taking a Game 5. The spirit of Silver Scrapes resides in all of us, nevertheless. But I think
we all know Silver Scrapes at this point,
we all know Silver
right?
Scrapes. But the adjustment I'm really interested to see is, what do they ban out here? Did they ban the Lucian Nami that allowed Sun Gaming's bot lane to get away with murder, and being that, you know, definitely they've been playing worse this series, but it allows them to have this early game advantage despite that? Or do they want to ban out something like the Yasuo or the Diana that was providing so much value in terms of these team fights? I'm really interested to see what they go with.
Absolutely, it will be very, very interesting to discuss, but that discussion does not lie with us. We will be tossing it over to the analyst desk. I think right now we will see if they are ready. Yeah, we are tossing it over. We will see you all for the draft of Game 5 in just a few moments.
Yo, yo.
Yo. Wow, that... Wow, your predictions are just so on point. Everybody, tonight. So good at predicting.
So good. Just immaculate even.
We're like trying to just manipulate it to best of 5.
Pretty much.
That's what we're doing. We don't actually care about the predictions as much. But we do believe in the curse.
Yeah, I mean, the
but
game was pretty tough to watch.
It was tough. You know, I love Lucian and Nami bot lane when it's on my team. When it's on the enemy team, not so much.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty fair. It can get away with a lot just for existing. And there's definitely a couple times where I'm just like, damn, they're really ahead right now. Just because of existing. Sometimes it seems like.
Yeah, it was like Nami and Lucian, they have this ability to just stay in the back lane, and then Lucian can just kind of, if Nami puts the E on him, he can run out, dash, do his maybe alt your face when he's in front of you, and then run back out. And then you just have the Diana and Yasuo just completely to clean everything up. Oh, we got a replay going. What is
We
this
got a
replay?
replay cooking up from this game, from this potential massacre. Let's see it.
Oh right. Oh, it was just
Okay.
after the Baron. This was fresh in my mind. I remember this. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So they were fighting back. You got the teleport coming in. That all was really nice on the
Mhm.
Malphite's part. Look at him. He's just getting like like all of them on top of him. But they failed to recognize that the rest of the team were actually still there using the wall. Oh.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean,
Nope, not this time. Love couldn't win. No.
not this time around, no. Like, I mean, the
Yeah, and
comp difference is kind of insane.
just look at the front. It's always Yasuo and Diana leading this. And then even Malphite, he'll just stay in the back lane just to protect Lucian and Nami. But he'll engage
Yeah.
when he has his ult. That's the duality of a Malphite on a team. Especially split pushing too, and he's getting all of that split push and that gold. Just too much.
Yeah, like 100%. Like I swear, when I'm thinking about what changes they might have to make coming into this next game, like my first thought is just ban Diana or Yasuo. One of the two has to go, just because how hard it kind of disrupts DSG's comp. Like we literally saw game 3, it worked perfectly fine. And then game 4, it seemed like Stun Gaming just found out, okay, what like stifles this comp? What makes this not work? And they pretty much executed it as good as they could have. Uh I know it's just from personal experience playing Zaya into Yasuo is an absolute pain just because of his win wall. You can like never fully commit to a fight, and then like you mentioned, I think before the game even started, playing Syndra into that just feels so bad. Like it's just you have nowhere to stand
So
half the
annoying.
time.
Syndra, like one of the main things about Syndra is her ability to stun you and to push you back and just have that damage. And then you just have
Hmm.
Yasuo, and he's like, "Oh yeah, here's my wall. I don't care.
Yeah,
I don't want your damage. I never asked for it. You can
yeah.
have
It's
my
just
wall."
it's like Syndra R just doesn't exist to Yas half the time, and it's just like okay, him. What I'm thinking is like if I was in the shoes of DSG's like coach or whoever's running the draft, I'd be like, okay, we're just banning Yas outright. Just we're not letting that through. It just works too well, and then
Or you
either
pick someone
yeah.
else
Yeah.
into Yasuo, like maybe like an Ari, for example, someone that
Mhm.
can dash and can deal with the wind wall if she has to, or dash around the wind wall and deal with him. That doesn't,
Yeah.
but we'll see. So it's gonna be exciting game 5. I don't want to predict this one because I don't wanna push this curse. I just want both teams to bring it, all of their energy left. And
Yeah.
we are getting into draft pretty soon here,
Mhm.
so we'll take it back to the casters. Thank you so much, Split. See you soon.
See you.
We're back. We got Silver Scrapes. We got Game 5. We got high stakes action here. Slatty, what are you looking for in the draft this time around? You are muted, Slatty.
All right.
4-1. We're down 4-1
Okay,
now.
we're down for 1, but you and I are 2-2. Okay, it's evened out.
No,
Fixed the issue.
we equally trolled. We equally trolled. Yes.
Brilliant pick. Anyways, by the way, first off, DTB Gaming Blue, they did not ban the Diana, they did not ban the Yasuo, they did not ban the Lucian. They banned none of that. So I think Stun Gaming Mythos might just go for the crazy run back. And they started off with the Lucian and then the Nami, baby.
They are going to win this bot lane again. They work for them in 4. I forgot how to. I also play Jhin. I don't know how to count past 4, so I don't know what game we're in right now. But Nami coming through Zillion, which has been banned in the second phase. I think almost every single game. Has actually been first picked here for DSG. Should I also mention DSG has been on blue side every single game this series. Stun Gaming on every single time. But now they're going back to what has worked for them in the beginning. Jarvan the 4th picked up as well. They got one more pick here for blue side. I feel like we're yelling. Maybe we should calm down a little bit. But
it's just such an exciting bro, yes, let's go! Oh my god. Dude, I love watching Aphelios, man.
I have like a headache for the last like few minutes of just
okay, yo,
casting this draft, but
Aphelios is a godlike pick here for a couple reasons. They locked in Lucianami, and it's a counter to this aggressive engage that has worked for Stun Gaming Mythos last game. The preemptive counter with the Aphelios, and they're probably going to drop that zone to the bot lane. So they have so much anti-dive and engage already that Stun Game Mythos have to consider, do we still go with the Diana Yasuo that worked so well last time because
they're not.
changed around their pick? Yeah, they're not, unfortunately.
I think they should, if they wanted to go with the Diana Yasuo again, they should have picked it up on pick 3 here, because you can still go Gragas, you can still go Diana, you have multiple options that they would have had to ban out, and you could have gone the Yasuo. I think if they wanted to go that direction, that's what they would have done. So I think they have something else in mind for this final draft here.
Oh my lord. The Jarvan, though, for me personally, the Jarvan worked out game 1 and game 2 for a very specific reason. Immobile carries. I've said that 40 times. I'm sorry, guys. It's just true. But Lucian is a little bit different. He's able to dash over the wall if he has that accessible. And so it's going to be a lot harder to lock down this sort of carry because it's not really relying on this. And we're talking about non-immobile 80 carries, and Azir is definitely up there.
So it looks like Azir once again also has a dash that can go over walls. So this Jarvan might not be able to get the same amount of picks that he was getting in the early game, but saving what appears to Gragas again is a flex, can go either top or jungle, is not a particularly strong pick in the meta right now. So I'm a bit curious as to why Stun Gaming would go in this direction. Of course, at this level, it's more about comfort over meta, so maybe that they just know something we don't, but it's Swain to answer that Azir, because I believe that would be Zillion going down into the bot lane with the Aphelios. Of course, both of them can swap, and we'll see which one they want to use, but the final pick of the draft for DSG belongs to their top laner, and it's Maokai coming through, a very powerful pick in the meta right now, very easy to execute as well. Very, very strong draft, I think, coming out from DSG in their final game.
Dude, like, how does Sun Gaming Mythos round this out? Because you have, I think you could flex the Gragas either jungle or top lane. You know, Sejuani has that flexibility. Gragas also has that. I don't know if you go for, I think you go for something very big damage dealer. They opt to go for something like a Sejuani. Interesting kind of front-to-back team comp. If I was a betting man, I would bet on Deep Sea Gaming Blue here with their draft. It has great anti-dive, has also good engagement.
No predictions! We're not cursing this game.
Okay, yeah. Wait, no, you gotta bounce it out. You gotta predict Stun Gaming Mythos, so like it bounces out.
I like Stun Gaming Mythos.
There we go. there we go. Yes.
We're not cursing these guys, alright, but we have Game 5 coming through, Sejuani to round out the draft. The power of flex picks coming through for both teams with the Gragas Sejuani and the Swain Zillion. We do not know where anyone is going, but I am excited to figure it out. Because honestly, it could be like Swain top, Zillion mid, and Maokai support. A lot of flexibility on both teams. But, sorry, we are... I think we're going to throw it back to the analyst desk to give their synopsis on what we are expecting out of this draft. So, we bid you farewell. We'll see you when we're in game.
Hello.
Yo.
Hello.
Long time no see.
Long time no see. It's been quite a while. So what is the quick prediction here for DSG's side of where they're setting out?
Wow, you're really throwing the prediction on me this fast.
Well, not.
I mean, not to curse them, but I'm liking their comp. Like, I'm a
No, you're not
fan of
supposed
Swain.
to say you like the comp. Where do you think
What?
Maokai is gonna go or Swain's
With the
gonna go?
with the Maokai or the Swin's gonna go?
That's
Well,
not gonna curse them.
that's
I
not gonna
don't think.
curse them. Okay. Well, I'm guessing they just throw the Maokai top
The Swain is
and
mid lane.
they have the Swain mid, and that's just my guess. And did get confirmation. It seems like the Swain is gonna be mid lane. So
Whoa, that's the
yeah.
only prediction that was right.
What?
All night.
Okay.
Just kidding.
Okay.
They didn't pick the Kaisa. That was the one thing that you really wanted. I'm
True.
sorry.
No
I'll pick
Kaisa today.
Kaisa next game after this. I'll play
Thank you.
Kaisa. I've never played Kaisa, to be honest, so I'll do it for
So
you though.
we'll get some Kaisa gameplay in somewhere somehow.
You know, the new one that I haven't seen be picked, or the two new ones would be Oh, three. Azir, Zillion,
Mhm.
and Ophelios. I'm
Yeah.
actually quite excited about this. I know Mowgli, which is our production manager, he's not happy about the Zillion.
Yeah, he was all like, "Oh yeah, it's like Zillion's okay, but like it ain't it." And I'm like, "But it's okay." And it is what it
He
is, but
It's funny. He said he took that was his pick all season for Risen. I
Mhm.
assumed he played that, and then no.
It's
Anyone else that picks it, no. Only he gets to pick it.
apparently, but I'm for Zillion. I absolutely despise how obnoxious he can be. Where it's just like once the game gets late enough, he just ults everybody. It just seems like this. It's almost like it has no CD. And when you have that on top of a Swain and a Maokai, like
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
really I'm really just sitting there thinking, how obnoxious are these team fights going to be later? It's going to be like a back and forth the whole time. At least that's what I see.
Absolutely. The damage seems on both sides not too bad. You got the
Hmm.
Lucian, obviously, with the damage. Sejuani and Gragas, I find that they can switch where one engages and one stays back,
Hmm.
or both can engage or both can stay back, and they have that ability. And they're mobiles, right? So they
Hmm.
have that ability. Azir's been a very strong pick, I've noticed just in general
Yeah.
in Risen. He's been a continuous pick, and I think there was someone last game that said they didn't even like Azir and they played him anyways and still carried
Yeah.
the game.
Yeah. Because I think Azir's just one of those champs where it's like, looking at some of the mid champs that are like in the meta now, I guess there aren't that many that can really kill Azir or have like an easy time killing him. And then his ears just scales so hard after he gets like two items that it's like, okay, you can just pick him into most stuff nowadays, and then he's just really good. And I feel like
Yeah,
this game is no different. Like I think if Stun want to win this game, they want to have that Azir as fed as possible. And then he can probably
yeah.
carry the game for them.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And then on that other side, they're gonna want the Philios to be able to answer back in
Hmm.
strength. Philios is actually like I tried him probably a couple times, handful times. He's
Uh-huh.
quite a difficult champ. Very
Yeah.
specific with his the way he has to choose his different guns, but,
Hmm.
if executed really well, he has the ability to carry a game and snowball a game.
Yeah, his damage is like some of the highest you can get out of an ADC. Like it will literally you can blow somebody up in like a second or two, just like you said, depending on what guns they have. And all it takes is just Aphelios getting to like two or three items. If the game just goes late enough, he just becomes a menace if you don't like answer him really quick.
Yeah, and then he also has, like, his whispering sister in the back of his head, like,
Yeah,
creepily talking to him,
I think
and he
her
doesn't
name's
even
like
say a
Balloon
word.
or something.
Yeah, but anyways, you know how you mentioned that he blows like any champ up with a lot
Hmm.
of damage, but you know who he blew up? He blew up
Mythic.
Slatty when he got picked up or chosen.
True. Slotty was just like, okay, we got an Aphelios coming in. My dude's hyped for it, and I mean,
He's
I
like,
can feel the hype. Like anytime we pass it over, I can just feel it exuding off of like off the freaking screen. So I mean,
he
I'm
fell
here
off
for
his chair, I'm pretty sure. Like when he found out that Aphelios was picked from jumping up. I saw it. And then
it.
Hypersloth Hypersloth almost fell off his chair when Trundle got picked.
True.
And then I was stoked about Valcause.
You were
And
stuck
then
about
for
Vel'Koz.
you
Poor
got
me.
nothing.
I'm just here
We
for the games. I guess I'm here for the game five. None of my picks came to fruition, but I'll just live with it at this point.
I believe there is a Secret Santa form going
Ooh,
around. I don't know if it's with for all of
true.
Risen, but if it's for all Risen, then maybe somebody will send you a Kaisa gift.
Ooh, Kaisa
Yeah,
gift maybe.
hint
That's the
hint.
hope.
All right. Well, I think they are getting into games soon. So any last
Hmm.
words, Swift?
Don't make it like 50 minutes, JK. But I'm here for it. I'm here for the game five banger. Best of luck to both teams, so I don't curse them.
Yes, best of both luck. We're bringing it back to the casters.
Okay, I double checked. I don't think I'm muted. We're good. Let's get into Game 5 here of Risen Unstoppable Finals. I'm hype. I'm Hypersloth. I'm here with my friend Slatty here for Game 5. You're not muted either. Are you ready for this?
I'm so incredibly ready for this, man. You know, they're talking about me jumping out of the seat. You know, I was praying on Father Wrangler to 1v9 this game, and he is weaponizing that faith right now with Aphelios, bro. I'm so hyped. I've been playing this champ, like, all last week. He is so hyped, so fun to watch, and I can understand what's on screen, which it makes it infinitely more fun to watch.
I can also understand. Here's my understanding of Aphelios. Guns.
Yes!
Am I wrong? Tell me I'm wrong.
No, you're not wrong. His guns actually are Rudy, Steely, Shooty, Spinny.
I've heard different E's. I've heard like it's Healy, Snipey,
yeah,
Rudy, and Sickle Mode. Those are the 5 that I've heard.
Sickle Mode. Nah, they're Calibrum, Severum, Crescendum.
Those are the real names.
And,
that's lame.
Infernum. Yes, those are the real names for it. I'm kind of a nerd. Also, by the way, listen to his champion theme on Spotify. It is actually the most banger theme in the game. Do not test me on that one. But 7 chakras doing a little bit of damage in the mid lane. You know, sticking it to Tier AoE, who's been dominating in this entire series.
Yep, so tier AoE on the Azir. Azir, not that powerful at level 1, because all you can do is spawn the soldiers, of course. But as soon as he hits that level 2, we'll actually be able to direct them to where he wants them to attack, so that'll obviously help a little bit. But Aphelios into Lucian Nami, especially early on, you have to assume that Lucian has the advantage in that lane, right? So what does Aphelios have to do in order to, you know, stem the tide and get to that late game?
Okay. So, Aphelios,
I'm assuming not do that.
Yeah, assuming not do that. But the thing about Aphelios with Zilean is that it's such an amazing anti-dive composition. Because Aphelios, when he has stuff, his gameplay and his team fights are entirely dependent on his guns. If you see him have red and white guns, that means that if you try to dive him, he has so much incredible healing. And with addition to the Zilean ult, he is unkillable when you try to dive him, especially if he doesn't fall too behind in the early game. But when you have fights where he has something like the fire gun and the root gun, it's a lot easier to get on top of him and take him out in these fights. The playstyle is completely different depending on what guns he has access to. So it is going to be on the side of Stun Gaming to determine when this Aphelios is diveable and when we have to pull the trigger.
Absolutely, and we can see now a bit of fighting going on in the top lane. 2 burly boys, of course. It will be really hard for either one to kill either of them, but Strangleroot running pretty low on mana means early on Polite Hitman will be able to trade a bit more, but here's Tier A. Oh, the flash coming through from Diddy Town will yield nothing as Tier AO is able to make his escape.
Okay, the interesting thing about this, but as we're talking about that.
Okay, so Tier AO maybe biting off a bit more than he could chew, but it's first blood. Senji picks it up in the mid lane as 7 chakras bites the dust.
Oh my god, we got Senji picking up the first kill. A guy that's been consistently well for the side of the Sun Gaming Quad, putting in a lot of work, putting in the hours. But now, Jin is looking to engage you up to play aggressive against Father Wrangler.
Wrangler goes down! Goes down, and that's another kill going over, and he's going to miss out this entire wave. Diddy Town also getting bullied out a bit there by Senji. The ward is dropped, but Diddy Town's able to clear it immediately, but that is Jin flexing on Father Wrangler in the bot lane.
Jin got ice in his veins. Oh my god, he is not afraid in a game 5 scenario with the balls to dash up, flash, pew pew, and finish off this Aphelios. That's definitely the early advantage you want to need, especially since Zilean got the actual return kill. Finding that early game aggression is what you need to do on Jin, and he is doing a great job, especially with denying that wave.
Yep, and you can see that difference being made up for in that 300 gold dagger that he was able to pick up. So hopefully he's going to be able to use that to his advantage if he wants to really snowball this lead. But meanwhile, Strangleroot is battling with Polite Hitman in the top lane. Again, running low on mana, so he's not going to really be able to do much, and Polite Hitman has a lot of sustain with the Maokai passive and is going to be able to freeze this wave and be able to heal off of it quite easily. So, a lot of fighting up in top lane, but not much to really speak of.
The kind kills, we got the kills on the side of the Gragas, we got one on the side of Jin, and so that has made their gold lead around to this 8K margin. The Dragon is spawned, but no team's really opting to go for it. But we see Jarvan coming down bot lane is spotted out by the ward. And, you know, a little bit of throwback. You know, Dinny Towns consistently picked the Jarvan, but the fact that when he was engaging in that mid lane, you saw that Butchered flash earlier. I've played a little bit of Jarvan in the jungle, and the mechanic with Jarvan's EQ flash is towards the end of your Q. You have to flash. If you flash at the beginning...
Yeah, that is 100% true, yeah.
If you have to flash at the beginning or in the middle, you don't get the knockup. So a little bit of a lack of Jarvan knowledge coming out here from Dinny Town. But, you know, I'm not going to say that it's lack of knowledge because it's definitely Game 5 nerves.
No, yeah, it's not too difficult to get the timing right, but it is different, like a Shen flash E, where you can kind of flash at any point. You do have to make sure that you time that part correctly at the end of the E in order to still get the timing on that ability right. So I don't think it's a too big of an issue, but we just had the support disconnect, so we might have a bit of a pause here as we wait for that reconnect from the support.
Yep. And, you know, while we're doing this pause, of course, you know, LCS stands for literally caster stalling, but this is Risen Esports. You know, we're going to have to stall a little bit. We are caster analysts. But I want to pay attention.
I'm leaving that up to you.
Knowledge a little bit. Aphelios is going to be the primary focus of DSG's comp. You know, they have some other tons of damage, but the main primary damage is actually from Aphelios, and I think you'd be inclined to agree. So what I think you should pay attention to is the guns that he has at any given point. Aphelios is a very interesting character because when he runs out of ammo, he swaps to the next gun. And the Q depends on when he uses his guns and how he keeps his guns. And so with Aphelios, you are supposed to do the guns in a certain order and keep that order steady. But the thing is, if you don't keep that order, what ends up happening is, let's say I'm Aphelios, and I actually get red and purple guns. Ooh, not a good combo. Doesn't really provide too much value in a fight, and doesn't really synergize well. What that actually does is the Aphelios now needs to fix the gun order and cripple himself in a later team fight in order to fix that gun order by going with a worse one. So, watching this gun order from this Aphelios to make sure he's constantly keeping that rotation required is going to be crucial to his success in winning these team fights.
Absolutely. We did. Our production is already flaming Swift Duelist, as we can see. He asked for not a 50-minute game, so if they can't do it naturally, they're going to do their best to do it unnaturally through pauses. So definitely, we cannot say anything on as the casters or analysts without it coming true. So definitely a bit rough here, but we'll hopefully get a reconnection here soon, and we can hop back into the game as soon as possible.
You know what's funny? Like, you can't, in the client, you can't, like, move your camera around, but you can't zoom it out. Because I was checking to see, because if you look at the bot line, you got a 41 CS lead to a 27 CS lead. And I thought that was going to be a pretty big deal. But we see, actually, that Jin has a massive mini wave on a tower he's able to collect, and he's sort of evening out this gold. Definitely, I feel like Jin is going to be the difference maker this game. Does he choke on the pressure? Does he play with confidence and the swagger that he needs to take out Father Wrangler, put him behind, and put his team on his back? That'll be a storyline we'll have to see. But one more storyline I'd like to talk before we get to the unpause of this game. Both teams, same group, same record, and they meet in the finals, and they go to Game 5. Such a weird story, you know, very similar starting points in the season, very season ending points, and they are meeting in the I can't write it better. I can't write it better.
No, you cannot. It is truly a Cinderella story for one of these teams who will end up on top. We obviously need to see the rest of this game in order to figure that out. We did see the reconnect, so hopefully the pause will be done here in just a moment. We are going back into the game. I forgot what was happening.
Pull out your noisemakers and make some noise. The pause is finally up. Wait, it's stuck on 0 seconds. Wait.
It is stuck on 0 seconds. I'm also seeing that. We're just gonna refer to our production here. Just one moment, please.
Yeah, we're trying to get this figured out, at least right now. Oh, we got it. It's been
yeah, we're back in. We're back in.
Okay. Just to make sure that we had. Okay, no. Yeah, I'm pretty synced up.
I don't know why it's stuck on 0 for so long. I think it was just syncing back up to the 3-minute delay. I believe that was what was going on. But that's not important. We're all into the game now, and we can continue from what we were doing. So, I completely forgot what the game state was because I was more worried about filling the time there. But it looks like we have almost a 1,000 gold lead going over to Stun Gaming up in the top, or up on the red side. And we have the Dragon spawned already and Rift up in 1 minute. Slidey, what are you looking for from DSG to negate that gold lead a little bit more and bring this game closer to even?
I think you need to target your resources down to the Cephalios and get him at least to have 1 kill even with the Lucian. Because right now, with Lucian playing aggressively, this 1k gold lead is going to be at least of the problems. What's going to be the biggest of your problems is when that 1k gold lead turns into a 2k, turns into 3k. And that gold difference lies between an Aphelios and a Lucian, which will spell disaster for your comp and your identity. It needs to have this Aphelios in a good spot to even have a hell's chance at making any sort of this game any sort of competitive.
Every time we see Father Wegler pop off, we have seen him like create an absolute canyon between himself and Jin. So definitely looking to see what he could do in this game. See if he could become that father that we have seen him be in the past. But so far, absolutely going in the favor of Jin as of right now, as he's able to get that back off, and now he's going to be running back down bot lane. We'll see what he is able to do with this lead that he has. Like I said, it is kind of stabilized at about 1,000k in the lead for Stun Gaming, and now with this dragon taking, it is going over to. It looks like the early dragon. My apologies, are going over to DSG.
It's just, you know, quite the interesting game. You know, they got the 1k goldie, they got the advantage, but I would like to say, you know, you would think it's mostly primary in this Lucian because he got the first kill, but I think it's in tier I. He's 33 CS ahead, and he's going to consistently doing that every single game, and especially when you're scaling on something like this Azir, it provides you a lot of value for your team. He is the primary scaling damage dealer. So when it comes to these late game team fights, if he's able to get this gold in his pockets, and he's able to bring that towards these late game fights, I see no reason why Stun Gaming can't easily shut the door on DSG.
No, I 100% agree. I think it is going to be very important for Seven Chakras to really step up his game and try to prevent tier AoE from scaling like he has been all series long. But already 30 CS down, it'll be really, really rough for him from here on out. We can see the ultimate coming through there for Jin, but he's able to just dash out of the way of Dinny Town's EQ. Opts not to commit the Cataclysm and just opts to walk away instead, as Senji is now down here in the bot lane as well.
They were a little worried that they don't win the fight, don't want to run the risk, and I think that's really fair. You know, I say that if you're 1k, 1.5k gold down, you're 2k gold down, there's nothing you really actually have to worry about here. But now Father Wegler,
so they know Senji is in that brush. It is warded, so Father Wegler cannot really step up. And now Senji knows it's warded because the minions went to him. So obviously, if you're on vision, the minions will go to you, so they know that bush is warded. Tries to go in for the ultimate, but that will not net you anything. Senji now drops dangerously low. Jin has to pop the cleanse. He does have flash in case he needs to get away. Seven Chakras is there as well, but the flash will get you nothing, and Seven Chakras picks up the kill. Dinny Town dashes in, but is unable to pick up anything else, but that is 2 kills going over to DSG.
Beautiful stuff coming out of DSG. They understand and identify if these guys engage onto us, it is going to be a rough time for them. And you know, they didn't want to run the risk of, we're going to fight a 3v3 with the Jarvan, Aphelios. We're going to run the 3v3 bot lane jungle. But they were like, Seven Chakras, you know, you've been behind, but you can provide us a lot of value. But as I'm saying that, Polite Hitman is just beating Strangeroot's booty in this top.
If you want an extra kill, how about have one in top lane? But meanwhile, in mid as well, tier AoE will actually throw Dinny Town into his own turret. Will that result in anything? I don't know, as Senji does not have flash to try and chase Dinny Town. Seven Chakras will be able to dash away, and that will unfortunately not result in any additional kills.
But Senji has access to the Rift Herald, and it's going to be the interesting decision where to place it. Okay, you know what?
Not that interesting a decision, apparently. They know exactly where they want to drop it.
They want to place it mid so tier Ari can get ahead. Oh, wait, but he doesn't. He's not able to get in range of that. Oh, as I'm talking.
Yeah, but unfortunately, Senji steps a bit too far, and he will drop. But the gold remains even for now.
Yeah, despite the kills being 5-2, the gold lead is found by members like Tiraru up 40 CS and Senji up 10 CS. So CS is really important. You know, they talk about people say like, oh, farming is very important, and then you're like, no, but kills and macro, blah, blah, blah. But you can see how much value farming is providing for Stun Gaming, and is really coming in clutch here as you're at the Mythic. One of the first Mythics in the game can provide a lot of value, but Father Wangler. You know, I mean, the bot lane, I will say, the bot lane fight went in favor on the side. Oh, but I mean, there's kind of a fight going on. The exhaust takes down.
There comes the double root. Father Wangler has to dodge the Nabi ultimate, but now Jin and Tofu, no flashes. They have to run away. He does have ultimate, but Diddy Town is not able to get it in time before the bubble lands, and they're going to be able to safely walk away from this one. Meanwhile, Strangleroot and Polite Hitman are just bashing each other in top lane. Will that result to anything, though? It does not look it. It looks like instead in mid lane, the first turret will be picked up, but the fight is still going on here. Strangleroot forces the flash out of Polite Hitman. That was the longest fight in existence, but neither one goes down.
And now they're going to kill Polite Hitman here. That's about it. He stalls it out.
He stalls it out for a bit longer, but that is for naught. Strangleroot will get picked up by 7 chakras, actually. Meanwhile, Tier AO is actually in a very bad position. He was unable to get the Shuriken Shuffle off earlier, so he still has that ultimate. 7 chakras pops his own, and Senji is forced to run away. Tier AoE now finds himself in a bit of an awkward scenario, and he may not be able to get away from this one. Has to force the ultimate out from himself. Senji tries his best to protect his mid laner, but he will go down. That is 2 kills responded to from DSG.
But this allows, because Nami is top lane, this allows Father Wangler and Aerosol Loomis to do free damage to this tower. But as they continue to fight, the Nami bubble does land.
Is able to pop the Gore Drinker, stays alive just a little bit longer, and he will be able to walk away. The Gore Drinker coming up clutch. And meanwhile, Father Wangler and Aristotle Loomis are able to push this in on bot lane, and Jin will just have to figure out a way to farm under his own turret.
I can't stress enough how important that was for that to go that well for the side of DSG. If it doesn't go that well, and they just kill top lane, and the Nami gets a lot of value, the Nami gets kills, Stun Gaming gets kills, then it's a little bit rough. But because they were able to actually come out on the top side, Father Wangler also getting the place on the bot side, that allows them to now make it so they are up 400 gold rather than being behind around the 2,000 that they were before. Really great stuff coming out.
Really, really great stuff coming out. However, the gold remaining fairly even, because like we said before, already a 30 CS lead in that mid lane. Tier AO has been by far the best performer on the side of Stun Gaming, and he will have to remain so if they want a shot at this game, at the title of champion. But as soon as we sing his praises, of course, he will go down. You cannot say anything on this broadcast without it coming true. So Tier AO will go down for the second time this game, and that will likely be the second dragon picked up here for DSG.
And I mean, it's going to be one dragon for one dragon. But, harking back to, I swear to God, when we saw before we saw a zero rotating up, but, as I say that, there's going to be a dive maybe happening.
Yep, so Jin now taking out the wave here, and Polite Hitman just kind of has to watch his kingdom crumble around him. His turret does not even have that much health left, but they opt instead just to go for the damage here. The Zillion ult coming in clutch. It will save him for a little bit longer. Senji forces his own flash out in order to prevent the turret to take him out. Because they invested so much into this top lane, they will be able to pick up the mid as well. So they will grab a kill and the turret, but it is responded to from DSG.
Looks like National Kindness Day won't give Polite Hitman the power up to win the fight in that exchange, but 7 Chakras looking to make something happen.
Strangleroot now down dangerously low. 7 Chakras has his ultimate pop, but Jin responds in kind and will be able to force DSG off of his top laner. Strangleroot dangerously low, will just look to back here. Tier AoE is caught by that root, and now finds himself in a bit of an awkward pathy there, but does still have that E and will be able to make his escape.
This game's insane. Oh my god. But You know, what I was going to say is that breaking open that mid lane tower so long ago with that Rift Herald allows Shirari to rotate around the map and really makes the plays happen, but actually it's been spelling his demise most of these times. That freedom of movement also causes you a lot more freedom to make significantly more mistakes. Rift Herald spawned, and you say second Herald's a trap, but I think it could.
It's only a trap if it's not free. I think a lot of people invest way too much time into trying to get that second Rift Herald, and it just ends up going badly for them. I think if it is free, absolutely you should go for the second Rift Herald, but if it's not, it's better just to back off and give that. In this case, I would actually back off. I don't think this is worth it, especially if they have a slight gold lead. I don't think it's worth it for Stud Gaming to invest too many resources into getting the second Rift Herald. That's just my opinion.
But, you know, they're pushing down mid lane, and, you know, 7 Chakras needing to step up when he did. He's still down in CS, but he's definitely recovered that gold lead in full with the kills that he has obtained. He is only down about he's down 1,300 gold lane in comparison to his lane partner, but it would be a lot worse if he wasn't able to pick up the kills.
Absolutely, and we can now see Tofu is not in the place you want to be. Diddy Town will find the pick there. And the kill goes on to Father Wagler, but the TP's coming in. They don't want to end this fight quite yet. Polite Hitman is hit by multi-Grag Assault. It splits them up slightly, but here comes the Zillion Ultimate. It keeps Father Wagler alive. Jin falls dangerously low. The Flash will keep him alive just a little bit longer, but now Father Wagler's died to the Ignite. Strangleroot is able to get another kill there, but he will drop as well. Jin falling dangerously low. Polite Hitman doesn't have a lot of health either. Will be able to get the root on to tier AO, and that will drop him as well. So all in all, it is a 4 for 3 in favor of DSG.
Oh my god, you can't write fights closer than this, baby. The crucial part about that fight was some of the stuff about it, right?
The gold is still even!
The gold is still, I know, I'm losing my mind. This Gragas ult, he threw the cask, but normally Gragas ult, you think of disengage, think of engage, but that damage from that Gragas cask hit 4 members, took them low, forcing them to back out, and another part of that fight was Father Wrangler was getting dove on, and smartly Stun Gaming back off as the Zillion ult is used on Father Wrangler, and Father Wrangler's like, I gotta die, so I get the reset and I get the HP back, so he's running back in, but right before he dies, the Zillion ult comes off, and he gets finished off by the rest of the members. 2 crucial parts of the fight that allowed Sun Gaming win that overall was their patience and their ability to get that massive damage with that Gragas. So Senji put in a lot of work.
Yep, we can see that Gragas is not opting for the tank Gragas that we so often see. Instead, building that Luden's Echo means he is building towards being a full damage Gragas. We can see he has the Predator as well, so he's able to get into these fights a lot quicker. But opting in for an AP Gragas instead of a tank Gragas means those barrels and that ultimate are going to be doing a hefty chunk of damage for sure. This dragon now spawning in 30 seconds. Both teams are now looking to set up this fight.
Want this objective. They want to get on this soul point, but can they make it happen here? Tirioi and the rest of the squad still got room to play. The Namiyo popped and the fight is soon to ensue.
So Strangleroot is running all the way down from top lane. He has just entered mid, and now they're looking for perhaps picking him off as Strangleroot is separated from the rest of his team. Smartly goes the long way around, drops the wards as well, but the dragon is started up. This will put them on soul point. They cannot allow that to happen. Here comes Senji on the flank, trying to find a way into this pit. Polite Hitman is playing the peeling game, but here is the Jin ultimate coming in very, very clutch. 7 Chakras ultimate is still going. Strangleroot now dangerously low. Tofu will go down. The dunk coming in from Diddy Town will get double kills as well. Tier AO will drop, and it is an absolute slaughter coming from DSG.
Oh my god, that fight was crazy for a couple reasons. First off, that fight, there were so many ults popped back and forth, and it was actually this insane cataclysm coming up from Diddy Town, plus the Aphelios damage with the ulti allows them to pick off 2 members at the start of the fight really easily. But the problem is that despite them engaging onto those 2 members, right, Stun Gaming had members In other places, they were split up, they were discombobulated, they didn't find an angle together, and despite them putting some members on the flank, those members get eliminated, and now what else do you have to do in the fight? You're now in a 3v5 scenario with Aphelios, the anti-dive god.
You cannot kill this Aphelios when he has this much peel on him, and he does work in that fight. And all of a sudden, this game that has been even for so long has just swung in the direction of DSG, and they are primed to take this championship.
But I gotta mention, you see 600 gold, 150, 150, 150. So many shutdowns on the side of DSG that if Sun Gaming can win a singular fight, they are easily back in this game and even more ahead. And now that the Baron is spawned, it has spawned 2 minutes ago. Any single team fight that is significantly won by either team, let's say play him and the rest of DSG, make one of those fights again, that is a free Baron. And that plays the game wide open. And you know, they do have a lead. I don't get me wrong, DSG is a lead, but this game, the next fight is pretty much what determines it, and I can't tell you who I think is going to win.
It is going to be very, very tough for sure. And we can see now, looks like they're trying to find a pick onto tier AO, and that is not where you want to be. Oh, but the reverse Shuriman shuffle, ult first, the dash later, I suppose, will get him to safety. So tier stays alive for a little bit longer.
Tier has been the man that cheats death. Unless I cast a curse to him again. God damn it! No! 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 No!
Slutty!
How could I do this? I'm so
Did they pay you to curse them? But meanwhile, Strangleroot now is trying to find his way onto Aristotle Loomis, but that will not net him anything. And now there's 4 in the top lane. DSG are here to play. They are here to win. Strangleroot will and Senji can only watch as his teammates are slaughtered, and the Baron on the menu next for DSG.
Denny Town and Polite Hitman flick the first domino of Tier Alley down, and that knocks down Strangleroot. That knocks down Senji. And that causes them to now look to lose this Baron. The objective bounty claim from Jin. The TP's coming out. They might want to look to fight on this objective.
Just yet, it looks like the TP coming in from tier AoE will bring them very close to death. 7 Chakras is just barely able to walk away. Will tier dash in and try to find the kill here? Yes, he will. But will he get it? Gets the shutdown onto 7 Chakras. But meanwhile, in mid lane, it is disaster for Stun Gaming as they are able to pick up yet another kill for DSG. The Baron is online. DSG is popping off in this game.
Oh my god. They got the Baron, they got the picks, but unfortunately, that 600 gold strategy shutdown that I was talking about earlier gets picked up by TRI. This guy is the carry. He's 50 CS ahead. He is 2-5-4, but he's still a 0. He can make an insane shuffle play happen. And with Father Wrangler without flash, with 7 Chakras without flash, there is room for him to make the 1v9 hero play that can send his team to a Game 5 victory and winning the series, but that might not be even matter. It's Father Wrangler. He's just running down Jin.
Unfortunately, Jin will be able to make his escape. We got Dragon spawning in 1 minute. This will be crucial for both teams. On one hand, they deny the soul. On the other, they get the soul. This will be perhaps the defining moment of this game. It is Mountain Soul point for DSG, and Stunned Gaming will be looking just as hard to stop them. Both teams are looking to find a way into this river, but it's DSG with control for now. The stun coming through. Diddy Town dives in, but the cast, I believe that was the cast from Senji, but no, it was something else that forced him away, as that ultimate still looks like it's up here for Senji.
I think Diddy Town just, Jason was like, nah, I'm out of here, and just walked out of the town.
Oh, he just walked out. I guess that works
He
too.
didn't want anything of that, but as I say that, Strangleroot looking for maybe make something happen. But it's Aphelios with this white and this green gun. These 2 guns are immaculate at poke, and he's not letting anyone anywhere near this river.
The dragon is getting burst down. This is make or break here for Stunned Gaming. Will Senji be able to find the steal? The ultimate comes through from Jin, comes through from Nami. Tier AO has tried his best on the side to do as much as he possibly can. The cask comes in clutch, does a heck of a lot of damage, but will that save the team fight? That is 3 kills going over. Tier AO will not be able to make the difference here, and it is an ult that saves his life for a little bit longer, but Father Wegler is just ripping this team apart, and now Senji finds himself where he does not want to be, flashes away, but you are just flashing to an early grave. Father Wegler, the ace, and it is soul for DSG.
Hold that Father Wegler, take hold, baby. He is popping up in this game. Knows when to fold and when to hold, and he does in that team fight. Doing an amazing job, playing safe, playing back, and finds his time and strikes like a serpent, baby. Doing it. Oh my God, this series, man. I can't. It's 400 gold lead, but they have the soul now, and they have the 400 gold lead. 4K gold lead, excuse me. And so it's going to be really rough, especially since DSG's comp completely outscales Sun. And Sun's gaming's comp has to go into the enemy team, and when you got an Aphelios, when you got a Swain, when you got a Zillion, it's so incredibly hard to play towards that win con.
Of course, we know this game is a lot closer than the 25-9 scoreline would actually have you believe, but you also have to keep in mind, these players cannot see the actual goal difference, right? So all they see is that 25-9 score lead, the soul on the enemy team, and just all hope just seems lost here for Stunt Gaming, as yet again, Strangleroot finds himself caught out. Jin pops the ultimate, but what does that get you? You just got Cataclysm, buddy, and that is yet another kill. Strangleroot is tanky, so he survives for a little bit longer, but that's now a double kill going over to Father Wegler. And now Tofu will find himself dropping as well. That is just an absolute slaughter here for DSG.
Oh, the OT and the bomb to finish him off.
And that is now an ace. What hast thou wrought here for DSG? Is that a championship on the line? I think so.
Oh my God, they got the soul, they got the 6K gold lead. All they need to do is tap it in. But as I've seen from games in the regular season, I've seen games on the biggest stages in the world, whenever it's not over till it's over, baby. They're pushing in, but there's still room to play. TRIOE, they have game-changing goals. They have the cast. They have the Sejuani ult. Jin trying to make something happen on Father Wrangler, but it might be a little too late.
Indeed. But what has that brought you except just death and decay to your teammates? As Awkward Tofu goes down for the 6th time this game, they are marching down this mid lane, and they are looking to end Stuns Gaming's chances at their own championship. And now it is Father Wegler knocking down the inhibitor. They decide not to go for anything more, and they will just withdraw for now.
They play it safe. They play what they know. This is the game 5. You don't need to do a triple spin around slam dunk to secure the dub. All you have to do is tap it in, and they're looking to do that with the Baron and with the push it provides. Does Stun Gaming have anything left in the tank to contest this? They're getting zoned out by a one-man army in 7 chakras.
7 chakras is an unkillable raid boss at this stage of the game. Senji dashes away, but is pulled right back to his doom. He will go down. 7 chakras is soon to follow, but that will not save this squad. They are deleted. They are not long for this world. Tier AO is the last man standing, but he cannot stop the onslaught of DSG. They march into the base. They want their championship, and they want it now.
Wrangler waving the DSG flag, finishing off the kills, taking out the turret, and ending the best fucking series I've seen in recent history.
That is going to do it, ladies and gentlemen. DSG are your champions. Okay, we got a little hype there, not gonna lie.
That was an insane series, dude. I can't. I've been out of my seat for the last 10 minutes, dude. I can't. That was a crazy series. Oh my god. I can't. Okay.
We keep this PG, everyone.
Okay,
We keep
okay.
that in mind.
Okay. All right. Anyways, recollect ourselves. We gotta calm down. Anyways. All right. That was an insane series. Went the distance. Went to Silver Scrape. 15C Gaming Blue is the one that clutched it out in the end. And on the back of one man, Father Wrangler.
That was a hell of a performance from the father himself, coming up clutch. DSG are your risen unstoppable champions for the end of season 12. Congratulations to them. They came out, they delivered in game 5, and they bring home a well-deserved championship. Congratulations to them. And before we give all of our praises, we also do have to throw a quick shout out. Stun Gaming, well fought, well played to all of you, making it a game 5 competitive series, making it all the way to the finals. That is definitely heartbreaking for them. You never want to go all the way to the end and lose it there. So you do have to give credit where credit's due. Well done to Stun Gaming. You guys played terrific. But now we could give our attention back to the champions. If Slotty has anything else to say, I think you still.
I don't have anything else to say.
From all this.
What an amazing series! There were so many responses from each teams. Every single game, when I thought something was going to happen, the opposite happened, and that is the mark of a great series. The unexpected factor that both of these teams had was really what sold it home for me and made this one of like. I watched the World's Finals in a theater, and this I got more hype for this. I can't believe that. That is really. I know that sounds stupid and like I'm faking it, but that was actually one of the hypest series I've ever been a part of, and I'm so glad that I could do it with you, Hypersloth. It wouldn't have been possible without you, man. Oh my god.
We made it through the finals. We got it done. That was a banger of a series. I'm so glad it was close. Both of these teams, well played to both of them. And congratulations to DSG coming in clutch off the bag. I honestly think Dinnytown had a fantastic series throughout. These picks that he made on the Jarvan were spectacular. But obviously, the main man, the father himself, coming through on a game 5 of Felios, making it happen. Well done to everyone, well performed. But I think now we are sending it back to the analyst desk for a quick little wrap up of this series. From us here as the casters, I think this is going to be our last time talking to all of you all this season. So from me, Hypersloth, and from Slatty, we appreciate you guys coming to watch us every week. I hope you guys enjoy. I hope you guys enjoy the preseason that'll be happening soon. And we have Slotty, do you have any final words you got to say?
Just come back next season, watch Hyperstock, and hopefully be casting in the next season. And you know, if you are not hooked on Risen after this, I don't know what will, man. This was such a great series, and I had such a great time casting with you, talking with the analyst, with the production. Everyone here did such a great job. I just want to say, I love you all, and I'll see you next time.
Very well done to everybody. I was very happy to be a part of this. I definitely hope they have me. I'm hopefully coming back next season, so you won't see the last of me. I will be back. Hopefully we see more of Slatty as well. But we are going to be throwing it over to the analyst desk. And my final words, thank you so much, everyone. Great being with you throughout this time.
Hi, everybody.
Okay.
Best of fun.
That was a pretty high finals, to say the least. Like Slatty mentioned, on my toes throughout most of it. Pretty much half the stuff we predicted just went the other way, and we just lived with it.
We just lived with it without predicting this time. Oh my gosh, it was so exciting. I can't believe it. It was like back and forth, and then DSG, congratulations on
True.
the win, the finals of Unstoppable. That's insane.
Yes.
What do we get a highlight for it? Do we get to watch a highlight? Oh
True.
my gosh.
We should look at the highlight from this game, or at least the deciding game, because a lot of it obviously it came down to the series and a lot of emotions going through, but DSG did pull it out. So shout outs to them. I think we'll see the replay in a sec just to see how one of the plays
Our
came up.
last play before the
Let's
end
see.
of the series.
Let's
Oh, this is before. I love dragon fights. It's just like they're fighting for it. Oh, look
yeah.
at this slow-mo Lucian. He's on a mission.
Zillion
Oh
gets a bit
man.
slow. It just
Oh,
gets caught.
I
Easiest
love
stuff of our
this
life.
Maokai skin is so beautiful. It's really nice.
Oh yeah, I think it's a Space Maokai skin, but god, the damage coming out from Aphelios here.
Oh yeah, so this is when Azir tries to run for his life.
Hmm.
Ults everybody back is like, no, no, he's destroyed still. Yeah, that Aphelios, he just got so much damage off.
Yeah, like we
Kill
mentioned
me.
before, Aphelios just high
No!
damage. High
What?
damage if they get
No!
late enough and
And then they get the Drake. That's just so satisfying. If you're on that end where you end up winning the whole team fight and you just get the Drake and you just get to take it at leisure because nobody
hmm.
is alive at that point, beautiful.
Yeah,
Beautiful
that's
execution.
super satisfying. Like also, I know they were hyping up Father the ADC, the Aphelios, dealing out most of the damage. I want to shout out the support because it was the Zillion. You can't forget about the supports in this game. Like, come on now.
Yes! The
Like,
support is so important.
I swear that Zillion did a lot for that game. I think it was one point in the game I was looking at his like KDA or whatever, and he was like 3-0 and 22, and I was like, yeah, 22 assists on Zillion. Like how? But I think that's just a testament. He put in a bunch of work for that team, and he's kind of just the thankless hero, I guess, this time around. So,
I think there was one point where who was it? It was the top laner and he was about to die because the rest of the team
hmm.
had jumped on top of him, and Zillion just goes in, ults him,
Oh
and runs
yeah.
out. Is like, "See you later. Here's my ult. See you later. I know you're gonna die a minute later, but at least you're gonna survive a little." And he can build a lot of time, but it was so funny. Mowgli was like, "No, I don't like the Zillion," but then the Zillion dominates. So that's the prediction there.
Hmm.
Anyways, I think we are ready for the interview. So
Yep. Yep.
who are we interviewing today?
I believe Town was their jungler.
Dingtown?
Yeah.
Ooh, the jungler. I'm excited.
All right.
Is he ready? He's
True.
not ready. We can continue talking.
Yeah, we'll take
What?
a sec till he gets ready.
Yes, yes. Oh, he's coming in. I think the casters wouldn't they want to interview? Wouldn't I feel like they would be really curious as to asking.
Maybe if they have anything that comes to their mind, maybe they can shoot one out. But hey, Town,
Hey,
what is
Denise,
up?
how are
Hello, how's it
you?
going?
Congratulations on the win, good man.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it was
Woo!
a good series.
Yes, that was amazing. That was like top notch. You both of you both teams took it to 5. How are you feeling after after those intense games?
Uh, tired. So after game 4, we were pretty down, but
Mm.
we decided to move more towards comfort. So I play a ton of Jarvan. Our Zillion is kind of a, let's say, quote unquote pocket pick, but we generally try to avoid it when the other team is willing to play Silas. But we decided to just kind of throw stuff out the window and say, this is what we want to play. Comfortable on Aphelios, comfortable on Zillion, comfortable on all the champs we had. So we
Nice,
just went to game
nice.
5 and said, let's do that and take it from there. So we're pretty happy now, obviously.
It seems to be that there is a pattern of if you and the support, or sorry, not you, you're not the bot laner, your bot lane, you guys can really put them on really strong picks. They really dominate the game, and then surrounded by such a stable team, it just
Yeah.
dominates the whole game. It's amazing to watch your synergy as a whole unit. I'm impressed. I was so
Yeah.
hyped.
I mean, so I mean, it's pretty clear from our play style, right? Is we want to play around, the father. So he's pretty good late, or he's really good late game. He's good in lane, but we just have to make sure he gets there. So if you watch back some of the stuff, I'm generally pathing bot. We're trying to get vision in that area so that he can play out the lane that he wants to, and basically just counter gate. And then once he hits a point on Aphelios, Tristana, whatever, he can win the game for you. But I mean, if we're being really honest, our mid laner did the most damage that game. So it was a team effort to
That
say the least.
your mid laner was Swain.
Yep.
Swain is such a powerful pick. He has this. I normally play with Swain support and then Jin, but
Nice.
Swain mid, just he can get all that solo gold. He can
Yeah.
also tell. He can also tell you where the enemy jungler is, just using his vision thing, because it's so
Right.
far across the map.
Right. And I mean, that was the same thing, right? So like we knew that there were picks into Swain that would not be the best. So Azir being one of them, but Chakras plays a lot of Swain, and he's very comfortable on that champ. If you saw, he was down a decent amount of CS, but he came bot, got triple, double kill, and then again, our job as say like jungle support top is to get those two guys ahead and make sure that we can get stuff done, and they do it pretty much every time for us. So um I'm proud of them. They did a great job.
Aw, that's adorable. So I love hearing that positivity. Yeah, I was also gonna say that there was a point where Swain, he even though he was down in gold, he had to just play like a control main. And you
Yep.
got to see that clearly through the game. I play mages, but learning how to be a control mage and pulling back or being engaged if you have to, that's a skill of duality that I'm rather impressed by.
Yeah, and you could tell the other team like their mid jungle duo, and I mean just again to give more shout outs to Chakras, he absorbed so much pressure this whole series. I couldn't honestly, like we were trying so hard to stem the bleeding as much as we could, and you could even see it in our losses of them just hammering mid lane because you can tell they believe in those guys because they were
Yeah.
really good. So but he did a great job obviously stemming the bleeding and then coming out. Honestly, this game he stemmed the bleeding and then came out firing. So we're again really proud of him because he took a ton of the pressure.
That's amazing.
100%. I guess
Do
like one question that I
Sure.
wanted to ask was like you mentioned, their jungle and mid duo was pretty solid throughout the series.
Hmm.
And I was just wanting to get your take on what was your mental coming out from the two losses that you guys had. Because there was that first game where that mid laner played Syndra and you guys still won and it's fine. And then Syndra goes through again and then you guys lose. And then that whole wombo combo situation with Diana Yasuo kind of I think it was like the fastest game in the series, and they just got a win off of that. So I was wondering, what was your mental going throughout that series? It's like, dang, this mid jungle duo is nothing to mess with.
Yeah, I mean they they clearly play together and they are damn good. So I mean, so when we came out of that game, we were mostly concerned with more Wombo. So we tried to, if you saw in the last game, we banned Syndra instead so that we could wait to see what their engage would be. Actually, the Swain was going to be our kind of counter pick to that. So we wanted to kind of push them off that. And our goal for their mid laner, especially, was to get him off comfort. Because, I mean, again, we did our research. That guy crushes it on almost every mid laner, but like his Victor is outstanding. And so again, we were just trying to get him off comfort as much as possible. And you could tell in those two games that we lost, he had his way with us. So that was kind of our goal. So it seemed to have worked, obviously, for Game 5. And I think a big part of it was just not losing focus because we know we're a good team. So yeah, we got blown out, went to comfort, came back, and it was good. So I give a lot of props to that mid jungle. They were a pain in a good way. In a good way.
Yeah,
Who
definitely strong.
if I can ask, I have two questions actually for you.
Mhm.
First question is, who were your personal favorite picks? It doesn't have to be like you for your champions that you played. It could be overall. Um, I'll let
So
you
like,
answer that before I ask my second question.
so wait, so like our favorite picks as a team, or like what, like within the series, what did I like?
Yeah, you can say within the series and then within like this game for the finals,
Yeah.
or not this game, but like the five Or
Yeah.
Falcon teams?
I mean, Syndra became kind of a big deal, and so we tried to move away from that. But I mean, I'm partial to Jarvis. I love that champ.
J4.
I'm a J4 man. I love it. So, but I mean, I think the most crucial pick in this game for us was probably, I mean, the Malachi top. He did so good. I mean, even that replay you guys showed, he basically 2v1 Lucian Nami on the top side of that fight. That
Mhm.
again,
Yeah.
all we're trying to do is create space for the Godfather Wangler. So, which we did. So, that pick kind of at the end, because it's also something that we hadn't done a lot of as Malachi top. But we, it's kind of always in the back of our mind. So, that was probably the one pick that was a little bit off in terms of what we like to play. And so, Hitman being able to perform on it like he did. So that I would say that was probably my favorite pick.
Hey,
And then
Uh,
Zillion.
yeah.
Zillion. That's what I was saying. You gotta shout out the Zillion. Everyone's like,
Yeah,
the Affilio stands, but I'm like, dude, that Zillion's got like double-digit assists. Like,
that man is
Zillion can
comfortable
be.
on Zillion. They're like, I was actually surprised. We almost never played it in this league because it got banned so often. So it
Oh
took
man,
it took
he's
us a little
probably
longer to get to
so
it.
happy that he got to
Yeah,
play it once and it's in the finals.
absolutely,
That's so
absolutely.
exciting. Well, that's sweet. I agree with the Maokai ban. I actually was thinking about that, but I didn't even mention it. I didn't even see you guys pull it out until the last game. So
Yeah,
that was pretty exciting. And then I always love watching Sejuani and Maokai just dish it out in the top lane. Just
yeah.
themselves alone.
Wet
They're
noodle
like
fight.
two beefy champions and they're just like, ha, I'll smack you, run away. Smack, run away. I think there was a flash on the Maokai at one point too. But my
Yeah.
next question is, sorry, just catching my breath, is being rivals entering into this game throughout the whole series, what was it like being able to finish off by challenging each other?
Like the other team.
hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. So honestly, we hadn't played them all year. Like we played them in the first game when we first got together, and we didn't look good. So we got absolutely pounded. And so coming into this game, I wouldn't say worried, but I know this team could bring it. So being able to go against them and then ultimately beat them was a good feeling, because you don't want to beat you don't want to beat nobodies, you want to beat good teams, and this was absolutely a good team. So being able to go against them and beat them finally, because our group was amazing, in terms of how the Risen League. So our group, the top four were all from our group, so we had a rough and tumble group. So all these teams are outstanding. So being able to finally come out on top after they beat us in the standings for the regular season feels really good. But again, I would play this team all the time because they are fun to play against and they're really good. So
Yeah, it looked like both of you definitely respect each other. You have that competition and that friendly sportsman-like friendship towards each other. I don't know if you're friends, but that kind of vibe, you know what I mean? So that was exciting. Congratulations again, DT
thank you.
Gaming Blue, and thank you for interviewing with us. I want to make sure I'm saying your name correctly. Dinny Town?
Denny Town, yeah.
Dinny
And
Town.
thank you
Nice.
to the cast and everything. We appreciate it. We were originally scheduled for yesterday, but you guys moved for us, so I did want to shout out you guys, because you guys obviously put a lot of work into this season, and we love being on stream and all that kind of stuff because it's fun for us. So thank you to you, the
Aw.
casters and everything. We appreciate you.
Everyone
No
in the crew says
problemo.
no problem, and they appreciate it as well. But yeah, again, congratulations! I'm gonna give you the
Woo!
high, and that's like the end of the season. You guys,
Yeah.
you both
Yep.
just ended out so well. That was amazing. I was very, very blown away. I'm sad that this is kind of ending, but season 13 is coming up. Swift, do you have any more questions before I say all my announcements?
Not
Uh,
for me. I'd say just congrats to them. Shout out to the J4 and the Trundle gameplay. But other than that, that's all for me.
Oh, who played Vel'Koz in the first game? Was that you?
that was Chakras, our mid laner.
Yeah, they're mid laner. Yep.
Okay, well, I want to
Absolutely
shout out
clutch.
to your mid laner for picking up my favorite champ because literally I love Vel'Koz and I was manifesting that Vel'Koz would be played once this Risen season and was not played once. So maybe
We
in my
got you. We
mind.
got you. We took care of it.
But it felt like you went into my like league account and you're like, Haru plays Vel'Koz. Let's just play Vel'Koz once. So I was stoked. So thank you. I appreciate that. Also, I appreciate Sun Gaming Mythos for playing their heart out. You know, it felt like everybody's winners in my heart. So I just want to say that. And any last words, Swift?
Thanks for having me. I guess I just
Yeah.
kind of showed up here. I was like, I don't. I've only been here like 3 days, so like but
Well,
it's been fun.
thank you for joining, and thank you to everybody who has joined. Thank you to the production crew, Mowgli. You've done great. To the casters and everyone, have a great night. We love you.